Hey everyone, I welcome you all to Cloud Lunch and Learn Marathon. We will shortly start our next session. Before we do that, I would like to read out a guideline. Please note that the attendance is tracked across the event and there are prizes up for grabs based on how many sessions you are going to attend. So please keep attending as many sessions as you could to be eligible for prizes. With that, I would like to introduce our next speaker. We have Dennis, who lives in Malta. He is the Malta Data Platform User Group Leader. He is a Data Platform MVP, and he also holds the Azure Data Engineer and Solution Architect certifications. He loves data and transforming data in knowledge using the Microsoft Data Platform. Today, in this session, he will show you advanced ETL techniques with Power Queries, such as parameterization and functions. This will be done by accepting a challenge, web scraping on open data website from Dublin government, and collecting the data to analyze in Power BI. With that, I'll kick off Danny's session and I will take our leave.
You can find my contacts. Feel free to get in touch. Welcome to the Cloud Marathon and thank you for attending this session. I'll be talking about advanced ETL with Power Query. My name is Denis Torres. I'm a data platform MVP, trainer with some Microsoft certifications, and the leader of Malta Data Platform User Group. I live in Malta. On the right side of the screen, you can find my contacts. Feel free to get in touch. It will be a pleasure to keep in touch and ask me anything, any question that you have about Power BI, about these subjects that I'm talking about. Our agenda today. This is more a summary of contents that you will see across the demonstrations because the session will be very demo focused. Advanced web scraping, use expressions beyond why. Sometimes the why limits our expressions and we need to use expressions beyond the why. Creating parameters, parameterized queries, creating functions, and publishing. Publishing is so simple. What publishing is here? Because this solution will result in something that the service will not exactly support unless we apply some workarounds on the solution, and we'll talk a bit about that. So what you will see, we will be talking about what we can do. We'll be talking about advanced features in Power Query with the purpose to give you ideas about what's possible, what you can do with Power Query. I'm not too much focused about if you should do, if the performance will be perfect, if you should do this on the desktop, or if you should focus on publishing it to the service. I, by myself, I prefer to focus on publishing to the service and have a schedule of execution of this task on the service. So I'm not discussing here if you should do. I'm focusing on showing options about what you can do, and in this way gives you a different point of view of Power Query. We have a challenge. That's the point of this session. On this session, we will get a challenge and we will handle this challenge. What's the challenge? What challenge do we get? We get the challenge of the smart doubling. What's smart doubling? Smart doubling is a website of open data about the city of Dublin. This site has many public reports that we can access about the city of Dublin. However, we are talking about government. Government usually makes this data open, but makes this data most difficult possible to access. And that's our challenge. Let's see our example. Let's imagine that we want to access reports about expenses and income on the city of Dublin. We have a page that shows this kind of reports called Table F for different years. We have a page full of these reports. And each of these reports has a link that we could use HTML, REST, or CSV. I will opt for CSV. It will fit our example, it will fit the purpose of this demonstration, but you could use the others if you think they are easier. But I will opt to choose CSV. Then you click CSV, what you expect? You expect to receive a CSV. Of course, you expect a CSV file. No, that's not what you get. When you click a CSV, you are redirected to a report page. This report page starts showing you the data. And again, show an option CSV that is supposed to have the link to the CSV. But in fact, this CSV option has a different link that sends you to another report page, and this report page, this third report page, finally has the direct link to the CSV. Instead of just put the link to the CSV there, they created two levels of pages, and if we want to web scrap and retrieve that link to the CSV, we need to go down two levels of pages to finally retrieve the CSV link. Yes, I said that. I said they like to make things more difficult to us. So the information appears to be open, we can go there and see the report, but most people would give up when they see this format of distribution. Oh, we need to go down 2 pages to get the CSV. Most people would give up. Not me. But it's not only that. This report that I'm showing, Table F Annual Budget 2020, is in the middle of a list of many reports of many different types. Besides that, this list is paginated. There is a pagination on this list. This means that we need to web scrap the pagination, get access to each page that we don't know precisely what number of pages they are, and then translate each page recovering the list of reports with their CSV URL. They like to make things difficult for us, so we can't put the data together. They like that. First, let's see a demonstration about this. Let's see what I'm talking about. Here we have the site I'm talking about, with a list of many kinds of reports. Only some kind of these reports are reports type F. The reports for income and expenses. And we have 3 pages. 3 pages of many different reports. So I'm going to page 2. Page 3 has only a few of them, and I don't think has any Table F report. But for our script to be complete, we need to abstract all pages and ensure to get Table F report from all pages. So here is one Table F report and the CSV link that I was talking about. So I click CSV, and instead to get the CSV file, I go to a second report page, a page about the report, and on this report page I have data, and I have the CSV link. Then now let's click the CSV link, hoping that this time we'll get the CSV, and I'm sent to a second report page. But on this second report page, finally the CSV link is here. And finally, we get the CSV about this report. You may be already going crazy. How Power BI will read this? Hold my beer and watch this. The steps of our challenge. We need to get the report list. Let's consider the report list in the middle, because the first step I need to go down on the report list until I get the expenses themselves. But then I have the pagination. Let's consider pagination one level above the report list, because I'll need to repeat the text of the report list for each page on those amount of reports. And at last, we'll talk about publishing. In the end, we'll talk about publishing. So, report list. Let's see a demonstration about that, about recovering the report list. I use GetData and web. I'm getting data from the web. I use the link. That's it. This first one is not difficult because the full web scraping in Power BI is able to identify the list that we would like to retrieve. It's almost complete, but that's the list that we want to retrieve. The list of reports existing on that first page. We are talking about the first page of reports. We are retrieving this list of reports from this page. Like select the table and transform data, because it's not complete. It's close to be complete, but it's not complete. And here we have Power Query retrieving our report list. Let's call the query report list. So this query is called report list. The first challenge is related to the CSV. We are retrieving the CSV word as a text, but that CSV is a link, and I want to retrieve the link to the CSV. How will I handle that? This is column 5. The step that retrieves this information has a statement, M statement, and yes, we'll need to deal with M code a lot during this session. So here we have the M code HTML table that retrieves this information. Table resource. So we have a list of columns being retrieved, and we have a row selector in the end, how the rows are identified. It's interesting to note that we have a list of columns and we have a row selector in the end. This first challenge to retrieve the link of the CSV is not that difficult, but you need to turn this statement in many ways until the end of the session. So CSV is on column 5, so here is the CSV, column 5. I will not destroy column 5. Let's copy column 5 and make a new column. I'm copying column 5 and creating a new column that will be called column 55. So I have column 55. But what this means? What is this expression retrieving the data? If you haven't recognized the expression yet, it's time to learn CSS. This is a CSS search expression, making a search inside a web page. Yes, to make web scraping on Power BI, we need to learn CSS because we'll need CSS a lot. And what we need to do to get the URL? First, we need to handle this expression because I don't want the label of the link. I want the URL itself. A is the HTML tag for links. Good, but it will not give me the result yet because I need to go down on the tag and retrieve one attribute of the tag. That's why these column specifications have a third parameter. On column 55, I can include a third parameter, which is each attributes href. I'm saying that once the tag A was found inside the HTML code, like make a loop on each href attribute. Power Query requires this loop, although we know the tag A has a single href attribute. That's not a problem. So it will make a loop and retrieve the attribute for us. And now our column 55 is working. It is the result of column 55. We can already remove all the columns that we will not need. But before that, I have many report types. I have type A, appendix 2, appendix 2, and so on. Many report types. And the only report type that is interesting for us is the table F. So we need to make some magic on this column. Well, let's first split column. Split column by delimiter. I will choose a custom delimiter and put the dash. So now I split the column. I have two different columns. On the first column, column 1.1, I can filter and retrieve only the reports that are type F. And the second column has the potential to become the year of the report. So in the second column, I need to make replace values, annual budget by empty values. So I have the year of the report. I need only to change the data type to roll number. So I have the type of the report, the year of the report, and some additional columns. The point is, only two columns are interested for me. The year of the report and the URL. Only these two columns are interesting for me. So I remove columns, remove all other columns, all the columns that are not selected. Remove columns and that's it. I end up with the two columns that are interesting for me. However, this column, the URL of the report, is not exactly complete because it's giving me a relative URL. This URL is relative. Let's make it better. But of course, I know the root part of the URL. I could hard code what we developers call hard code this root part of the URL inside this column. But I'll not do that. Let's make something better. Let's create a parameter and call this parameter root URL. Type text. So the parameter is root URL. Type text, and the URL, the root URL is this one that will complement the URL on that column. Okay, so I created the parameter. Well, we'll create a lot more queries and parameters here. There will be a lot more. So let's start organizing this. Here in Power Query, I can create groups as I wish. And I give a name for these groups and start organizing my queries and contents. This group will be called parameters. I will set this parameter inside this group, and that's it. I have the parameter there. Now, returning to the report list, I will add a new column, which will be a custom column. This new column, let's call this column report first link. This will be the name of the column. And this report first link will use the root, the parameter. The parameter doesn't use brackets. I just type the name of the parameter. Concatenated with column 55. Column 55 use bracket. Let's click OK. And that's it. So I have the column report first link with the link for the second level page of the report. I can remove the first one. Let's rename the first column to year, and with all these changes, our first query report list is complete. So we completed our first query report list. It's time to get to our second query. We'll retrieve the second report page link. We'll use that link from the first query to retrieve the second report page link. We are not interested on the page itself. We would like to retrieve the link for the second report page. Let's see a demonstration building our second report page. In order to build the query for our second report page, we need to use one of these links. We have three. Yes, we have three. But let's make everything step by step. Let's choose one and retrieve the information from this one. Then later we change the query and generalize the query to retrieve the information from the three. New query, web. I use this link. Okay. It's retrieving information from that warehouse, but the tables don't really match what we need. How do we solve on this situation? We have the new add table using examples. It's not perfect, it's far from perfect, but it helps a lot on the web scraping process. So we use add table using examples. So I can see on the top my page, how this page is, and I need to include in the columns examples of what I would like to extract from this page. The secret here is to open one of the columns, double click on it, and take a closer look on this list that Power Query is showing to us. This list is showing individual values from the page. Then we need to choose which of these values we would like to retrieve. Well, after many testing and errors, yes, because I had to test and error this many times. So after many testing and errors, I know that the URL for the second report page has this format. However, there are many different second pages, one for HTML, one for CSV, and so on. Let's choose one, just choose, and we will fix later if this is not the correct one. So, okay, And now I see a new table, and it's retrieving the URL that I chose. With so many pages and queries, it's a bit difficult to get track of what we are doing, and the names that you give to these elements. It may be difficult to keep track of that. So we retrieved the report list. From inside the report list, we retrieved the link for the first report page. This is the link. And I'm going directly to retrieve the link for the second report page. I don't want the first report page itself, but I need to go into it to retrieve the link for the second report page. That's it. That's why I'll call this query second report page URL. I'm retrieving the link for the second report page. The most important information here is the extract table from HTML. In applied steps, extract table from HTML. And we are seeing that it's extracting information about the Esri REST API. That's not a link that I would like. It doesn't work for me. It's not a link I would like. So I will convert this. By experience, I know how the page is, but let's imagine that I didn't know how the page is. I know nothing about this page. So let's get the link of the page. I open in Chrome, a new Chrome window. I'm opening the link of the page. This is how the page looks like, and here we have the links: CSV, Esri, ArcGIS, and we need to use the developer tools of Chrome. Yes, you need to know basic knowledge of HTML development to make this web scraping. And here we note the ID, and a bit below we have the A tag with the link as href and title CSV as a title. So we were getting the link from the long link, the Esri REST API link. We need to use the title CSV to get the correct one. So when making web scraping Power BI, the Google Chrome development tools will be very important. So I'll change this to not here. On extracted table, I'll change this to CSV. The retrieval of the attribute href is already here. So I'm already retrieving the href attribute. So now I have the link for the page that contains the link of the CSV. See how government makes things difficult for us? Okay, but you are holding my beer. We'll get there. Let's go to advanced editor. The point here is that I don't need a table. I need a single value as a reply. A single value, not a table. So, advanced editor. I have here the extracted table from HTML. So the two operations below, I don't need it. I need only a single value from the extract table from HTML. Let's calculate the value that I need, because I don't need the entire table. I need one value. So I use the M expression, table for dot first value, and put the variable. extract the table from HTML. My variable goes here, and the result goes down. The result will be what I get as a reply from the query. And that's it. This query retrieves a single value for us. That's what I want. And even the symbol of the query changed, because the query is not retrieving a table anymore. The query is retrieving a single value. Okay, that's great. Now that it's working, the query is retrieving a single value, I need to reuse this query to retrieve all the values for each report. How I'll do that? On the source step of this query, the URL is fixed. It's a fixed URL value. So it will retrieve always the same. So what do we do? Let's create a parameter. Let's copy this URL, this first URL. Now let's create a parameter, new parameter. Let's call this parameter the first report page. So the second report page URL query will receive as parameter the link for the first report page and retrieve the link for the second. So, okay, I created the parameter, it's there in the parameters folder. I'll change the query so the source will use the parameter, which is called first report page. It's done, it's the same. So this query is already parameterized, and what's the next step I need to do to reuse this query? I need to transform this query into a function. Basic development knowledge. We want to reuse something, we'll transform this into a function. So we'll be able to call this function from anywhere. Right-click the query and choose the option create function. Let's give a name for this function. The query is called second report page URL, and the function will be called get second report page URL. When I created the function, Power BI Desktop creates a folder for this function. It moves my query to inside the folder and create a new element, and you see by the symbol of this new element is a function written in M. So now I have the query and I have the function. Why do I have both? Why do I need both the query and the function? If I had to handle the code of the function, it would be difficult. Every change that I would need to do, I would need to do by code. And that's not something easy to do. That's difficult, that's challenging. Power Query knows that. That's why Power Query leaves us with our source query. We still have our source query. So I can continue changing my source query, and Power Query keeps a synchronizing process between my source query and the function code. What will really be executed is the function code. We'll call the function. The function code is what will be executed. But every time I need to change the function, instead of going to the function code, I will edit the query. Make the addition on the query, not on the function. And this is not an option. This is a very important rule, because if I go to the function and try to edit the function, Power Query will advise me only once. If you get into the function, I will break the synchronization between the query and the function. I'm sure you would like that. If you say yes to Power Query, you break the synchronization. The query will mean nothing anymore. And as a result, you need to change the code of the function in code every time you would like to make any change. Besides that, Power Query also moved one parameter, the parameter first report page, to inside the folder of the function, because Power Query believes this parameter will be used only on this function. So it moved the parameter to inside the folder of the function. Now it's time to call the function. I can call the function already inside my report list query. I have the URLs of the first report page. This is the input parameter for our function that will bring the URL of the second report page. We'll go into the first and bring to the URL for the second. How do I call the function here? Because this is something like a loop. I need to loop across my records to make the call of the function. How do I handle this? Simple. In Power Query, we handle loops on the data like this by adding columns. The M language and the Power Query are expression language. So we handle a loop like this by adding a new column. And we have a special column for this. A column called invoke custom function. So we add this new column, invoke custom function. The name of my new column will be second page URL. The function that I'll call is get second report page URL, and the parameter will be the report first link. Okay, it executed and brought to me the second page URL. I can even use the root URL to complete these URLs. Let's create a custom column. In this custom column, second page URL complete. I use the parameter root URL and concatenate with the second page URL. Okay, so now I have the URL complete, and absolutely URL to the second report page. I can remove the first one, second page URL, and it's done. So I already retrieved the second link. Our next challenge is the CSV link. Using the link for the second page, we need to retrieve the CSV link to finally reach the CSV. Let's see how will we do that. Get back into our Power BI. So we have the link for the second page. We will repeat some of the steps we did before. We get one link and build one query to retrieve a CSV link. Later, we parameterize this query and transform the query in a function. See, it's a process. We can follow this process. Once again, it will not recognize the information that we need, so we add table using example. Column 1, let's find our CSV link in the middle of this set of data. In here we have a link to a CSV. Let's choose this one. Okay, so it's retrieving the CSV link, but as before, we can't totally trust the extracted table from URL. See, this will not work because it's retrieving a specific CSV link, and this specific link will not be what we would like. We want to get any link that is on the page, any CSV link that is on the page, so we can use for many different reports. Let's go to Google Developer Tools. Let's open the next page where we can see the CSV link here. Developer Tools. Let's investigate this CSV link. And mind, the link has a title with the URL. That's why it's filtering by the title. But that's not the best option. Let's use the class to make the filter. So here on our table 1, our place, instead of filtering by the table, I filter by the class. And let's analyze the result. Filtering by the class, we have 3 different items. Let's get only what is a link, a.class, so that's it. And let's get the href content. So I passed each attribute, href. So I have 3 links for the CSV, and I need only one. I need only one of these links. So I can go to home, keep rows, keep top rows. I'll keep only one row. And now I will complete the query in code. I need to do the same I did last time. Result equal table first value, and I use the table that I have, skip first row. And the result of this query will be result. And here I have the CSV link retriever. Let's call CSV link. Now I need to parameterize this query. This query is using the link for the second report page to retrieve the link. So I'll create a parameter. I'll call this parameter as second report page text. Let's put anything here for now. And I'll copy this parameter of the second report page URL to the link, second report page. So my query is parameterized now, and it's retrieving the information from the parameter. Now that I created the parameter, I need to call the parameter from the source task of the query, so second report page. And now my query is parameterized. Now I have my query parameterized, and I can transform the query into a function. Create function, get CSV link. Okay. Same structure than before. I have a query, I have a function, and the parameter that is used only on this function was moved to inside the function folder. Now I can call the function and again same structure than before. I will add column, invoke custom function, the column result to be CSV URL, and the function query get CSV link. What parameter? The parameter for get CSV link is the second page URL. So it retrieved the CSV link for each report. Let's get back to our slide to understand our next challenge. Our next challenge is to retrieve the expense report. We already have the CSV link, and from each CSV we will retrieve an expense report, and we will need to join the expense report from each CSV into a single expense report. One more time, the same technique. Let's get one link, build the query for a single link, and then we generalize the query, even transforming the query into a function. New query, web, and our link. This is a CSV, so the columns come ready for us. It's way easier to deal with this CSV. So we just click OK, and we have our expense report, or at least we believe to have our expense report. There are some tweaks in the middle. As I said, government always try to make things way more difficult to us. Way more difficult to us. And the fact is, some of these CSVs have a different configuration, even different fields. So we have to handle this in some way. First, one different configuration that these CSVs have are a different case for the headers. This is critical. The headers will not be identified with a different case. So we need to select our columns. One solution here is to select our column and make a transformation to make everything lowercase. Everything will become lowercase. And mind that I did this step before the step to promote the first line to header. So all my headers are in lowercase. So now they are more similar to each other. I will have a better chance to match the headers for all the CSVs. But it's not that. Some columns here, they are not the same on our CSVs. So I need to control the next step. The next step already has a problem changing header types, because now the headers on the next step have all uppercase letter. So in a magic trick, I will transform all these headers on this step in a lowercase. So let's make a magic trick. And it's done. I can only press enter and I have the change type working. Some of these columns will not match with other columns from other CSVs, and I may not need them. For example, columns SPI means previous year, while the adopt column means the adopted value by the console. what's the course you plan to adopt. I don't need these columns, and these columns are not the same across all the CSVs. So let's remove these columns from here to prevent problems from now. And I also need to remove the heading from the change type. I do not necessarily need to remove the heading from the column, but let's remove as well. I don't need the heading. So I remove from the change type. Now I remove them as columns, heading, object ID, altern, PI adopt, stmgr, delete. So I remove these columns. That's great. Let's call this report as expenses page done. Now I can parameterize this report and turn it to a function. The same process than before. I'll get the URL. On the parameters, I choose new parameter. Let's call this parameter as CSV URL. Text, current value, the CSV. OK. And let's change the query to use the parameter. Instead of this fixed URL, we'll change the CSV, the query for CSV URL. Done. Now I can transform the expenses page into a function. Function get expenses page. Done. Now I have a function to retrieve the expenses page. And I can get back to our report list and call this function from our report list. So I'll add one more function invoke column. Let's call this column expenses and function query get expenses page. And the parameter comes from the field CSV URL. So I have a table retrieved from each of these links. However, only the first one really worked. All the other ones got me some errors. How can I identify these errors? Well, the get expenses page is based on a parameter. So let's get back a link that has one of these errors. Let's get a link that has one of these errors and include this link on the parameter. The query will show us the error, and the error is the column object ID, which was not found. Yes, because not all tables have the column object ID. Let me remove the object ID here, and it's done. Let's check the report list again, and now the three tables are correct, are bringing me a correct result. I can expand these tables, and it loads me the fields of the expenses. Use original column name as prefix. No, I don't want to use the original column name as prefix. I don't want to put a prefix on these column names. So, okay, everything is expanded now. And I can remove the additional columns that I will not need anymore. The columns that were used to build this result, I will not need them anymore. The column report first link, second page URL complete, and CSV URL, I don't need them anymore. And even on the expense table, there are some columns that I don't need. Object ID I don't need, FID I don't need, and doc I don't need, because it's always table F. Let's remove them as well, and that's it. I have my expenses report. Of course, it's not complete, because until now, this expenses report is built only for one page of report. And we saw on the website the report list is paginated. So we need to retrieve this expense report for all the pages. Let's call this query expenses report partial. Let's get back to our slide to better understand our next challenge. Our next step is to retrieve the list of pages that we have on the Dublin Open Data page, so we can retrieve the reports from all the pages. Let's see a demonstration, see how we will achieve that. Back to Power BI, I'll need to retrieve the pages. It will be a new query. I'll use the same URL, and I need to retrieve from this URL the list of pages on this Open Data page. Again, this is not something simple. It will not come out of the blue. I'll need to add table using examples. Again, I use column 1 to retrieve the examples. And here I have what is clearly the pagination object. 1, 2, 3. Let's get 1 and hope this works well. I can add new values, 2 and 3, and let's see how Power BI processes this. Okay, so I have a table 2 with these 3 values. Okay, this time, since I provided 3 examples to Power BI, it retrieved the data correctly. It understood the pagination class existing on the HTML and retrieved the LI content. So we have page 1, 2, 3, and an additional item that is not a number, it's the next page link. How we will remove this last one? I can change the data type to whole number. Yes. Once I change the data type to whole number, we have an error on the last item. So I can remove rows and I remove errors. And now I have page number column. I need to use these numbers on the page number column to produce the link for each page. And I need this link for each page from somewhere. Let's create a new parameter. Let's call this parameter as report root link. So the link used as report root, and this is the value for this link. The report root link has this value. Let's click OK. And now I can use this new table and add a custom column. This custom column will be built with the report root value concatenated with, now I'm using HTML expression, I'm using URL parameters, page equal, and the number of the page, which is page number. So number to text on page number, and now I have the correct links for each page. Let's call this page URL, and this table is, let's call expenses, because this table will end up being the complete expenses table that we will expose on our model. So I'm calling this table expenses. Now, I have the other table, expense report partial, that is entirely built to retrieve the expenses for one page from the site. And now we are seeing that we have 3 pages on the site. So I need to parameterize this other query to be sure that this URL will be a parameter. So let's use the report root on this URL. That's it, it's done. Now I can transform this other query expense report partial in a function. I create function and call this function get expense report partial. Okay, that's it. And now I have a function to read each page of the expense report. And I have in the table the list of pages of the expense report. What's the next step? Obvious. I will add an invoke custom function column. This column will be, let's call Dublin expenses. The column name is not much important because it will not stay here. Get expense report partial, and it has two parameters. The first is root URL that I would like to pass the parameter that I have outside the queries. But you see, the UI here is a bit incomplete. Sometimes we can't complete the task that we would like only using the UI. Sometimes we need to add something else beyond the UI. And the second column will be the page URL. Okay, so I will remove the quotes, and now I'm using the parameter. It brought me the tables, and now I can expand these tables. It's loading the column names, and okay, I can remove the columns that I will not use. Page URL, page number, and that's it. I have my expense reports for Dublin. I can get back to home, close and apply. So we have here our data, but in fact we have more than we asked for. We would like to have an expenses table, but we are seeing all the orders. These orders are helpers to lower the expense table. They should not appear here. We need to fix that. It's easy to fix that. We just need to get back to Power Query, and each one of these queries on the function, in the function, has an option called enable lower. We need to disable this option. These queries will not be lowered to the model, to the semantic model that we will use later to build the reports. So we need to disable the lower of these queries. Now let's close and apply. See the refresh? It refreshed only the expenses table, and you have now here only the expense table. We may need to make some model adjustments. For example, the adopt value is the amount adopted by the console for the year and for those categories. So let's change the data type as a fixed decimal number. So I'm changing this on the model, and now I can build a report over this. I can select year, adopt, and build a bar report. So I have the adopt information for each year chosen by the console. Then we can break down this report by categories and so on. But this is beyond our purpose on this session. What we saw is the ability to collect the information on a difficult web scraping challenge using functions in Power Query to make this collection. And it's done. Challenge completed. And about publishing. Can I publish this now to the portal? No, unfortunately not. These queries, in the way they are now, they are using some features that the portal will refuse. The portal will call these features as dynamic data sources. The data sources are changing dynamically, and the portal will refuse these features. It doesn't mean this solution will not work on the portal. It means that we need to make some adjustments to the solution. What adjustments we need to do? We use web browser contents to read the content from the pages. This will not work. These web browser contents will not work. So we need to replace our use of web browser contents by the use of web contents. And the difference is not exactly on the web contents method. It's the fact that this web contents method accepts a second parameter, which is a relative path. The portal to execute these queries requires the query to have a fixed root URL, like this one. So you see, on web contents we have a fixed string as the root URL, but then we can include a relative path to read different pieces of this site and make this read dynamically. So we need to make this replacement before publishing this solution to the portal. Dynamic data sources are not allowed by the service. WebScript has a workaround. This web contents is a workaround for the dynamic data source. Other environments like Power Platform, data flows, and so on support this. It's only the Power BI portal service that doesn't support this. You could publish your data flow to Power Platform and it would work in the way it is in the Power Platform, but not on the Power BI portal. For the Power BI portal, it needs these changes before publishing. Why haven't we done this way from the beginning? Because the web scraping would be more difficult. We would need to make the web scraping in a more manual way. So it's better to use the UI to make the web scraping. Then after that, we replace the use of web browser contents by the web contents using the relative path. Some reference links about the content that we saw. These links will be very useful for you. And thank you very much for attending this session. Again, you have my contact links on the side. Feel free to get in touch and ask me any question. Thank you very much for attending this session.
Thank you so much, Dennis, for the wonderful session. I know it's pretty late for you. Much appreciated for taking time out and presenting this session.
Thank you. You are welcome, and thank you very much for everyone that attended the session.
Sounds good. And everyone, if you're joining us now, I welcome you again to Cloud Lunch and Learn Marathon. We will start with our next session now. We have William with us. I'll bring him onto the screen. Hey, William.
Hi, thanks. Hi,
So,
everyone.
William is going to present on how to become a contributor to Microsoft Docs. He is part of Microsoft SQL Docs team, and he is going to walk through on how we can contribute and be recognized as a SQL Docs contributor. So with that, if you are ready with sharing your screen, William, I can put that on feed as well.
Yeah, okay, I can hear you now. Great. I lost your audio over there for a second. You
Can you hear me now? Yeah, I
Yep.
can.
Great. Sharing my screen now. Sorry about that. All right. Great.
Okay. Over to you, William.
Thanks very much. And it's nice to see everyone on the live stream. This is my first time speaking at the Cloud Lunch and Learn Marathon. My name is William Massif. I'm a member of the Microsoft SQL Docs team. We present all the documentation for SQL Server in all its forms. Let's talk a little bit more about that soon. Today, my presentation is about how you can become a part of the Microsoft Docs experience. If you may not have heard, the Microsoft Docs are all open source and hosted on GitHub. So let's talk about that. First, today's agenda, we're going to go through and introduce DevRel. We're going to talk about what we do a little bit. We're going to go through some tips and tricks on Microsoft Docs that you may not be aware of. And then most importantly, we're going to talk about how to contribute to Microsoft's open source Docs as code approach in GitHub and what you need to know. First thing you need to know, actually, is that you'll need a github.com account to contribute if you don't have one already. Throughout this presentation, feel free to add your questions to the chat at any time, and our moderator will bring them forward as time allows. So, on the SQL Docs team, internally, affectionately at Microsoft, we're known as Rogue One. And when we're not violating multiple copyright laws with this image, we support tens of thousands of articles on SQL Server. We work with the product groups and the program managers for everything SQL, including all its various flavors in Azure, as well as Azure Synapse Analytics and the technologies under that umbrella. We also cover content on the data platform's tooling, like Management Studio and Azure Data Studio. But we're just one content team, and today I'm talking about all of Microsoft Docs for all technologies, not just SQL Server. So again, I'm talking about Azure, I'm talking about Office 365 and Microsoft 365 and development and PowerShell and everything like that, not just SQL Server. So a bit about the mission statement and about the hundreds of employees at Content and Learning at Microsoft. Look, in short, we have two missions. First, we want to enable students, job seekers, and workers online with great content. And two, we want to build an active community of contributors to ensure that we offer the breadth and depth of content that those audiences need. Well, that second goal is why we're doing this presentation. We want to communicate specifically how you can be a part of the quality Microsoft Docs experience. So Microsoft Docs are not Wikipedia. It's not open to all edits, but we do have hundreds of thousands of articles, and we want to embrace the wisdom of you and the technical user community to maintain a high level of quality. So opening the docs up to external contributors, our target audience being you in the technical community, well, that's how we scale. So the SQL Docs team is one of many Docs teams for different products in Microsoft's Cloud and AI DevRel. So what is DevRel? In a greater role, developer relations is the team that involves activities that connect developers and in-house manufactured goods and services with external users. DevRel ensures that products establish a good continuous relationship with external developers through mutual communication. So DevRel is communication to you, the technical folks. DevRel definitely involves documentation, but it also involves reference documentation for like how to call an API or code samples. In other companies, it might look like community management, issue reporting and triage, release notes, focus groups, public interaction, things like that. Your favorite video game, for example, has DevRel folks to send and receive communication with the public about bug reports, troubleshooting, patches, discussion, mods, etc. DevRel folks are technical, and they know the products well. In fact, in some tech companies, they cycle developers in and out of DevRel positions so that DevRel folks have a keen awareness of technical detail, but also that developers see how the end user consumes the products and consumes the communication. So at Microsoft, DevRel teams usually have a strong technical background from consulting or support. Most have experience with project management, technical writing, blogging, or book writing as well. And finally, DevRel is a strategic advantage for product teams because this type of outreach enhances adoption and provides authentic community engagement that goes beyond marketing and social media. So we feel like this is a strategic advantage over our competitors. In a way, DevRel is not marketing to CIOs and CEOs. DevRel is marketing to developers and technical folks like you. There are products out there that we've all used, and we continue to use them because we've had good communication and support experiences, or because of easy adoption and smooth learning curves. So in that spirit of authentic community engagement, let's dive in. We're going to talk about Microsoft Docs, some tips and tricks, how you use them. Just to give you a map around navigating a specific doc, some of the features we have here without explaining every button. The Save button, this is actually new. This allows you to save links to collections, to organize docs into groups that you might be using for a specific project or certification exam. You can save docs alongside a collection of Microsoft Learn modules and Microsoft Q&A pages, as we'll gather all our materials into place for that cert we're working on. You'll see two search boxes on every screen. The first at the top right searches the entire technology stack that you're in. For example, all of Azure. Then on the table of contents on the left, that covers the many different articles in the current table of contents you're in, and it is here that you can search titles inside a table of contents. On our right, you'll see the navigation for the article itself. And then those header links that you see are linkable directly. If you want to send a colleague a link to a heading specifically, you can hover on a heading, see the link graphic appear, and copy the URL with the page anchor appended. Note that in the top, that anchor is appended to the URL. So where it makes sense, the same doc might include different information for different versions of the product mentioned. We may use the same article for various versions of content, for example, Windows versus Linux, or different releases of SQL Server, or different Azure implementations of SQL Server. On the bottom left is a code snippet of Markdown showing how one article might display different content depending on the version requested. If a doc doesn't look quite right to you because of a version-specific detail, take a look at what version you're in. That drop-down list in the top left-hand corner above the table of contents may come in handy. The version drop-down is also affecting the table of contents by excluding or including certain articles depending on what version you've chosen. Sometimes we'll handle versioning via tabs inside the document, or we'll clearly state the versions in the Applies To row at the top of the article. Or we'll use colorful note boxes throughout to make sure you know what SQL platform or version of SQL Server the content covers. Also note that for articles that are specific to content for older versions of software, for example, in our area in SQL Server before SQL Server 2016, we do still have ways to access that old content, even if some of them are through offline documents only. We'll talk about that in a sec. And while we support content for all supported versions of SQL Server, just a friendly reminder that SQL Server 2012 extended support ends next summer, July of 2022. So it's time to get that upgrade plan in place for your SQL 2012 instance. So speaking of Management Studio, not a lot of people are aware of this, but when you have any text highlighted in Management Studio or Visual Studio or SQL Server Data Tools or anything that's really Visual Studio shell, the browser will bring you right to the corresponding article for that word or syntax you've highlighted when you hit F1. So this assumes your workstation is connected to the internet and you've selected the help preference for open in browser. But F1 will otherwise bring you directly to the Microsoft Docs online article, in this case for the Dynamic Management View SysDM exec sessions. If you hit F1 in Visual Studio on something highlighted and it doesn't bring you to a specific article, or it brings you to a different article than you'd expect, that actually might be a docs issue. And that's something you could open up a GitHub issue for. We'll talk about that soon. If your work environment is behind an air-gapped network, or if you work in a high security environment like a nuclear power plant, you can download version-specific documents offline through Management Studio. And this is a little heavy on the SQL Server, but Visual Studio has some different ways to do this as well. In fact, for some older version-specific content, for example, the T-SQL reference that's specific to SQL 2014, the only way to get that article documentation is actually through the offline docs. Okay. Are there any questions to this point?
There is one.
Okay, great.
There is one. And Jose is asking, he already have done a pull request in the documentation, but it is still there without a response.
Yeah.
So how can it be speeded up?
Well, that's a great question. And if you have the answer to that, I'd love to hear it. Look, so these things are triaged as they come in. We actually have teams dedicated to triaging the internal stuff as it arrives via GitHub issues and GitHub pull requests. So there's no SLA for this kind of stuff. Docs, PRs, and issues are not support. We're going to talk about this in a little bit, actually. There's different ways to put in different things, different pieces of feedback, but because this is not support and there's no SLA, it may take days or weeks to get to a PR or an issue. If it's taken longer than that, you can always reply in the PR log or in the issue log, maybe pinging the last person who replied to it on the triage team just to get a status update. But that's really the best way. These things are monitored. We do have metrics. We do have goals as part of our internal performance goals to address things in a timely manner, but there's no guarantee for SLA for those kind of things. We do thank you for that, though. I'm sorry that you've had that. I'm not sure how long you've been waiting, but look, later on, I'm going to show you a hashtag to use that can draw special attention to this due to this presentation. Take a look at that and maybe add that to your your PR log or your Git issue log.
Thanks, William. I hope, George, that answers your question. If you have more further questions, please post it on the comments and I'll bring it up with William.
Awesome. Thanks. Let's get into how to contribute then, like Joseph did. So how do you provide feedback? There's three main ways. First is feedback.azure.com. This is for product ideas and bug reports. For documentation issues, your options are a GitHub issue or a GitHub pull request, just as if you were contributing to any other open source project, in fact. Contributing can be done easily through the browser. So even if you've never worked with Git or GitHub and you're not familiar with terminology like fork, clone, push, pull, commit, things like that, if you're not familiar with that terminology, that's okay. Contributing via issues or pull requests can be done entirely through the browser in github.com. You do not have to learn Git or GitHub or Git Bash or install anything, and you don't have to know what a fork, a clone, a pull, or a push is, although I'm going to explain those things later on. We'll have that kind of explainer and show you a diagram of how the stuff works, but again, the website handles all that for you. If you are already familiar with Git, GitHub, and you're familiar with pull requests and remote repositories, you can do that too. And later we'll talk about how this process works behind the scenes and how you can get involved. But in the case of SQL Docs, our team, not a lot of database administrators are familiar with Git, GitHub. Again, that's not a problem. Anyone can help using the browser only, and we see it every day. So again, anyone can contribute. We even have a step-by-step tutorial at this URL here to guide you through the process of creating the pull request. By contributing to Microsoft Docs for any product technology, you can be a part of the community and help edit docs that everyone uses. We'll talk later about the contributor designation on top of the article, and we average around 16 million page views a month. You can do this entirely within the browser, again, with nothing to install. So you're about to get a sneak peek at the inside process behind Microsoft's Docs as Code approach. Content teams like ours across all technologies integrate with the product teams. We join their support reviews and their team meetings. We coordinate on release schedules. This is how we release Docs as Code. So let's walk through it. So first, to be clear, what's a doc bug? Support issues don't belong in documentation feedback and the feedback channels that we're about to discuss. Similarly, the product feedback channel is not for support. The feedback options we're about to discuss have no SLA. They're not support. So if you're having a problem or an outage or unexpected behavior, contact Microsoft support or your support partner. We triage incoming issues and PRs from GitHub, and if it sounds like a support issue, your issue will likely be closed with a polite message and some links. Most doc issues that do get attention are a request to fix something missing or outdated or wrong, or a request to add something that would have helped prevent an error, prevent an outage, etc. So if you've got feedback, again, your three main options. The first, product feedback and suggestions, reproducible bug reports. Those aren't docs issues. That actually is for support, or it's for the feedback.azure.com portal, where a lot, I would say most Microsoft products accept feedback from the public. If you've been around for a few years, you might remember the Connect system with Connect items. A few years ago, those were migrated to feedback.azure.com. That's the place for comments and suggestions on the products. That's external to us and on my team, the docs team. But that's where a lot of really great usability ideas and bug reports come from, and it's open to the public. To give feedback on a product, use the This Product button you see at the bottom of most articles. That will bring you to feedback.azure.com. So here's the SQL Server page of feedback.azure.com, where you can submit comments or suggestions, again, on any technology, not just SQL. And there are pages like this for all the different Microsoft products. You might see a lot of these on social media for when someone has a really good suggestion and they want to get the product team's attention with lots of votes in favor. You see here a suggestion for the dark theme in Management Studio. I'm really hoping we get that one day. So let's say you've got a documentation issue and you want to point something out. Think of this as letting us know, hey, there's something wrong here. You go fix it. We have goals to address these in a timely manner. But again, like I kind of talked about with Joseph before, these issues are triaged and they might take days or weeks to get a satisfactory resolution. Not all issues will become a documentation change. To create an issue, use the This Page button in that same gray box that's at the bottom of most pages. So here's the new issue screen. Throw your comments in here, give it a title, and hit Submit New Issue. We'll take it from there. It's that easy. And if you weren't aware, by the way, GitHub also has a dark mode. It's very nice. And you can, I don't know how many of you prefer to work in dark themed apps and websites, but I do. You can change this in github.com. When you go to your profile page, you click a little button and a kitty cat appears. There's also a dark theme for docs.microsoft.com too. So if you're an enthusiast for dark mode stuff like I am, docs.microsoft.com has a dark theme. You can check out the footer and change the theme to light or dark. Also coming soon, I hear Microsoft Word and LinkedIn are getting dark modes. Fingers crossed on that. That'd be great. All right, so back to contributing. Enough about dark mode. Third option, you've got a documentation issue and you want to suggest the edits yourself. You can click on the Edit button in the top right-hand corner of an article. Clicking the Edit button brings you to the GitHub preview page for that article. And then from here, click the pencil button in the top right-hand corner on that bar that's boxed in red I see right there. After you click the pencil button, now you're looking at the actual markdown code in a text edit box. So it might surprise you to learn that Microsoft Docs are not edited in Microsoft Word, but rather they're edited in code in Markdown or YAML. Markdown is a lightweight text markup language designed for formatting rich text with a plain text editor. GitHub has their own formal implementation of Markdown called GitHub Flavored Markdown. And many different online sites use Markdown for their content, including GitHub, GitLab, Reddit, Stack Exchange, Bitbucket, Drupal, a lot more. So you might already be more familiar with Markdown than you think. So make your changes here. If you're not familiar with Markdown, it's pretty easy to understand once you get rolling. Don't worry about it being perfect. The content team will always review your content submission and potentially tweak it to Microsoft standards before it's ever merged live. There are plenty of resources online for basic Markdown syntax, but if you don't get something quite right, again, don't sweat it. You can use the Preview Changes feature here that's boxed in red to preview the Markdown formatting that you have entered. Then at the bottom of the page, give it a title. Give us a summary of the changes. You can throw in that hashtag pingmsftdocs. That's just a wave hi to us on my team. We'll talk more about that later, but that's another way you could use that same hashtag on Twitter, and then we can recognize you there as well. So then choose to create a new branch for this commit and start a pull request. That radio button is actually the only radio button you have access to. Unlike some open source projects, we don't allow you to commit code directly to our live repository. So you'll notice that it gives a branch a new simple name, your username -patch an ordinal number. That's fine. You don't have to worry about changing that. If you're not familiar with GitHub terminology like branches or pull requests, again, don't worry. You don't have to be. Once you hit your pull requests button here on the commit changes button, that green button, we'll take it from there. We'll keep you updated as your pull request moves through the process. Your changes to the Markdown file will be proposed for merge, triaged, and reviewed by the article's author and the article's reviewers, and potentially by the product team itself. The content team for the article takes it from there. We'll reply to the pull request comments, we'll make edits if necessary, and we'll merge the code in. You'll be notified along the way with feedback directly from one of us on a content team. Again, you can do all of this through your own tooling to create your own fork of the repository, your own branch, commits, push and pull requests. That's what we in the content teams do every day. But if you just want to use github.com and use the github.com website to handle the entire process for you, it's actually much easier. So here's what it looks like after you've submitted your pull request. Your pull request will start in the open status. You can see here this one's already merged, which means it's been accepted. It's been pushed into the preview repository. Soon it will be merged into the live website. You can see what GitHub did here for you was to automatically in the background create a fork and then create a branch here in Hiroshi's name as the user. And then the pull request includes the commit. You can see there in the red arrow, which is in the pull request log. The pull request can include many different commits for many different files. You'll see all that activity in the pull request log. The pull request log contains both automated and manually created messages, automation for the merge engine, all the commits, any conversation and notes from anyone who's been assigned. You'll receive an email anytime anyone uses your username with the @ symbol, and you can respond in conversation here at the bottom with a comment button. Once your pull request is created, both you and Microsoft can review the changes that you're suggesting here with the pull request. Click on the Files Changed tab that I have boxed in red, and this will show you an in-browser differential. Red is the old code, green is the new, and the changed characters are highlighted. Here we can see that someone has suggested a real simple typo fix, easy to approve. In fact, you may find that creating a pull request is easier than creating a Git issue. If you're trying to describe something, how something should change or be fixed, sometimes simply making the change here, it's moving 2 characters. Sometimes simply making the change yourself and proposing it in a PR is actually easier than trying to describe an issue accurately or clearly. If you still want to make more changes, like say you spot something else, you can issue another commit to the same pull request. Simply click on the 3 dots icon here and then click the edit file. Then you can submit another change to your same open pull request. But after you've submitted your pull request, you can sit back. We got it from here, and we'll let you know if we have any more questions or if we have a status update. So those are your 3 options. First, product feedback. That's for this product on feedback.azure.com. Then Git issues, and then you want to fix it yourself via a pull request. Now, which of these 3 is most helpful to Microsoft, and which of these 3 gives you contribution credit? Only the third option, the pull requests. That's actually what we want to see. Then after your pull request is in, give us a link on Twitter and say hi to us with that hashtag #PingMSFTDocs. You can use that on GitHub as well so that we can recognize you as a contributor on Twitter as well. So if you've contributed via a pull request and we merge your commit into the document, you'll get your GitHub picture and a link to your GitHub profile account at the top of the document. The folks listed here at the top of the article are those both inside Microsoft and external that submitted commits to the article. You only get your name and logo at the top of an article for a pull request, not just for an issue. And these contributions can be a part of your Microsoft MVP application or renewal activity. If you're not sure how it should change, just give it a shot. If it's not quite right or if it's not formatted perfectly, don't worry about it. We'll adjust that, but at least it gets fixed. At least you've drawn attention to the issue. For images, graphics, and charts, we have designers to help get images created and updated in a standardized way, so there's no need to break out an image editor yourself. Finally, capitalization. So capitalization of various features and products inside Microsoft is one of the most nuanced bits there is about publishing. Marketing always wins these arguments, regardless of how a product's documentation evolved throughout its development process. So for example, we just had a big series of pull requests come through to make a lot of capitalization changes. And about half of them were right. Some of them were misguided. So again, The task of capitalizing things is tricky enough when you have the information directly from the inside sources. So we'll handle a lot of that. Yes, if you spot inconsistencies between marketing content and documentation content and training content, you should know that we're regularly discussing that and working on that stuff internally. And don't be afraid to point something out. For example, the product names and product features and phrasing are difficult to get just right. And that's one of the trickiest parts when a generic word is part of a product name. So just because we have a product called Azure SQL Database or Azure Firewall, for example, it doesn't mean that every word database or firewall should now be capitalized. This is even more difficult for our international partners and customers because capitalization often means that a product or service name shouldn't be translated or should be translated in a specific way, but a lowercase common noun of the same term should be translated. That inconsistency in capitalization confuses translators, it confuses customers, so that consistency is important to us. And so it's part of our core goal and our brand voice to be above all simple and human. And if we can do better to meet that goal, let us know. So one last bit about contributions for localization issues, such as a translation issue. If you've got a translation issue to raise with a localized version of that documentation, those are actually submitted by email now. This process has changed within the last year. You can download an Outlook email template here at this link, aka.ms.docsite/lock-feedback. Submit your feedback in any language. It will be translated and routed to the correct localization team. If you've got a technical issue with an article and you're more comfortable submitting your issue in another language than English, no problem. Instead of creating an issue or a pull request in English, you can use that email template, that same email template at that link right there. It will be translated and then passed along to the proper content teams, like my SQL Docs team. Either way, thanks for contributing and making Microsoft Docs better for everyone, everywhere. All right, great. Are there any more questions right now?
No, I don't see anything on the comments.
Awesome. No worries. Thanks. We'll have plenty of time for questions at the end too. So now that you've seen how you can use GitHub to contribute to the docs, let's briefly show you some inside baseball. Let's talk about how we use GitHub for Microsoft documentation. So again, Microsoft Docs are edited in Markdown or YAML. We've already talked about Markdown. YAML is used for tables of contents and frequently asked questions articles where the format is better for SEO, search engine optimization. YAML is also a plain text markup language that's used for structuring or serializing data. So on the team, we spend most of our time using Visual Studio Code or Azure Data Studio to edit docs. We have other tools to help us with automated link checking, syntax, bulk updates, and a series of include files to tokenize things like product names. We have a rich set of metadata for each article, and we do pay attention to how articles perform in terms of search engine optimization and traffic patterns and trends, all driven through Azure Analytics and Custo queries. We try to improve poorly performing articles. We use many metrics to track the performance of an article, including, for example, if you copy text from an article or click the copy button on a code sample, that's good. We like that. Or if you click through, you scroll, how you dwell, the same kind of metrics that any website uses to track how effective a web page is without capturing any personal information or wider tracking information. For big article updates, we have systems to handle release branches for when we want to work on documentation for months and then release a new product all at once, like during a keynote. So here's some behind the scenes on how Microsoft Docs in Git works, specifically in GitHub, where all Microsoft documentation is managed. If you are new to Git and you don't understand this, don't worry. As I've explained, as contributors to the community, this is all managed for you through github.com. But if you are interested, this is a deep dive. So here's the basic GitHub workflow. A repository like SQL Docs is where the source is housed, and it's where the website engine pulls Markdown to present the live site to you in the website. A fork is a copy of the repository associated with your account up in GitHub. We each have created forks of the repository in our own GitHub accounts. To tell the two repositories apart, a common convention is to reference your remote fork as origin, and then the code base you eventually push to as upstream. These are called remote or remote names, and these are just common naming conventions. You can actually choose any name for your remotes. You'll have an origin and an upstream for each repository that you work in. A clone is a copy of a fork brought down locally. The files are copied to your workstation where you can make edits. So when then you go to make edits to a file or to add or remove files, you'll create a working branch that is relevant to the chunk of changes that you'll be making. You want a branch to contain only the changes for a specific issue or feature that you're addressing so that it can be treated as a block of changes to go back up the stream. So your work goes into a branch. Here the branch is just fix issue with the ISO date appended to the front. When you're done, first the branch is committed locally to your clone, still on your workstation. Then it's pushed to your origin in github.com. Now it's in the cloud, and it's in the fork of the code in your GitHub account. But Microsoft Docs still has no idea that you've done anything yet. You have to issue a pull request asking the Microsoft Docs repository to accept changes from your account's repository so that your changes can be merged in from the fork into the main repository. Now, to explain it a little closer to the reality of how we work internally, we actually have two repositories in the Microsoft Docs account. The SQL Docs repository drives the website, but like true professionals, we don't develop against production. We only develop in the preview repository, which is not visible to the public, so you don't have to worry about it. But this allows us, though, to work in and preview the merged state of our changes in an actual live website. The build process then to the live website occurs usually twice a day and is gated by a team of build reviewers. But when you click pull requests and issues, you don't have to worry about that. All of your workflow and the validation necessary occurs inside the public SQL Docs repo or Azure Docs repo. And again, this same Docs as code pattern applies to any Microsoft technology for any Microsoft documentation. Okay. If you're interested in learning more about Git or GitHub from Microsoft Learn, there's some great resources here. All right. Almost done. Let's talk a little bit about what's brand new in Microsoft Docs. So in February, we introduced a dynamic footer to every article, well, to a lot of articles, and SQL Docs was one of the first ones to get this new feature. This is dynamic recommended content in the footer of many articles, and the links in the content are determined by a machine learning solution based on a model that describes consumer behaviors with our documentation set. We've seen some really positive metrics tracking traffic to the recommended files so far. So we think this is helping people find what they need. I think it's pretty cool. So also new to Docs, you can add certifications to your login to docs.microsoft.com by permanently connecting your certifications profile from Microsoft Learn. You can go to your profile in Learn or Docs to get here, then go to certifications and click on the Connect Certification profile. You can get notifications then about your certifications renewals, and a lot more, including a link directly to Pearson VUE to schedule the exam that you're pursuing. Some upcoming events. Microsoft Build on May 25th is where developers, architects, startups, and students learn to connect code together, share knowledge, and expand their skill set while exploring new ways of innovating in tomorrow. And then later in July, Microsoft Inspire, the registration for that opens up after Build. All right. That's all the content I have. Again, if you have questions, if you have a pull request in there in GitHub, use that hashtag ping MSFT Docs. You can hit us up on Twitter at SQL Docs to bring attention to your pull request or just to wave hi to us and say you enjoyed our presentation. Any more questions right now?
I don't see anything on the comments. Thank you so much for the presentation, William.
Awesome. Well, I'll wrap up a little bit because I know the web stream is running behind. I'll give you back some time. Look, thanks, everybody. Looking forward to hearing from you on GitHub.
Thank you so much. Everyone will shortly start the next session. Hey everyone, welcome back to Cloud Lunch and Learn Marathon. We have David with us now, who is going to talk about Azure Media Services. Before I hand it over to David, I would like to remind everyone to go ahead and register and submit feedback for this session, and also register your attendance because there are many prizes for grab. So without further ado, I will hand it over to David. David, your screen is also up on the live feed now. So over to you.
Thank you, sir. Can you hear me fine?
I can.
Excellent. Let me start with my slides. My name is David. I work for Microsoft. I am going to talk today about Azure Media Services and how you can use it to stream audio and video to your audience. This is me. These are some links that you can go and look at. The first is my blog, and I do write about a lot of technical topics, including Azure Media Services. And I've got a couple of TV shows. One is Technology and Friends, which is where I interview smart people about technology. And the other is a screencasting show. And recently I've published a bunch of videos on this very topic, Azure Media Services. The final one is my Twitter and Instagram handle. Feel free to follow me there and ask your 280 character questions if you like. All right, we talk about streaming media, and by media I mean audio and or video. There's a lot of challenges to that. First, we need to get the video into a place where people can find it, publish it somewhere, like in the cloud, for example. And then once you have it there, in order for people to see it, your audience may have different hardware, different software players. They may require different size screens on which to view the video. They may have different bandwidths. For example, they may be connected over a high-speed internet connection in their office or in their home, or they might be walking around with a cell phone trying to do it. It'd be nice if you could customize your video streaming to meet those requirements. There's some security issues. You want to make sure your data is secure. It's only being shown to the people that you want to see it to. And then there are some options for analyzing your media after you do it. These are things like analyzing the speech and turning it into text. You can get a transcript that can show at the bottom of the screen as closed captioning. So hard of hearing people, for example, can enjoy your content. And then analyzing the video for what's in it. Maybe you want to recognize faces or objects that are in it, know when the scenes change. Maybe you want to do optical character recognitions. If there's text on the screen, you'd like to be able to recognize that and turn it into actual text and make that available to people. All sorts of things that can be done with media. Content Delivery Network is a really nice way of making video available all over the world by having copies of that video in different parts of the world, so there's less latency. And then, of course, live streaming, which is probably the most challenging of all these, and that means that what we're doing right now, I am talking to you, and in near real time, you're hearing and seeing exactly what I'm saying and doing. And I say near real time because obviously there's some latency. I'm here in Chicago, Illinois, and you may be anywhere. I don't know where you are. You might be halfway around the world. So there might be a little bit of latency, but still near real time, and we could do that. And all these things can be solved with Azure Media Services. Azure Media Services is a service built in Microsoft's cloud, which is known as Azure, and it allows you to manage your audio and video files, share them with others, and analyze them. Let's talk about the challenges I mentioned in the previous slide and how Azure Media Services can actually execute on those. Publishing a video. You've got a video either on your local hard drive or somewhere that's accessible to you but not to the world. There's a process for uploading it to Azure Media Services. And what Azure Media Services does is it puts it into Azure Storage. Azure Storage has been around a long time. It's highly scalable, and it's got lots of redundancy, so it's backed up. And then it keeps track of that. It keeps track of that as something called an asset. It says, okay, I've stored this video in this Azure Storage blob container, and I'm going to point to it with this asset. The next step is probably going to be to encode your video in a way that people can consume it. And by doing that, there are jobs that you can kick off in Azure Media Services. And there are parameters for that job to say, how do I want to encode it? What format and what size? Things like that. Analyzing the video is another job Azure Media Services will perform. You can take a video out of storage, run some job on it, and it'll do what you tell it to do. And that can be analyzing the speech and turning it into text to give you a transcript. It can be identifying objects. It can be doing optical character recognition, just about anything you want to do. And then it'll store a set of assets, generally as files, XML or JSON files or transcript files. It'll store those back into Azure Blob Storage so that you can use them later. I've mentioned the word assets a couple of times. This is the way that Azure Media Services integrates with Azure Blob Storage. Azure Media Services, when you're working with that, you will typically deal with a thing called an asset, but an asset under the hood is just pointing to a container in Azure Blob Storage. And a container can be thought of as a folder in a file system that contains files. Similarly, a container in Azure Blob Storage can contain files like MP4 files and JSON files. So here's a little picture I drew of that. An asset points to a container, and that container can contain a bunch of video files and audio files and text files, and maybe even some zip files that combine some of those files together so that you can download them, analyze them later, do what you need to do, play them, share them with others. And for each asset, there's a one-to-one correspondence. Each asset in Azure Media Services points to a single blob container in Azure Blob Storage. Streaming is is sharing your video with the world. And Azure Media Service has a way of doing that. It just simply takes the video out of storage and makes it available. You can create an endpoint that users can point to. You can embed that endpoint in an HTML video tag if you want to, put it on a web page. You can add it to your applications. But essentially, you're making that data available, that video or audio available to your users. And because it's Azure and because Azure is highly scalable, you can make it available simultaneously to many, many users. How many? If you get into the thousands or millions of users, you can simply scale out and add more instances to it. And you're renting assets, so you can pay for those as you use them. When your demand goes down, you can scale them back down. Just a typical advantage of using cloud computing. And the nice thing is that you don't have to limit yourself to one type of client. You can have different devices that are connected using different bandwidths, using different software and different hardware. That streaming is available to all of them. You can customize it the way that you want to. Live streaming means instead of pulling that video out of storage, we're going to be streaming it ourselves. So you'll have some sort of streaming software on your local machine where you're broadcasting your video. It'll point to Azure Media Services and go out to the world, streaming it in real time, or I should keep saying near real time because there is probably some latency. And then it also will scale out just like it would if it were a recorded, the saved video. And Azure Media Services, by default, will save a copy of that storage into Azure Storage, that video into Azure Storage, so that if you want to, you can make it available later on demand. If somebody missed your live meeting, they can watch it later. All right, those are my slides. Let's do a demo. Right here, I have Microsoft Azure. And if you don't have an Azure account, you can go to azure.com and grab a free account right here. I think there's like a 30-day free account, and it gives you a credit for how much you can spend on that. But that's available to you. Now, I do have an account, so I'm not going to do that. And I've already signed into that account. And this is the portal. This is where you do just about anything in Azure through the web browser. I've already created a couple of things. I created a resource group here. And the resource group is just a way of organizing together a bunch of services and assets in Azure so that you can manage them together. And one of the good reasons why I'll do this is a demo. When I'm done with this, I can just delete this resource group and it'll go away and it'll delete everything that's contained in that resource group. Right now, the only thing in that resource group is a storage account, which I created just about a half an hour ago. And that's just something, if you look over here under these containers, there's no containers here. I guess it's a default log container. There's an explorer here that you can see some things in here. I'm mostly interested in the blob containers here for storing large semi-structured data. But I created that ahead of time just to save some time for my demo. What I want to do now is to go back here and create a new resource. Let me do that again. Almost everything you do when you create something new, there's a big plus button, create a resource. That's how we get started. And I'm going to search for it, called Media Services. Click on that. I want to create an Azure Media Services account. I click the Create button here. That screen just told me what it was. I have multiple subscriptions. I'm going to make sure I have the one that I want to use here. That's this one. And for my resource group, I could, if I wanted to, create a new one right here. But as I said, I just created one a little while ago, and I called it CLL for Cloud Lunch and Learn, AMS for Azure Media Services, RG for resource group. So that's what I called it. And then I'm going to give the account an account name, CLLAMS, I'll call it. That'll be my Azure Media Services account. I'll put it in East US. That's fine. I'm in Chicago, Illinois right now. And the storage account, I could go in here and create a brand new one. But to save time, I said, you know what? I'm just going to use this one, CLLAMS storage, the one that I created a little while ago. And that's it, except for there's a little checkbox here that says, I promise not to share anything that I don't have rights to. I'm not going to share copyrighted, something that somebody else has rights to. So if I wanted to put the new Avengers movie in Azure Media Services, there may be some copyright laws that would prevent that. But I'm not going to do that. I'll just do some stuff that I have created. And now it's done. That was fast, like 5 seconds. Here I am. Here's my Azure Media Services account. You can see that I have, it's in this resource group. It's got one storage account. If I wanted to, I could add more storage accounts to it, but I won't do that. But the first thing I want to do is I want to provide some assets to it. And in fact, I have CNC test this right here. I have a video right there. It's a real short video. And it actually had some audio to it, in addition to this handsome fellow. And I've got to, I don't know how to move that out of the way. There we go. Play it again. I'm not sure if you can hear that audio, but he was saying something. So let me close that. And I'm going to add this. I'm going to publish this video to Azure Media Services. And the way that I do that is here in my Azure Media Services account page. I go down to Assets. And of course, I have no assets yet. I've just created this account. So I will upload an asset. And it says here that I want to, which storage account I want to use. I only have one, so that's no choice there. And let me do this C. Here we go. It's right there. And I'm going to just grab that right there and say this. I'll give it a name. I don't like that name. I'll call it DG because those are my initials. And there's some rules about what I can name it. I'll just say DG original. This is the original video that I want to upload. And once again, it's saying, yeah, do I have rights to this? I'm not uploading a Batman movie or something like that. This is my video. I'm the one in it. I'm comfortable with that. And you can see right here, it's uploading it. It shouldn't take very long because it's a pretty small video. But in a few seconds, there we go. I'm done. And there is an asset right there. You can see there's a little bit of information about it, the Azure Media Service associated with. It's in a storage container right here. And if I click on that, it should take me right to the Azure storage. Oh, looks like there's an issue with that. But what I'll do instead is I will just go to the storage container itself, which is in my resource group called CLL, which is in the wrong. Let me do that again. Oh, I see what's wrong. I'm in the wrong login. Make sure I'm the right Azure tenant. Here we go. So if I go into the storage account right here, I should see under containers, there is a new container right here, with this long cryptic name right here. But in that container, if I open it up, you'll see there's my MP4 file. Just one file in here. It's just the file that I uploaded. That's that one-to-one relationship I said between this asset and this container, which happens to only have one file. Okay. The next thing I want to do is I'd like to encode this video. And to do that, let me go back to my Azure Media Services. I'm going to create a job for that. And I can do it here or I can do it here, create a job. It'll ask me things. What's the name of the input asset that I'm going to use? I can upload a new one right here, or I could just select an existing one. I'm going to do the only one that I have, select that. All right, and then I'll give this transform a name. I'll call it transform, or I'm sorry, I'll call it encode EG transform. How about that? And I could put a description there if I wanted to. And transforms, there are a few different types of transform. I'm going to be doing encoding right now. Later on, I'll show you how to do some analysis, which these three things are. That's all I'm going to do right now, encoding. And then it says when I select encoding, it changes what this is right here. And I have some options here. I could say, you know what, do I just want to do certain resolutions, or do I want to do certain formats? I like adaptive streaming, and that'll actually encode it in multiple resolutions so that if people wanted to connect to it with large screens and fast internet, they can get the high resolution one, or if they want to look on their cell phone and they're just connected over their AT&T network, and then maybe they could use that as well. So we'll have some options for doing that. So the output asset, I don't like that name. I'll call this one DG-encoded. How about that? Put it in that storage account. The job name, I'll call it, what I call this one up here, encode DG job. So the transform is I'm going to set up these options here, and I can run those options multiple times by selecting the transform later on. Each time I run it, it's called a job. So I'll just call it job 1. I may write it again later on. And I can set a priority, high, medium, low. What the heck? Let's set it to high. We're high priority folks, right? Create that job and run through it. And if I look down here under jobs, transforms, you can see, let's see, where's it? Job ad. Let me link to it here. Here we go. Here's the job right here. And you can see that it's running. It's processing. It's not quite done yet. Here it is right here. Let's wait until it's finished. And this typically takes 30 seconds or so. Come on. Let me hit refresh jobs. Oh, it was done. It just didn't auto refresh. So now it's done. And because it's done, if I go back to the Azure Media Service, which is right here, then I should see a new asset. And there it is. This is my new asset, DG encoded right here. And it is pointing to the same storage account as here, but it's pointing to a different container. Now, if I refresh this, now you see we have two containers. There was the original one and a new one, asset 15B908 something. This one right here contains a bunch of files. Right here, a bunch of MP4 files, and then some MPI. These are binary files with some metadata, and a JSON file with some metadata. All of this information right here. Okay, so now I've encoded it in a bunch of formats. And if you look closely at it, you can see in the name of the file, it gives you a hint as to the size of the file: 1024 by 576, 320 by 180, 480 by 270, and so on. So this is a clue that if they have a small screen and low bandwidth, they'd probably want to use this one. If they have high bandwidth and a big screen, they probably want to use this one right here. All right. Next thing, now that I have it encoded, now I can make it available. I can stream it. And that's really what I've been working toward all along. And the way that I can stream it is that I will, in this encoded video here, see down here, we have a streaming URL. I want to create one of those. So I'll click on Create New right here. I could also do it up here, but I'll do it here. Create New, and I'll give it a name. I'll call it DG Streaming locator. And here it asks me, what kind of streaming do I want to do? Do I want to do just clear streaming? Do I want to just allow people to download it? Do I want to have some security on it, so where they have to have a key to view it? I like to do, let's just not worry about the key on here right now, but I want to support both streaming and downloading. So if clients want to do either one of those, they can. They're both supported. And then there's an expiration. There's always an expiration for these videos, but by default, you can see it's 100 years in the future. It's pretty darn far out. If you want to change that and say, this is only going to be available for the next 6 hours because I've got a subscription service, you could do that as well, by setting a date time right here. And everything else I'll just leave as a default, and I'll click on add, and this will add a streaming locator. And you can see that, first of all, there's a URL right here. I think if I go to the end of it, it's a /manifest file. And if I look on the locator, there's actually a bunch of URLs here. Let's see. Here we go. Let's try that again. And it is streaming. Okay. Oh, here I want to start the start stream. I haven't started that. That's why. I need to start the streaming endpoint. So I've created it here. That's not enough. I actually need to start it. And there it is. So that's pretty cool. But this is inside of the Azure portal. You're not going to give people access to your Azure portal. You want to put it somewhere else. There's a couple of ways you can do that. So now if I click on View Locator, I should see some more files here. So for example, if I go down to here, there are some JSON or some MP4 links right here for 1024 by 576, different resolutions. I can copy that and just paste that URL into here, into my browser. Azure Media Services are fun and awesome. And view it that way. That's one way to do it. And this is supporting downloading. So if they want to save the video, they certainly can do that as well. Or I can embed it in my app or in my web page using this file here, or using this manifest right here. This right here is the same as this URL right here, ends in /manifest. And the way I'll do that is I actually have a HTML page right here. I'm going to copy and paste it here. Here's my version control. Call this play it -CLL. How about that? I'll open this up here. Open it in Notepad here. And this is just a video tag, an HTML video tag right here, and some JavaScript that allows me to manipulate a little bit. This is all out in Azure. But this video URL is not filled in. I will fill that in, and I'll fill it in with, where is it? This right here. Let's try that as the source. Save that. And now if I play this, open this up right here. Oh, down there. Azure Media Services are fun and awesome. So now it's actually part of my web page. I've got a H1 tag and an H2 tag. It's a pretty simple web page, but you can see you can style it the way you want to. Add some CSS, add some fancy designs to it. Make it branded as your own. All right, so that's streaming. Oh, and also I didn't mention this right here. Notice there are different formats. Right now it's auto, and I'm connected. I'm hardwired to a fast connection, so it's probably doing the really this 1080p 394. It's probably doing this one here. But if I were on a cell phone, it might do something like this, and I could play it again. Azure Media Services are fun and awesome. It's kind of hard to tell, but this is a lower resolution video than the one I showed before. Okay. Let's do some analysis now, some analytics. All right, I'll go back to my Azure Media Services, and I'm going to do the analytics. I could do it on the encoded one, but it makes sense to do it on the original one. I want to analyze it. I want to do things like analyze faces in it and, speech to text. I could do optical character recognition, but there's really no text in there. But the way I do this is I create a new job. I've already created one job for encoding it. I'm going to add another job. And this one, I'm going to do a new transform. I'm going to call this one, what did I call the last one? I don't remember. Encode DG, yeah, I'll say analyze DG transform. Give it a description there. And instead of just selecting encoding, I could do an audio transcription, which essentially just says take the speech and turn it into text in a standard format for closed captioning, or do face detection, or this one right here, which does these two things plus a bunch of other stuff. So that's what I'm going to select, is this one right here to show you everything. I want to do both the video and the audio. Azure Media Service is pretty good about detecting language if you don't tell it, but I already know that I'm speaking English in this video and that I'm speaking United States English. So I'll give it that clue. That'll be a little bit more accurate that way. And then the at set, I'll call it DG-analytics. Put it in the same storage account. And the job name, I'll call it analyze DG job 1. How about that? Make that a high priority also. We're worth it, right? Yeah, we are. So job added, it's right here, and it's running, processing, right there. So if I come back over here, where I saw before that didn't auto refresh, if I refresh this a few times, then it's going to look at that video and start pulling out frames and doing, I told it to do everything. I want transcript, I want face recognition, I want sentiment analysis, I want emotion analysis. The difference between the two is that emotion analysis looks at the facial expression, and it will say, oh, this person looks happy, or this person looks angry or sad, whereas sentiment analysis looks at the text itself and says, oh, these words, they're positive words or they're negative words. So that's the difference. Even though they're kind of related, there is a difference between the two. We'll do a few other things as well. Once it's done analyzing, it should take less than a minute. This is a good time if anybody has questions. I think I can see questions over here, right?
I don't see any questions in the comments so far.
No worries. I guess I must be explaining it absolutely perfectly then. All right, so I refresh this. I bet it's done. It is done. Okay, finished. So now there's the job is done right here, and I can go to the asset and go back to my Azure Media Service right here, and this will create a third asset called DG Analytics. Right here, there's a little bit of metadata about it, this one it's in an Azure blob storage container called asset-39A4 or something. I'll go over here and refresh. Let's go back over to list of containers. This one right here, a new container was just created, and here it is. And you can see in here, there are things like, there's annotations and content moderation, emotions, all these JSON files, which has information about the video itself. And then they also has thumbnails. These zip files contain some thumbnails which is smart enough to say, where is the main subject in these images? And if it changes over time, this was just a static, just a person's head. So it would zoom in on the head would be a good thumbnail for that. What else is in here? Content matter. They could use this for finding inappropriate content and whether or not there's any adult content in your video. Maybe there's some nudity in video. That's really important to you. You want to analyze that. Maybe you didn't provide this video. Maybe somebody else is allowed to upload it, and before you publish it, you want to make sure that it's okay, that there's no dirty movies in here. Well, you could automate that using content moderation. It'll give you a score to say, this is potentially adult content. There's optical character recognition is in here, rolling credits, which is related to that, but it's designed to actually, as the text is moving, to read it. And of course, the transcript right here. So what I'm going to do, I actually have a tool called Azure Storage Explorer that I'm going to open up right here. This is a free tool you can download. And I've attached it to my Azure account right here, and it lets me look at these storage accounts right here. Here's my blob containers, and I think this one right here was the one that contained all the analysis. So what I can do is I can just grab all these things here and download them, and I'll put them into a new folder called CLL analysis. Right there. It's easy to view all these. It'll tell me in a second. There it is. And there's my folder right here. And this will let you look at some of these things. So I think the easiest way to look at it is if I go open up Visual Studio Code, then I can open up a folder right here and view all these files at once. Don't save those. And you can see that here's the annotations JSON. You get an idea for what's going on. And most of these will have this. There'll be fragments. It'll be a start and a duration. So this thing started at 0.0 and went on for, I think, 3.9 seconds. Is that what it is? And this one is doing things like finding a face and a person. It's doing some analysis. It found some text. It must have been something on the poster behind me. Clothing, man, all sorts of keywords. And notice it also has a confidence level. It is 93% sure that it saw a man, and that man had a beard and had glasses. 91% sure the man was wearing glasses, and so on like that. Events going on. What else? So we got a lot of things like that. Here's the content moderation piece right here. And this gives a score. And to say, is it adult content or racy content? I always get these two mixed up. I think the adult content refers to the amount of skin that's shown. So if somebody shows up in a bikini, it would have a high adult score, but not necessarily a high racy score. A high racy score is actually dirty pictures. The closer these are numbers from 0 to 1. The closer to number 1, then the more likely it is it actually contains pornography. And it does this score for various times, starting here for that interval, various times throughout the video. That's a pretty short video, so only for 2 of them. But as scenes change, it will analyze it again. You'll get more scores than that. What else is in here? Emotions. This will actually look at facial expressions and give you a score. There's, I think, 6 or 7 potential facial expressions: anger, fear, joy, neutral, and sad. I guess 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 5 of them. And also same thing with vocal results, the tone of the voice, not the words, but the tone. And it gives a score from 0 to 1. So it looks like by far the highest score is 69%. I'm sorry, 0 to 100, I guess it must be for this one. And so higher scores tend to be more likely. And this one here, I guess I didn't even think about this. I looked joyful, but I sounded sad. Interesting. And that's just for the first part of it. There's in here different faces. Format that. There's only one face in here, but there are multiple faces. You'd be able to see them. If there were celebrities, you could have it identify celebrities. Even here's a thumbnail. You can see that it was smart enough to say, you know what, this is the most interesting part of that is a human face. There's only one face in here. And if that face had been off to the left somewhere, it would have cropped it that way as well. Insights, all sorts of information that you can grab from this. This one is a combination of multiple things here. And metadata. Optical character recognition. I don't think there was any text to see. It looked like, there was a poster behind me, and I tried to, but the poster is, I've moved my camera since I recorded that. So it's got some stylized print with some artwork running through it. So it says Montreux, Detroit International Jazz Festival. So, but it's kind of stylized. So I thought it didn't recognize it as English. And there are no rolling credits, so there's nothing in there. Well, this is interesting. This is the transcript. And these are standard formats for transcripts. One is this XML language, this called TTML, and this other one is its own proprietary, this one right here, thing called WebVTT. And so you can use either one of these as you're doing closed captions, the text that would appear at the bottom of the screen. And if it's wrong, let's say this it came out just fine, you can change it. Or if you wanted to split this up into multiple sentences, instead of just going from 0 to 7, you could say the first 3 seconds he said Azure Media Services, and the next 3 he said are fun and awesome. You can just edit this. It's just a text file. So all kinds of cool things you could do with this. In fact, why don't I show how to do some closed caption using that transcript file. Let's do that. I'll go back over here. And in order to do closed captions, I have to have the transcript file in the same folder as my video. So that's what I need to do. I need to take, where's my video file? My video asset is this one right here. And it's in the asset EA5C8 container. So if I go back over to EA5, this one right here, this is my, oh, I don't want that one. I'm sorry, I want the one, this one right here. This contains all of my videos. This is the different formats, different resolutions video. This is better. So I want to put it in this container right here. And I can do that. I'll just upload. I'll grab that file from AMS CLL Analyst. These two files, either one of these files will work. I'll put them both in here just because. All right. So now I've uploaded somewhere on here. Down at the bottom here are these 2 transcript files. I'll just worry about this transcript.vtt. That's the format I typically use just because I find it easier to read. And I can add that now. Remember this right here. I can add it. I have a video tag and it had a source in here, but I also have commented out here. I have a track tag. This is just a standard HTML tag that's part of the video tag. And what I want to do is add this transcript.vtt, but it's not in this folder. This is the folder I was doing yesterday. It's actually in this folder. Make sure it's in the same folder. Copy that and add that right here. Save that. And now what should happen is if I go back over to this, there it is, it's still there, and refresh. Azure Media Services are fun and awesome. Pretty awesome, eh? And I can play around with that. Just because I said I could, I'll go into this transcript VTT and I'll change it to say from 0 to, I'm going to guess here, 3.000, and make that 3 to the end. I'll just split it up into 2 sentences here and re-upload that VTT file just to demonstrate the fact that I can grab where's my VTT? This one right here, which I just changed. All right, overwrite file if it already exists, upload it. Good. And then come back over here and I'll do a Control F5. Hopefully that'll. Azure Media Services are fun and awesome. So you can actually change these things. They're just text files. It's one of the reasons I like the VTT file. It's very simple to understand and human readable. Okay. So for this analysis, I think you could start thinking about some ways that you could use this. You could, for example, have analyzing videos to determine whether or not there's anybody that walks into a room that's supposed to be empty. You can even do facial recognition and say if somebody walks in, are they the right people that are expected to be in that room? Are they authorized to be there? Think analysis like that. Well, I'll pause for questions. Are there any questions? That sounds like a no. Okay. The last thing I want to show is live streaming. Now, live streaming, in order to do live streaming, you'll have to have some software on your local computer to do broadcasting. And I downloaded this free piece of software called Wirecast. Well, it's not. I downloaded the free version of Wirecast, actually. And you can do this here. I'm a cheapskate, so I didn't pay for it. But right here, it's telestream.net is where you find it, and you can download it. And there's a trial version. It's good forever, but the limitation is that every once in a while, it puts a watermark on your screen, and then like every 10 seconds or so, it says, "Welcome to Wirecast," or something annoying like that. So it's not great. The free version wouldn't work for a commercial thing, but for demos, it's fine. All right, so I'll create an empty document here. Looks like the newer version, but I don't care about that now. And the way it works, you don't have to use Wirecast. You can use any streaming software you want, but this one works fine. Is I come in here and there are layers here, and I'll add a layer to capture. I'll try doing video capture. I'm actually going to do a video capture while I am also using it for this. That is not going to work because I am using my camera already for the StreamYard. So let me get rid of that. How do I get rid of this? Clear layer. Okay. Let me instead I'll do a screen capture. How about that? There we go. Add that right there. And how do I get rid of this? Right click, change source, replay, edit. Oh, delete that shot. There we go. So I'll just do a screen capture instead. And you can do other things as well if you want. You can do add specific files, grab images from your computer or overlays or backgrounds. There's other things you can do here. So I have this, and I want to, this is the preview. And if I want to move it over here to live, I do that. Okay, so this is how it works, is that what you should see is that I'm moving it around. You can see that the live version is doing there. Oops. And let me mute this so I don't get the feedback. And in order to integrate this with Azure Media Services, I need to create a live event. So let me go back to my Azure Media Services in the portal. In here and down here, you can see live streaming right there. Right here, I'm going to add a new live event. I'll give it a name. I'll call it CLL-live event. And I won't do any encoding here. If you wanted to, you can encode it in certain formats. Our RTMP is a pretty standard format, or standard protocol rather. I don't really need to do anything specific here. All these are good. And right here I say I have rights to broadcast what I'm doing. Click on review and create. It'll tell me if I did anything wrong. And if I haven't, then this will be enabled. I'll be able to create it. And this will create the live event. And once I have created it, refresh that, there it is. Then I want to start it. And I can put it in standby mode if I want to, if the event is not ready to actually broadcast what I'm doing through Wirecast. But I'm going to start it right here. It takes just a few seconds to start up. Right here. And then this endpoint right here, I'm going to need that. I'm going to tell Wireshark where to send this. So in my output settings, these are the output for Wireshark. I'm going to say it's an RTMP server. And this address right here is where I'm going to send it. Okay. So now that I've done that, then I can start output broadcasting. And my broadcast, I will broadcast from my local machine through Wirecast to the endpoint that is Azure Media Services. And I should be able to see it right here. Sometimes it doesn't refresh right away. So I'll hit the browser's refresh button right here. And there it is. And so it's a little bit behind. There is some delay here, but yeah, so as it's changing, and if I click on that and come back to that, you should be able to see as it's moving around, and it puts this, as I said, this annoying little watermark on there. But that's okay. It's just a demo. And then you can see that there is a URL right here. And I can use that. What is that here? Now I can use that in here. So I don't need the this transcript anymore, but I want to change this. Instead of saying, show me that video, oops, copy this and put this as my source. Now I don't want a video that's showing my stored video, my saved video. I want to show my live video here in this right here. So I'll refresh this, and now it should be showing this live video. And just so we have something interesting to see, I'll kind of change the screen a little bit and move it around. And you can see that thing happening, which is a few seconds of delay, but it's actually showing live video here. All right. So I am done with that demo. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to be responsible, and I'm going to go back in here into my live event, and I'm going to stop it. And the reason I'm going to stop it is because this spends money. Okay, I don't have the exact numbers, but one thing that you should know about Azure, in fact, I think this is true of every cloud platform. Storage is cheap. Compute is expensive. Compute is much more expensive than storage, and streaming video is compute. So while you have this streaming video service running, it's going to be costing you money, much more money than it is just to have videos sitting in storage. So you want to be cognizant of where you're spending your money. And right now I'm done with that demo, so I definitely wanted to stop that. Okay, so back to my slides. I think my demos are done. I have one more demo I could show, but let me see where we are at time first. These are things to think about. I just mentioned this. Stop streaming your endpoints when they're not needed, because that's where you tend to spend most of your money. That's the most expensive part of it, is streaming. So be cognizant of that. There is an API that you can use if you wanted to automate that process. There's both a REST API, and then there are SDKs for various languages. So you could code that if you want to. If you wanted to have something like, let's say you're broadcasting some sporting event, and the soccer game starts at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and it's going to go for 2.5 hours, but it might go extra time, then you might set it for 3 hours and automatically turn off after 3 hours, something like that. Think about your audience. When you're encoding these things, what kind of devices do you need to support? A broad audience, or do you need to support just a narrow audience that everybody's using the same device, they have the same network connection? Just take that into account. Think about security, and this is my presentation. Are there any questions?
I guess no, I don't see anything on the comments.
How are we for time?
I think we are doing pretty good.
I could show one more demo if people want to see one more demo.
Sounds good. Go ahead.
Okay, this is something that I was just playing around with yesterday, and it is called the Custom Vision AI. And it is under the hood. This is free. You can go to customvision.ai right here. You got to spell it right, though. All right, so customvision.ai, and sign in. And I agree to whatever that says. And I'm sorry, not custom vision. Excuse me. It's I'm using videoindexer.ai. That's what I wanted to show you. And you can sign in here. I have a Microsoft account, so I'll do this one right here. And it cached my credentials because I was working with this yesterday. And what you can do here is I actually played around with this like 4 years ago, and I started playing around again this week. Is you can upload a video, browse for a file right here, and I think I have, where is it? This video right here. Open that, give it a name. Lunch and learn. Specify the language, whether you want it to be private or public. This box here, this tool there's some rules right now. Microsoft has said they're not going to share this tool with law enforcement unless law enforcement has agreed to not use it for nefarious purposes, and use it for tracking down political enemies or something like that. And so there's some rules about that Microsoft set in place. So that's really what this says. And then you can upload it. And I'm not going to upload it here. I just want to show you how this thing works. Well, actually, can I upload it? Yeah, you could run it in the background. It takes only about a minute to upload, then it takes about 20 minutes to actually analyze that. This is just a 10-minute video. So what I want to show you instead is go back to here. I did this yesterday or maybe the day before. And if I give you this, let me show you this video. This will show it to you. This was a... I'll turn the audio off on this. But this is a video I did of a charity event that I was involved in 11 years ago, and which people were writing code for charities. And it does, what's interesting about this, it's got a lot of people in it, it's got a lot of spoken words in it, and it's got a lot of different scenes. So I jump ahead, there's a different scene with different people speaking and so on. I'll just keep jumping ahead here. And now that when I do that, after about 20 minutes of analysis, here's what it came out with. It found 45 different people. It'll actually figure out if there's somebody famous, it'll guess. Now this person here is not PJ Hill, the American football player. I don't really know what PJ Hill looks like, but apparently he looks kind of like that. And this is Josh Holmes because I added him in here. This is not Richie Woodhull, the boxer. This is my friend Michael. And this is an unknown person. I know who it is, but Azure didn't know who it was. All these people here, it didn't know who they were, so it didn't give them a name, but it knew that this person is different from that person. So identified a lot of faces, identified the 40-some faces in here. And so if you wanted to find them, in fact, if you click on, let's click on Josh right here. He appears here, and he appears here again, and he appears here, which is really impressive because look, that's him right there. That's just the corner of it. That's his ear. It still recognized him. Maybe because of his shirt. I don't know. Very cool. It does things like different topics. You can see work and people. Here's where people are. They're talking about people. Here's where they're talking about working. Different labels. There's some human faces on almost all these. Men are here. I guess it must be women. Must be in here somewhere. Named entities. Here's some place locations. Here's some people. They mentioned somebody named Phil at this point. Emotions that it detected. This is emotions in faces. You can also do, it also does, it's not showing it here, but it did analyze it. Sentiments, which is actually analyzing the words, saying whether there's a positive sentiment or another negative sentiment. Scenes, it knew when I changed the scene. You can see each one of these is a different place. I turned the camera off, I turned it on again, and actually even within the scene, you can see there are different shots within that particular scene. And then keyframes, which you could use for thumbnails if you wanted to. Very cool. So all of the stuff here, and transcripts as well. Let's see. There's the transcript right there, down here. This is kind of low quality audio, so I noticed it didn't do a great job of that, but it's pretty good. And then I can download this whole thing. Either the source video, the captions file, or the whole thing, just the entire zip file, and unzip it right here. And I think I did that yesterday, and I should be able to save it at, I think it was, save that. File, open, recent. Was it here? I guess not. I just downloaded it again though, so I will find it. So I just downloaded it, or I thought I did download JSON. It's here. Oh, it's right here. So if I save this, let me do a save as here. It displays in the browser because JSON is a MIME format that it knows. Oh, there it is. Video index or AI. I already have it from the same video yesterday. So I'll go down to here and just open this up in Visual Studio Code because it's a JSON file, and I can right click and say format document. And you can see that in here, there is all kinds of information about that video that you could do, parse this out, analyze it. And if you wanted to know, here's all the faces in here. And it did misidentify this guy as PJ Hill. Even get a biography of who PJ Hill is, and who this boxer Richie Woodhull. But it wasn't them. This guy is Michael, that guy that I know. The other one I don't know. Things like various when each face appeared on here. If you wanted to look for emotions down here, there's a whole section on emotion. Joyous people started here, ended there. Started here and ended there. All the emotions on here. People that looked afraid. I guess there's some people looking afraid in here. People look sad. Audio effects. Let me see the scenes. You want to split out the scene? We've got a request recently for somebody said if somebody says that they like the 2 minute and 17 second of this video, then we want to pull out the part of the scene that's in, because maybe there's something that started at 2 minutes and went to 2 minutes and 30 seconds. If they like something in the middle there, we're going to pull out that entire 30 seconds. And this would help us. We could then find out where that 217 point is, which scene it is, and where it starts and where it stops, things like that. So all sorts of information that's available here without writing any code, which is really amazing. So I just wanted to leave you with that. And also, I'll show you, if you go to aka.ms/gcast, G for GR, that's me, cast for screencast. Right here, there's a bunch of videos, and the one that I just published today was the demo that I just showed you using the Video Indexer AI tool. So I'll share that with you here. And if you look back here, episodes 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107. So these, 6 videos? These are the demos that I showed you as well. How to working with Azure Media, encoding a video and sharing a video online in an HTML page, analyzing a video, audio transcription, live streaming. All of those demos are here in this YouTube channel. Go ahead and subscribe. I can always use more subscribers. And I think we're right at 60 minutes now. So I'm going to turn it back over to your host.
Awesome. Thank you, David. Thank you so
That was
much
fun.
for the wonderful session. And we have our next speaker in as well, Michael. Hey, Michael, welcome.
Can I just say that Michael has an epic beard?
He do.
Thank you.
All right, thanks once again, David.
Thank you, sir.
So, hey, everyone, if you are joining us just now, just wanted to remind a couple of quick things. I will be posting a registration attendance link in the comments shortly, which will take you to a form that will include feedback form for the session for Michael. So if you have given a feedback for David's session, I will encourage you to give the feedback for Michael's session as well. And also the attendance is recorded and tracked across the event, and there are prizes up for grab based on how many sessions you attend. So keep attending more and more sessions so that your chances are higher for winning prizes.
Fabulous prizes?
That's like right, fabulous. Yeah. All right, with that, our next speaker, as I said, is Michael. He is going to talk about privileged endpoints for Azure Stack Hub. And with that, I'll hand it over to you, Michael.
Thank you very much. All right, thanks everyone for joining. As you've said, we're going to talk about best practices for using the privileged endpoint for Azure Stack Hub. Before we dive into it, just a little bit about myself. I'm an engineering technologist with Dell Technologies. I'm a part of a global team that is part of product engineering for the Azure Stack family of products, focused on Azure Stack Hub and Azure Stack HCI. If you have any questions during the session, please feel free to ask away. And if there's anything that comes up after the session, you can always reach out to me on Twitter at SQLTechMike. Right, so what we're going to cover, what is the privileged endpoint? So connecting to the privileged endpoint, what's the best way to do that? Once you've connected, how best to use it, and then tips for how to properly close the privileged endpoint. So first thing, what is the privileged endpoint? So it is a GIA shell that's used to allow secure access to elevated administrative functions for Azure Stack Hub. So as a cloud operator, somebody responsible for managing Azure Stack Hub, most of your day-to-day is going to be spent within the Azure Stack Hub portal or through Azure PowerShell, Azure CLI. That being said, there are certain functions that require you to step inside to an elevated session into this privileged endpoint. And one of those actions is something we refer to as breaking glass, which is when you're working with Microsoft support to troubleshoot something with the internals. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. But there's a number of other functions within the privilege endpoint as well. Things like setting the time server, getting information, checking update status, things like that. So what is GIA? GIA stands for Just Enough Administration. It was introduced as a toolkit in PowerShell 4 and was actually built into PowerShell with PowerShell 5. The idea behind GIA is to stop giving admin rights to users, right? By creating a GIA shell, you can grant somebody access to this shell with a certain profile that allows for specific elevated actions, right? So instead of giving domain admin privileges to somebody who needs the ability to reboot a server, you can create a specific profile that says people that can connect to this endpoint can reboot the following servers, right? So you don't have to give blanket administrative privileges. You have much more granular control, right? And then everything that's done within that GIA shell is logged for auditing purposes. Why does this matter? Admin accounts are a huge attack surface, right? They are a prime target for external attackers. And there is always the possibility that an administrative account can be misused by an internal actor, right? So by leveraging GIA shells, you create a more secure environment. Just to give you an idea of a GIA shell in action. So on the left-hand side, I have the Windows Server 2019 system. This happens to be the host for Azure Stack Development Kit. Right, so when you do a simple git command in an administrative PowerShell session, pipe that to measure object, you get over 4,800 different commands that are available to you. Right, just going into the privileged endpoint and running that same command, I have 60 commands that are available. Right, so those are the 60 commands that have been explicitly whitelisted by that privileged endpoint service profile. All right, so now that we understand what the privileged endpoint is, the first thing we need to do before we attempt to connect to it is we need to make sure that the privileged endpoint is in the trusted host list for the computer that I'm connecting from. So generally within Azure Stack Hub system, excuse me, I said the magic word and my echo woke up. With a multi-node system, this is generally going to be what we refer to as a privileged access workstation or an operator access workstation. This is a machine that is used explicitly for cloud operator management functions and has been given access to the privileged endpoint through the ACLs on the top of rack switches. Right. So first thing you do, check WSMan to see if your privileged endpoint IP is in the trusted hosts list. The system that I'm going to be showing you is an ASDK. Because it's an ASDK in a lab environment, the trusted host is wide open with just the value of star, right? but that's not something you would use in a production system. In a production system, you would explicitly list the IP address for, IP addresses for the privileged endpoints. And if you're managing multiple scale units from the same workstation, you would have comma-separated lists covering all of the privileged endpoint or ERCS IP addresses, right? An important thing to note, if you do have to add your IP addresses to that list, there is a concatenate switch. If you do not use that switch, it will overwrite the existing entries. If you use the concatenate switch, it will add them onto the existing entries. So just keep that in mind. You usually don't want to just blanket overwrite the values that are already there. Usually adding them to the end of the list or adding them to the existing list is the preferred option. So just keep that in mind with that concatenate switch. All right, now that we have trusted the privileged endpoint, next thing we're going to do is connect to the privileged endpoint. So in the documentation, the way they recommend doing this is to call get credential to store those credentials in a variable, and then call new PS session, pass that credential into the commandlet, and store that session as a variable. I don't like doing it this way, so I recommend making the following change. Don't store get credential in a variable, right? Just instead of passing that variable into the credential, you can just specify the username and it will prompt you for the password of that username when you run that command. All right. And let's just take a quick look at how that would work. Right, so I'm coming over here and I'm going to say session equals new PS session. My computer name is the ERCS endpoint that I'm connecting to. Because this is an ASDK, I'm going to use the name. In a multi-node configuration, I would use the IP address directly. Right? I'm connecting to the privileged endpoint. I've passed in my username for that credential. And when I hit enter here, it's going to prompt me for that password. Right, and you'll see some connection stuff take place. And once I get back to the prompt, there I am. I have a new session. So you can see get PS session. I have my session open and available. So why do I make the change? Number one, it's simpler, right? I have it in one line. I don't have to declare the separate variable, which means the credentials are no longer stored around. And there's no risk of that variable being used to leak those credentials, right? When would I store credentials in a variable? If I need to reuse those credentials later, right? But when I'm creating a PS session, I'm using the credentials at the time I create the PS session, and that's it. I don't need to reuse them. I don't need to re-enter them. So there really is no point keeping them around in a variable. So I just prefer to do it this way. Okay. Now we've got our session. Now what are we going to do with it? So now that we have a session, we have three options for being able to run commands against that session. Right? The first one is going to be invoke command. This is great when you want to run a single command. If you're doing things that are more complex than that, it gets a little more confusing. Structuring the commands can be a little difficult. You don't have helpful things like tab completion because you're passing your command into the script block parameter of the invoke command commandlet. And then if you have to pass variables into that, because you're passing variables in through a script block, you have to use the using statement. It just gets a bit more complicated. So if I was going to run a single command and immediately receive the output from that, invoke command is great because then I don't have to jump into a session and then jump back out of a session again. But anything more complex than that, I really wouldn't use it. The next one is PS session. Enter PS session. Enter PS session puts you directly into that PowerShell session. So when I go into that, I'm connecting directly into the privileged endpoint, and I have access to only what the privileged endpoint has access to. Right? And this is where you would see that only having those 60 commands available. Right? The privileged endpoint is incredibly locked down by design. So those things that you take for granted in a normal PowerShell session, things like being able to do tab completion for commandlet names and parameter names and variable names and things like that, they don't exist when you use enter PS session. So it becomes a bit more cumbersome to work in. Enter PS session I would generally only use if I knew I was going in to break glass, right? Because when you enter PS session, when you're going to break glass, it's 2 commands, right? It's going to be get support session token, and then unlock support session. And then once I've done that, I've broken glass, and now I have additional rights within that privileged endpoint. I'm not restricted by that GS shell anymore, and I have my tab completion back and the ability to do other things. So that's generally the only time I would use enter PS session. What I do the vast majority of the time is import PS session, right? What this does is it imports that remote session into your current PowerShell session. And you'll see this in a moment, but when you do that import, it's actually going to import those commands as a temporary module, right? So you'll have all of the commands that the privileged endpoint has available to it imported into your session as a module, and then you can immediately use them, and you retain things like tab completion and the ability to do something like pipe to select object. Right, so it's a much more flexible way of doing things, and you have the ability, the full power of PowerShell at that point to be able to do some really cool things, which we'll see here. So let's go ahead and take a look inside. All right, so I have my PowerShell session. First thing I'm going to do is show you an example of invoke command. So I'm going to do invoke command against the session that I just created, and the script block is I'm going to pass in the command that I want to execute. So I'm going to call get Azure Stack stamp information. You see there's a lot of data coming back out of this. All right. So let's restrict some of that to just the information that I'm looking for. So in this particular example, I'm going to take that same information, but I'm going to pipe it to select object. Well, that doesn't work. I can't use the select object in that script block. I don't have access to be able to do that. So let's change that around a little bit. Because with PowerShell, there's always more than one way to do something. So what we're going to do is we're going to take that invoke command, we're going to wrap that in a set of parens, and then pipe that out to select object. So now the invoke command is going to return that entire get Azure Stack stamp information results, but then it's going to, once it's back into this session, it's going to do a select on it to return back just the information that I'm looking for. So here we go. So now I can pull my region name, my fully qualified domain name, my time server, and my ERCS IP addresses. Right? You also have the ability, because it's all being passed back to you, to leverage variables. Right? So I can say invoke command and pass that back into a variable. Right? So in this case, I'll get my variable back. Now I can do essentially the same thing I had done before. Pipe that variable to my select object. Oh, there's my same result again. But I can also do cool things like, well, that data coming back is a JSON object. So let's convert that from JSON into an object, and let's pull, there's the processor information from that system. Right? So you can see that you can start to do some interesting things there, but this is not generally the route that I would go for complex operations. Again, like I said, the invoke command is generally for when I'm going to do a single task. I'm going to grab a single result, and then I can bring it back into my current shell and start to parse it or tweak it or format it or do what I need to with it. But I just needed to execute that one command against the privileged endpoint. So for the next example, let's take a look at enter PS session. Notice my prompt changed because I am no longer on the server I was on before. I am now directly connected to that ERCS endpoint. Right? So I am under the context of that ERCS VM within that GIA shell. So just as an example, let's see what it is I have access to. That's it. Those are all of the commands that I have access to. These are those 60 commands that I was talking about that are explicitly whitelisted for the Azure Stack Hub privileged endpoint. So generally, when I go in this way, the first thing I'm going to do is get a support session token. And that generates the token that I need to provide to Microsoft support, which they will use to then generate a response token that I can do unlock support session, pass the response token in, and then that is the process of what's called breaking glass. So it's that multi-factor authentication. You need the old nuclear missile movies where you have to turn both keys at the same time. That's the process. So you have to provide this token to them. They provide you a corresponding response token, and the two together will unlock that session. Okay. So let's go ahead and drop out here. And so I am back at my original system. So if I do get PS session, you'll see I'm back at my my PowerShell session is still intact. I'm just back at my original shell. So now, if I do the import PS session, all right, notice it has imported that and given me a temporary module. Right. So if I jump down here and I say git command module, and I pass in the name of that temporary module. And each time you do it, that module name is going to generate a different value. So it'll be a different module every time. But you'll see when I call git command on that module, these are the same commands that I had available to me when I did enter PS session. They're just imported now into my session on this server. So now I get to do things like, all right, here, let's do this one. I get tab completion, which when you're trying to remember the name of the property, the parameter that you want to pass in, can be extremely helpful. All right. Now, an interesting side effect of the way that it imports that session and creates that module. So let's go ahead and disconnect that session. And we're going to create a second session. This could be me trying to connect to another scale unit or another region. It could be maybe my initial session, the connection had gotten broken and I can't reconnect it. All right, so I've created this second session. Now if I go to import this session, watch what happens. So I'm going to get some nasty red here on the screen. And the reason is because it tries to import all of those commands, but it says, I couldn't do that because those commands already exist. So for this reason, because I've run into this a number of times, I have found the best thing to do is going to be, so let's, to remove that module so that those commands are no longer present in the session. But I've got to get the module name. And then I can say, remove module. Now I've removed that module. And go ahead and clean that up. All right. So for that reason, what I tend to do is instead of so where you would, here, let's jump up here. So when I create that session, I'll go ahead and recreate it. When I do my import, I'm going to create a variable called module and set that equal to import module. Excuse me. Import PS session. All right, so I'm going to declare a variable called module. I'm going to say that's equal to import PS session and then the session name. So the only thing I've changed is the fact that I'm storing this into a variable. But now by doing this, I have that value for that temporary module name stored in a variable. So now when I'm done with this session, I can do remove module name module.name. If I was just doing a little bit of work, I could rely on the fact that this is just stored in the on the screen, and I can scroll up and get that value. A lot of times, if I'm running a lot of commands or I'm doing things like checking update status, that information will scroll off the buffer. So I can no longer scroll back up high enough to get to it. And instead of having to do get module and then find the module name in the list, I can just say remove module, module.name. It's stored there as a variable for me that's easy to access. So that cleans things up. All right. So now we're going to jump over to another system. And we're going to play around with some commands. Now I've already imported the PS session. So if I do get module, you'll see my temporary modules there. So I'm already connected. So I'm going to say get Azure Stack Update status. That produces a lot of information, right? It's valuable information. It's information that I need to see, but it's not in a very human readable format, right? It's all XML. But because it's XML and because I have PowerShell, I can do some pretty cool stuff with that. So let's take the first step and say, all right, let's cast that to an XML data type. Right, so just a simple cast. And I actually get an XML object that I can start to walk into. Well, that's a little, I could do it that way, but it's a big object. There's a lot of data in there. That's not the most efficient way to do that. So let's leverage the fact that it's an XML object and run a select nodes method against that XML object. So now here are all the steps within that update process. Better, still not as nice as it could be. So let's take that and just add a format table onto the end of it. That's much better. Now I have a list of all the steps as they occurred, when they started, when they ended. There's still some redundant information in there, some stuff that I can clean out. So let's leverage the PowerShell select object to narrow down the results. All right, so same thing. I've got the format table auto size on the end. All I've done is I've added a select list in between for the columns that I want it to return. Much easier. All right, and I can change the order of the columns in the way that I want to view them. So now status is all the way at the end. I have start time and end time right beside each other. If I wanted to do evaluated columns or computed columns, I could do that. So I could do an expression in here if I wanted to calculate duration. I could do that so I could see how long each step took. But I mean, at this point, I'm limited only by my imagination within PowerShell. And then so I have the step name in here. Maybe you still want that description information. It's an easy thing to fix. We'll just add description into the select list. Right. And I have a very easy way to see all the information for the update. This is a technique that I use to monitor updates because I find it a lot more informative than watching the interface. The interface will tell me how many steps are currently running, how many have completed, and how many have errored. But what I can do with this is right now I'm returning every step. I could very easily add a filter onto this and say where equals in progress. And then it would show me only those steps that are currently in progress. Right, and that's what I will usually do to monitor an update as it's running, just to see where I am and to make sure the update's proceeding as expected. All right. So we'll jump back to our deck here. This is a good time to stop and see, are there any questions?
I don't see any questions yet, Michael. So I think
Okay.
we're good to continue.
All right, great. So the next step, closing the privileged endpoint. Seems really simple, but why do I bring it up? Well, the way you would generally end a PowerShell remoting session is just by using exit, right? And then removing the session. But keep in mind that the privileged endpoint as a GS shell is audited, right? That means that everything you do within that session is logged. Everything you enter in and every response that you get is all logged, right? Those logs, we need to do something with those, right? If I just hit exit, those logs are going to remain on the individual ERCS VMs. So whichever endpoint I was connected to, the log is going to remain on that system, right? Those systems have a finite amount of space. They're not designed to be long-term file storage, right? In a multi-node configuration, I have 3 of them, right? I don't know who's connecting to what endpoint. So the best thing to do is to make sure that they're secured in a central location, that they're removed off the ERCS VM so they're no longer taking up space there. And this gives me the ability to put them somewhere where they can be analyzed, right? Either somebody can go through them, or they can be imported into a system that does heuristics against them. But to move them somewhere else where they can be retained properly, right? We do this using a command called close privileged endpoint, right? To run close privileged endpoint, I have to pass in an SMB share that is not located on Azure Stack Hub, right? Obviously, that share has to have sufficient space for the logs. They're not big. When I run the command, it's going to generate a single file, a zip file, that contains all of the logs that were present on that system. So everything that's been run on that system since the last time closed privileged endpoint had been run, right? And then I need to pass the credentials for that share, right? Once that command's completed, we can remove the module and the session. If you attempt to run a command against that session, because the session is still open, if you attempt to run a command against that session, it's going to fail, right? And we'll just show an example of closing the privileged endpoint session. So I'm going to jump back over here to my ASDK, and I'm going to call close privilege endpoint. All right, again, I'm passing the credential as a username with no password, so it's going to prompt me for the password. Oh, sorry about that. I closed the privileged endpoint when I did not have a privileged endpoint session running. So let's fix that. Just run a quick test Azure Stack. Quick update readiness. If you are a cloud operator, you should be intimately familiar with this command. It is recommended before you apply any update on the system. It's just going to check some of the core background infrastructure roles to ensure that everything is healthy before it goes through and does the update. So every time you go to kick off an update, it's going to say, have you run test Azure Stack with the group update readiness? This is just running a subset. If I had just run test Azure Stack with no group, it's going to run the full test against the system, which takes a good bit longer. But for this, the purpose of what we're doing here, just to get it through fairly quickly, I'm just limiting it to the update readiness test. Okay, everything comes back green. The result is true. I passed. Everything is great. So now let's go back and do close privilege endpoint. Interesting. There we go. It wants to be in enter PS session to be able to close the endpoint. Okay. So now if we jump out here, you can see I have a transcripts file that was just created. And inside there are all the connections against the privileged endpoint since the last time I had run close privileged endpoint. You can see inside it'll show you all the commands that are run as well as the results of every command. Right, and once that's done, that privileged endpoint is closed. I am good to move on to my next system, create a new session. I can see if the session's here. So in this case, I have the PS sessions open, so I can go ahead and remove those. So So in this command, I'm just going to do a get PS session, pipe it to a for each loop, and call remove PS session, passing it the session object for each entry in the collection. And that clears everything out. All right, so that was what I had for the best practices for using the privileged endpoint. Are there any questions in the chat?
I don't see any. Thanks, Michael.
Okay, if anything comes up, please feel free to reach out to me. Again, you can find me on Twitter at SQLTechMike, and I am always happy to talk Azure Stack Hub, Azure Stack HCI, SQL Server, Azure in general. Tech is a passion of mine. So, all right, thank you very much for your time this evening.
Awesome. Thank you, Michael, once again for taking out time and presenting. With that, let me go ahead and bring up our next presenter, Usama. Hey, Usama. You are on mute. Okay, you are unmuted now.
Hi. Hello, guys. How are
Hi.
you?
Great. Thank you so much for joining. What time is it in Dubai?
It is 7 o'clock.
Wow. Good morning.
Good morning. And we had Eid holidays going on nowadays. So it's our Eid. That's like a Christmas.
Oh, yeah. Eid Mubarak.
And I'd like to thank Michael as well for such an interesting session, what he has concluded earlier. I really enjoyed that one as well. And I hope
same here.
Kudos to the whole team of Cloud Marathon and Launch and Learn. They're able to arrange a bunch of sessions in the great community effort. I really appreciate that.
Sure thing. Great initiative, global community, speakers, and audience across the globe. Before I hand it over to you, Osama, a couple of guidelines that I want to share with the audience. I would be sharing a link in the comments, so where you can register yourself, register attendance, as well as give feedback for Osama's session, as well as just again a reminder that the attendance is tracked across the event based on your registration, and there are prizes up for grab based on how many sessions you are going to attend. So please attend as many sessions as you would like to, so that you have more chances to win the prizes. With that, are you all set? I see your screen. Let me pull this up. And with that, over to you, Osama.
Thank you. Hello and welcome everyone to our Cloud Marathon with Launch and Learn. And my name is Osama Wahab Khan. Today I'm going to talk about one of my favorite topics in Azure. It's well-architected solution framework, or you can call it enterprise architecture in Azure. Short introduction about me. Who am I? What I'm doing here. As I said, my name is Osama Wahab Khan. I'm based in Dubai, and I'm working as a Chief Technology Officer at Evolution Technologies. Evolution Technologies is a global solution provider, especially in the space of private equity and investment banking and Azure solutions as well. We provide tons of services around Azure and Office 365. I've been in industry for more than 18 years now. So changed a couple of paths from collaboration to data. Now majorly focusing on data. Past alumni from MIT and a proud member of MVP community. So I'm a part of MVP community from the last 7 years, and it's been a great journey for me. I published a couple of books out there. You can see one of them on the right-hand side. I've been in the community providing my services and contributing with my way. Almost like it's not like 15 years now. It's more than a decade now. So I've been awarded by Microsoft, Google, Amazon, and other solution providers and technology companies as well, and also some regional awards I collect on my behalf. I'm very thankful for my family for support for that one as well. And I am very proud MCT, very active and very proud MCT. I do offer trainings with my global partners as well, and I cannot be more proud than anything else than my 3-year-old daughter, Manha. I have now 2 daughters, so one is Manha and one other one is just 1 month or 2 months old actually. Didn't put her photo yet. And that's all about me. During the session, after the session, at any point, if I can help you with any kind of related issues with Azure. And if you have any questions, if you have any feedback, if you have anything that you want to talk to me or connect with me, if you have any opportunity for consultancy or anything, you can always feel free to grab me on social media. But that's my Twitter handler and a LinkedIn handler, both are out there. You can search my name on LinkedIn or Twitter, or you can Google it. I'm all over the place. Let's get started. So as I said, today's topic is well-defined architecture framework in Microsoft Azure. So Microsoft has built something that called well-architected framework, which basically based on a fundamental principle of well-designed architected solution for cloud. FYI, these similar practices were offered by the different clouds as well. And these practices that Microsoft offering out here or explaining in this framework, it's kind of multi-cloud oriented or multi-cloud architecture as well. If you go to Amazon, if you go to AWS, you can directly implement those services, most of them with the different technology, obviously, but you can take a maximum advantage of it. You can take a actual advantage what we're talking about here. I rephrase this one because we're talking about Azure, and we are just trying to cover from Azure aspect here. So I don't want to be mix that one with the too much cloud things out here that you get confused that which specific technology I'm using out here. However, multi-architecture solutions or multi-cloud well-architected solutions is out there in the market. And what is multi-cloud architecture solution or well-architected framework? In general, well-architected framework is basically a set of guidelines or set of guidelines that tenant can use to improve the quality of their workloads out there. They can use the workload, and the framework that consists of basically 5 pillars. You can see on my right hand side: security, cost management, operational excellence, performance, and efficiency, and reliability. These are the 5 areas that we can focus and apply a chain of best practices, patterns, and procedures in order to build robust and optimize and world-class solutions with Azure or any other cloud provider. So this particular solution or framework also come up with a couple of tools that can help you to build a better solution out there. Every architect, every developer, every enterprise architect, or anyone who work with the cloud at the moment would love to have some sort of guideline or try to build something which is robust, cost effective, have a great efficiency, have a great performance, and security as well. These are the elements that every architect dream to have it, and they want to make it best as possible. But always there's a question that how can we do that? Is there any starting point where we can start? What are the things that we have to look into it? Because the Uber of Azure or AWS or cloud itself, it's very big, and the services that comes under them are so humongous now. They are so versatile now. They are so vast. So it can be problematic. It can be challenging for many architects, and it can be challenging for many developers as well, many enterprise architects as well, to build application or design an infrastructure, design an architecture that can have these all characteristics. And if they can get some sort of framework, what is a framework? Framework is basically a consistent guideline and organized steps that you need to follow in order to achieve certain tasks or certain procedures out there. When you have too much complex and so many procedures out there, we try to streamline them. And here, that's what Microsoft and other cloud solution providers are doing. And today, we're going to discover them out here. So, it is real, it is tangible, it happens that average cost of per breach that increased from $3.54 million in 2006, which is today almost now 8.1 million in 2019. And if you talk about 2020, it almost around 10 million to 10 to 12 million around that single breach. It's an average, obviously, the average cost that you set it out there, but you can imagine that how serious these breaches are and what are the consequences and how serious they're getting day by day. Means if I have some architectural fault in my security, it will in 2006 it's going to cost me approximately might be an average cost of 3.4. or 3.5. But in 2020 or 2021, it's going to cost us X5. So it is important for us that we basically design a solution with a comprehensive security as well. Companies which basically indicate the response team with the testing IR plans save over 1.1 million. Customers that expect a cloud spending further increase by 47% in next 12 months. And encryption reduced the cost of breach by 300,000 per average. These are some statistics. Before I begin, I like to share here that you can understand the cost of different elements that we can save by applying just best practices. Not much. When we're building a solution, how we can evaluate our solution, how we can examine our solution or prepare at least our architecture, that it will be ready for optimization on any level out there. It will be ready for security threats. It will be ready for best cost performance. It will be ready to use for excellence as well, for automation and from all aspects. But how we can evaluate it, what are the steps, what are the tools that we can deploy in order to save that one? What are the guidelines that we can always check out there? If we have a checklist, we can do that one much more easily. So well-architected solution and optimize workload performance out there. So the first principle, and when we apply those principles and we try to work around that, when we evaluate a different aspect of those layers or those pillars, we call it. So what we gain in it, we build workload with the confidence by proven practices. The practices that has been tested, verified, and validated. Thank you. Thank you, Alexander, for the message out here. I appreciate that, but the community comes first to me. As I committed out here, I will definitely present my session, and I can just a little heads up. I'm not feeling well earlier, and I was not sure I will able to present my session out here. I caught the COVID-19 a few months back, and I still trying to handle working around my health, and hope so I'll pass that particular moment. But my community is with me. I'm training my friends. I'm sharing my knowledge, learning from others. That's the best thing that happened to me, and I'm happy with it, and I'll continue.
Osama, to Alexander's point, I second that to his opinion. So if you feel, or if you want to speak slowly or take extra time, feel free to do so. If at all you feel that you want to take a break, feel free to do so. Completely up to
Sure.
you.
Thank
Don't
you.
stress yourself.
That.
Health comes first.
Anytime if my voice break or something, please let me know. I have multiple internet connections here, and I'll try my best to focus and explain my knowledge the way I want to, and we can continue upon that. So we also talk about it with the performance. We build something with the performance, and we build something with the confidence. The actionable, simple use the technical resources to design workload to show the results. And also know where to focus to optimize the workload. And if I say somebody, okay, can you optimize your workload? You say, what do you mean by that? If I say developers to just optimize their workloads, they're working with SQL Server, what they can do out there, what are the steps they need to take out there. And if I tell them, okay, optimize your workload for infrastructure as service, what are the things I have to do out there? What are things I must have to look into it? And these sets of guidelines with the proven practices and pattern that has been tested, that been tested by the many teams out there, and gives you the maximum feedbacks upon it. You have to understand one more thing out there. The huge community out there who built phenomenal architectures and massive structures and medium-sized and different scales of teams out there with Azure. Azure have now 1 million+ customers. And Microsoft itself using Azure extensively, so they're able to generate lots of best practices which they want to share with their partners, their engagements, their community, so people can learn about it and build better solutions, much more efficient. Which basically take us to this architecture pattern out there. And what are the tools that we can use out here? We have something that called Azure Architecture Review. That's an online built-in tool that is available in Azure, which I'd like to demonstrate here. And the Architecture Center review. Okay. I'll show that one in the link in the end. We have tested tool available, that the tool that can help us to basically evaluate our procedures, give us some guideline, check the performance, and give us some indicators that we can basically evaluate our architecture out there. But all the 5 layers, all the 5 pillars of this architecture principles, they are correlated. They link to each other, and they have lots of shared responsibility as well, and majorly designed around our reference architectures. So what are the tools that we can use to build those kind of tools out there, or those kind of things out there? Number 1, architecture review. Let me open architecture review for you guys to give you a quick demo for this. Oh. Here we are. This is available on Microsoft Architecture Center as well. That also called available assessment. So you can basically do, Microsoft offer tons of tool out there. And let me just open. So Microsoft offer a couple of tools that can help you to basically plan your journey to cloud, assessments, benchmark, governance, and one of them is Azure Architecture Review. Once we come up on this particular tool, let me just click on it, Architecture Review. We come up here, screen like that. We can define the name of the assessment. Let's say Azure Architecture Review, and let's say this one, and I'll say Demo Review. And sign in to get the real-time guidance from Azure Advisor and Advisor scores out there. So Microsoft recommend that you use Microsoft Advisor and Advisor Score to identify and prioritize the opportunity to improve the posture of complete workload that you have. Both services are absolutely free, so you don't have to pay anything. You can start from that point out there. Advisor is a personalized cloud consultant that basically help you to follow the best practices and scan everything out there. You can see it show all of my tenants out there. I'll just use the first one. And the Advisor Score is basically a core feature of an advisor, and that basically aggregate the recommendation and give them a score. So in a quantifiable information, you can see that how it composed. So it composed of many factors, which including security, scalability, performance, automation, and many other. It also gives you that directly in Azure as well. If I import that, for suppose, it automatically going to evaluate, and then I can select which pillar that I want to use to basically evaluate that. For suppose if I want to do all of them, I can basically see the lots of checkboxes. You can see here what are the things that I can do, what I cannot do. So if I click here, it will basically show me all the options and recommendation directly here. So for suppose if I go for the first one, that the cost optimization. So how to model a cost optimization. Microsoft have a complete guideline available for this model. If you don't know how to work with it, you have complete videos and complete one-on-one training out there that can basically help you to very interactively to evaluate your infrastructure. In the same fashion, you can basically go to the next tab and perform other tasks. It will going to give you the Q&A answers, or you can just answer them, what model you have selected, what things you have done, not, and it will assist your solution out there, give you the recommendation as well. So it's pretty neat. It's pretty nice too. Another important thing, it's documentation. We need the documentation before we're going to know what are the things that we have here. Microsoft has extensive documentation available as well. And then we need a reference architecture design principle. These are the, I believe, core heart of any solution offering out there. So how can we work with it and how we can design a solution where we can get those documents out there. So best thing, Azure Architecture Center. Normally I tell this thing in another session, but at this time I decided that I will go and directly tell everybody about it. I'm going to tweet that one later on my Twitter, so you guys can get the links out from there. But or you can Google it, Azure Architecture Center. You can explore the cloud best practices, patterns. You can see design patterns out there. You can find patterns by that by specifics or technology, workloads, kind of stuff. But the thing which really appeal me most, or thing which really impress me more, is reference architecture. You can browse the reference architecture. Whenever I start building something, if I get something similar with the best practices implemented, it gives me lots of ideas that how I have to start, how I have to do out there. For suppose I want building something with the ML, Azure Machine Learning. I want to deploy my model in a cloud, or I want to just use a business intelligence application with MySQL. So abnormality director, the great example. For suppose you're working with some of the enterprise solution out there. Gives an enterprise architecture visual that how you can basically build, what are the steps that you can follow, what are the components you can do, what are the alternatives are available, and lots of details about it with recommendations as well that you can use to build your own software, your own architecture out there. So you can find all of them out here. So they are pretty useful resources. I must recommend every architect, they must have to go and look into it. So Azure architectures or well architected solution framework is consist of 5 pillars: cost management, operational excellence, performance and efficiency, reliability and security. Cost management, to manage the cost to minimize the deliverable value. When we talk about the operational excellence is a procedure where you try to keep the system running in a production all the time, trying to avoid the unplanned hassles that might be encountered at some point out there. Performance and efficiency, it's ability of a system to adopt a change in a workload. We are living in a world where basically things change on a very high magnitude, very high velocity. Why? Because innovation, requirement, demand, and the nature of businesses that change by the time. Businesses are getting much more faster and quicker. People want to make more quicker decision upon that one. Things are getting improved. So you try to adopt those change out there. Imagine yourself before this pandemic. Do you ever imagine that the amount of work that you have to do from a home might be was possible in IT, but not in other fields out there? Or if you guys belong to the financial institution or educational sector, can you imagine that what kind of workload that you have to move on a cloud to just support a huge workforce that they can work from home and use those systems which you never imagined it? And if solution is not designed to adopt that one, then end of the day, either you're compromising a business or either compromising performance, reliability, security, or efficiency out there. Paying more, which you can save a lot. But if you have a better performance planning out there, performance efficiency out there, it has some caveats that basically it can design in a manner that it will embrace that change in a very quick and easy manner, because we're provisioning things out there, and how we can do it we'll talk about later on. Reliability is one of the key factors of any architecture solution in the world. Reliability is basically a ability of a system to recover from a failure from a specific function or a location that happened out there. So we want our system to be available, highly available all the times. We want a system to be continuously and sustainable out there. They can handle unplanned and planned situations, errors, and downtimes and avoid downtimes and outrages out there. And in the end, last but not the least, I think one of the most important nowadays for any architecture solution, especially in a cloud, it's security. Protecting our application, and how I liberate that protect to have it top to bottom. You have to think security in a way that anything could be possible. You think with a no trust. You don't trust anything. You evaluate, test, design, prepare for any kind of thing that could happen out there. And you can compromise on any of the pillars, but you cannot compromise on security. That's one of the most key concerns of any architect, any CTOs, any CXOs in the world at the moment who's trying to leverage a cloud technology for their workloads out there. Building a solution is a shared responsibility. When I say shared responsibility, people get confused. What do you mean by that, Sama? It means between developers, IT pros, whom is sharing between? Sharing between platform and a customer. Cloud is a shared product. It's basically a shared service, I've always called. It's someone else's computer, but you're responsible to run it. Customer applications, customer app and workloads is built on top of Azure. That's your responsibility. To use a pattern and practices with the best practices and all the best patterns that you can in your application, test them in the proper thing, and run them out there. If my application in case have some vulnerability, let's say SQL injection vulnerability out there, and I didn't test that one, I didn't perform that one, SQL can provide me a couple of tools that I can prevent that, but it has the limit out there. If I turn off those limits, I'm going to get hacked. I'm going to get problem out there. You have an option in SQL Server. You have an option inside blob storage that you can turn off the HTTPS. You can just communicate over the transparent HTTP. You can compromise upon that one as well. There's lots of vulnerabilities access also in a platform that you have to take care in an application as well. So it's a shared responsibility between platform and an application. Platform features that optional Azure capabilities customer can enable to ensure the security, reliability, operational excellence, and performance as well. Those features provided by the solution provider, but they will not automatically start working on it. You have to play your role on it. A core capability built in Azure platform that how the fundamental design need to be operated and need to be monitored all the time. So let's talk about our first pillar, which is basically cost optimization. I hope so you like the session. Let's continue. What is cost optimization? Cost optimization is basically a performance efficiency is the ability, or a cost optimization is basically the core principle of a cost optimization is basically when you're trying to design a cloud solution to focus to generate on an incremental value earliest as possible, you apply the principle of building, measure, and learn. Build, measure, and learn. This is a fundamental principle that you like to apply to accurate your time, to evaluate that, to avoid the all intensive cost that might becomes in your bucket out there. You try to remove unnecessary cost that you are paying out there. So all the capital intensive things that are out there, you try to minimize them as much you can out there. You try to adopt in a cloud pay-as-you-go strategy for your architecture and invest in scaling out rather than just delivering a large investment on a first version of a cloud out there. You improve slowly, you grow slowly. Give you one simple example. I have a customer. They want me to move some data to blob storage and actually data lake. They wanted to us move some data in data lake, and when we look into the data lake and think out there, they have almost like 3 terabytes of data that we have to move out there. And before we perform that particular migration for them, and they already done similar migrations out there. And what they have done, they create their all data storage accounts. They create all their storage accounts with hot tier. You and me, and all of them in an archive tier. You know me know that, most of my folks know that Azure storage account comes with 3 different storage types or 3 storage tiers out there, where you can have called an archive. An archive gives you a more cost for read and write than storage, but they know that they have to store for the longer time period, and they don't want to change upon that. What we have done, we just change archive to hot, put all data in a cloud, and put it back. That's all I've done. And I saved tons of money for them for whole architecture out there. You see, it's just one single thing. It's just a single practice that need to be applied. All the controls are out there. The cost reduced almost like 20%. And it's big saving in terms of users out there. So applying the cost principle in your architecture to accelerate your solution to the market while avoiding capital intensive solutions out there, or that is more required money than the first phase out there. Try to establish policies and budgets and controls that can set the cost limit for your solutions out there, that you can reevaluate them out. And this is very important to basically understand out there. Set the cost alerts as well. Review all the time. You must need a checklist out there. So what you have to do in order to achieve that kind of cost management or cost optimization for your workload, you need to follow the best practices and advice and recommendation that given by the Azure advisors out there to save your money upon that. Review your workload architecture on a continuous mode and optimize that one by using Azure Review Architecture Center out there. You can also use a documentation to look on the best practices that you can implement to reduce the cost of them. And you can also try to enable Azure offers in terms of licensing, like hybrid benefits. That comes, or you might be already have a license out there, or you might be explore other options for the reserve instance like that. Like Microsoft offer a huge discounts on reserve instance out there, sometimes 30% discounts on a reserve instance out there. Might your company have that kind of agreement with Microsoft? You can take advantage of. Try to optimize the idealistically created and optimized workloads for individual type of work out there. Workload optimized virtual machines out there I'm talking about. Data scientists have their virtual machines, have DCMs as well. Testing have their separate machines, development have separate machines, and these machines might be from specs point of view look very similar, but cost point of view, they are very different. Things that need to be worked on a testing environment, I don't need to push the SSDs on it. I can use the HSDs on it to save some cost upon that one. These are the just temporary ones. I can schedule the auto saving mode as well. So automation can be play a part of it. So when you try to optimize the cost, whenever you try to basically working with the cost management or you try to optimize your cost on any of the architecture that we're talking about here, first thing that basically we look into a principle of cost management, or how you can optimize the cost. First, organize your resources and a cost aware of them. Organize your resources, create your schedule and aware of it. Monitor that one. Try to look into them as soon as you can out there. Understand that have a scale in and scale out policies out there. Reevaluate your choices of architecture as well. And so that's how you can be aware of that one, that the cost aware out there. Budget for education as well. Put the budget for education. It is very important for everyone out there. More you put in education for the budget, for the awareness of the architecture, that how things can be built betterly, more trainings, more information out there, might be courses for the developers, you can save tons of money on it. Plan and estimate your Azure cost. Don't start just because it's pay as you go and you have to jump in out there. Try to optimize that one, plan that one. Azure gives you the Azure calculator and many other options where you can estimate complete your architecture and infrastructure, that what it's going to cost end of the day. Plan that one. Don't go just spin up a SQL server and start working on it. Okay, it's maximum out there. Plan in detail. Estimate your cost, what it's going to be. Follow up the cost. Follow up the cost. Estimate cost need to be followed out there. Capture the requirement. Estimate the cost, capture the requirement, and plan an estimate of the cost out there. These are the fundamental principles that I must say that everyone must have to optimize that one. Everyone have to consider those principles out there. If I talk about the principles of a cost optimization, keep the costs constrained out there. Keep within a cost in a constraint. Try to create a constraint out there that, okay, I have a budget for SQL Server, I want that amount, and you can calculate that budget based on various factors out there. So every design choice that has a cost implication, that before you choosing architecture, designing a pattern, or designing any service out there, and Azure service or any piece of your model that you want to design for, consider the budget constraint to set by the company out there as a part of designing and identifying actionable or acceptable boundaries for a scalable or redundant or performant solution against the cost as well, because cost is the end of the day the matter most. Aim for a scalable cost. Aim for a scalable cost. One of the key benefits of the cloud is the ability to scale dynamically. Leverage that one to embrace the linear on demand concept out there. Save the cost throughout the automatic scaling out there. Consider to use the matrices and performance that collected by the systems that freely available in Azure. Azure Monitor is a great choice for you guys. Pay for consumption. Adopt a licensing model for owning an infrastructure. So when you basically adopt a licensing model instead of owning an infrastructure. People try to own the infrastructure rather than adopting a subscription model out there. Even in a cloud, you can avoid that one with the many ways out there. Like, you try to avoid infrastructure service as much you can. Try to adopt the PaaS as much you want. Do that. It's good for your implementation out there. Right resource, right size. Believe me, that's a fundamental principle of every great architect in Azure nowadays. Or if I interviewed anybody who I want to work with as an architect, or I want to hire them, that's the first thing that I look into. Do they know the right size of the right thing, or what will work for them? Means I want them to select the right piece of information, right piece of resource for the right size. Don't go with the buffers. You can extend any time. It's atomic out there. Always monitor and optimize. Monitor and optimize. And adaptive monitoring and optimization as well. So monitoring of optimization is very important as well. Treat cost monitoring and optimization as a part of your process rather than just timely based. The process based are much more better in my personal experience that I have able to discover during my career out there. I think it's clear. So there are a couple of more fundamental principle points that might one have to adopt at a certain point out there, and Azure Advisor or Advisor Score can give you really meaningful insights that can summarize your architecture, you can do all those tasks out there. Which lead us to the next model or next topic, which basically we're talking about next topic, which is operational excellence. The second pillar, one of the all the pillars are very important out here, but we're going to talk about one by one all of them. If you guys have any questions, please guys, or you're looking for any resource, please guys tweet me on a Twitter, and I will definitely try my best to respond you back.
Hey Usama, there was one question. Someone asked if Azure well architected review is free of cost or not. We
It's
did
free.
responded it's free. Yeah.
It's free. It's free. Actually, I cannot see the questions. I don't know where I have to see the questions. So I'm
People
just
are live posting the questions in the comments on YouTube. So
okay. Actually, I don't have a YouTube open here because otherwise I'll lose the bandwidth. So
I
I'll
can
just,
read it out for you. So the only question we have received so far was on that if it is free or not. So
it is free. It is free. The best thing is this, that most of the best things are free in cloud. Azure Architecture Center is free. Azure Review is free. Azure Advisor is free. Azure Score Advisor is free. So all those tools are free. So you can utilize them in order to build better architecture or well architected solution. So which basically leads us to the next topic, and which is operational excellence. So what is operational excellence? Operational excellence, or this particular operational excellence, basically offer a guideline to create sustainable application environment by building and deploying and maintaining workloads out there with a comprehensive automation, monitoring, and testing in place with a continuous improvement out there. This pillar cover up operational processes that keep the application running in production. Deployment must be reliable and predictable, and they should be automated to reduce the chance of human errors. We try to replace the human with the automation as well. We have cool stuff now, Azure notebooks out there, Azure flows out here, logic apps, Azure functions, so many things. Just plug and play. You can automate so many steps. As much you do, you save the cost of monitoring. It should be predictable. The cost management is not talking about cost management. The performance management should be predictable. Maintenance should be predictable. Build, deploy, manage workloads with trustworthy processes out there. Azure Architecture Review also give you the guidelines for operational excellence as well. Operational excellence offer you the guideline to create a sustainable application environment. And adopt the proper procedures for individual steps out there. And there are three fundamental procedures that basically involve in this kind of this whole scenario, or we try to cover in this pillar out here. So, which also including monitoring, diagnostics, and a cloud application run on a remote data center that do not have might be a full control of you, like you have on your infrastructure out there. So you have to basically deploy a proper monitoring tool out there to basically monitor that one, or monitor and process that one. How I can use a better strategy, or what will be the maximum strategy or the best strategy available in order to achieve maximum operational excellence. Sorry. To answer that one, we have to basically segregate that one in three different topics or three different areas. Agile and accurate processes. It is very important that cloud is all agile. As agile you can be. We can talk about this one as well. Agile and accurate process. Applying DevOps to break down the barriers between development and operational silos. Let them out of the silos and mix them with the DevOps. You have might be site reliability engineers, might you have people who can enhance this collaboration, modern tools that exist out there that can help us to automate processes like never before. Fully open source supported. Microsoft DevOps, the product of Microsoft that called Azure DevOps, fantastic product. 5 services, pipelines, repositories, workflows, kits, resource control. Many of these services are available out there. Support public, private, both projects. Great intensive learning available out there. Great set of certification and trainings modules are available out there. Great community support out there. Build and test workloads with a CI/CD process, continuous integration and a continuous delivery. I believe that it becomes like a fundamental principle, but we have to design this, keep this thing in mind, both for deployment and production. Many people ask me these questions that do we have to configure the CI/CD for infrastructural things as well? Yes, you can do now with the code as infrastructure. Try to embrace that one. And both for production and testing environment. It's not just you put them in a testing, you have to streamline a complete procedure so that perform extensive automation of testing out there with Azure pipeline or manual testing and testing plans. Azure offer great services out there, even mobile center, you can automate testing out there. Leverage those services. Make your application more reliable, more sustainable. Focus on attractive and application monitoring, focused monitoring out there, deep monitoring, not generic monitoring that gives you nothing out of it, that you can see the couple of dashboards that's static all the time. Deep dive specialized monitoring for individual components and across related components. I was working a few days back on a Kubernetes, and one of my application in a Kubernetes, one of my service was not performant at the time, and I was looking with my architect and trying to diagnose it, how we can improve that one. If we do not configure a proper deep dive configuration of log analytics and Azure monitoring out there, we never able to diagnose that what was the problem out there. And it was not in Kubernetes. It was not in part of .NET as well. It was between two services. I cannot name those services because of NDA. And if I don't have that deep dive and restive focused monitoring installed out there or configured out there in a manner, we never able to find that particular problem because we're looking in the wrong direction out there. It has nothing to do with the Kubernetes, but since we have a quite configured and idealistically designed monitoring tool out there which help us to query in a multiple way, which help us to find our logs from multiple resources which all are available together, we able to sort that problem out there. And that not only solving problem, improving efficiency and make sure that it will continuously work and deploy out there. Manage the health of your system and by active log and consuming that one and meaningful insights, set alerts with it, choose adopt Azure monitors as much you can. If and this is something like I can say about my community out here. I work as a consultant as well, so I've been to many places. I tried to provide my services in a wide range of applications out there, and I noticed that people is not using Azure monitors, and when even it's available for free at some time out there. So you can really average that tool that can really impact in your applications, that can impact in your services out there. And and also we're looking something for continuous improvement as well. So continuous improvement, that's basically enjoy the flexibility of creating agile independent workloads with microservice architecture. Embrace microservice architecture because that help you to increase the workload, expand workloads, modify workloads, expand workloads, scale workloads independently one from another. It's much more flexible for independence point of view. Closely coupled architectures. Use chaos engineering practices to basically run on regular tests and a higher level to basically check the maturity of your effectiveness of your application implementations out there. Reduce the processes that have a risk by automating processes and task and deployment out there. Try to use the modern tools such as PowerShell, CLI, Azure Automation, Azure Notebooks, and many others out there to avoid the human errors out there. When I talk about agile management, I'll go a little fast on this note because I think so I have less time. So when you talk about agile and accurate processes, we are talking about here operational excellence from an operational point of view out here. The operational excellence principles that to build and release processes out there. From a provisioning of our infrastructure as code, try to embrace infrastructure as code, as I said earlier as well. You might get surprised at how many type of coded infrastructure flavors are available in Azure. We have Terraforms, we have CLI, we have PowerShell, we have Azure RM template, we have Ansible, we have tons of them. And it depends what technology it's more suited to your architecture or your ecosystem of architecture, what kind of resources that you have. You can use that one to adopt and build code as an infrastructure as you define in your application. Define the infrastructure in your application so the environmental shift will be consistent throughout the CI/CD. So when CI/CD provision application, it provision infrastructure for you as well, and it will remain consistent, no human errors because it go through by the code out there. Increase the accuracy and reduce the risk by preventing a configuration drift out there. It is very important. Use a blueprint technology that is available in Azure. We start a solution, and by the time our challenges, we've pushed to basically change solutions. We've been pushed to change solution that we designed originally out there. The configuration that we set it in a start, it's slowly changing. It's slowly, you can see that graph of the drift is go like that. How we can prevent that? We can use Blueprint and other kind of technology out there that can help us and evaluate and keep matching with the exact state that is an authorized design state of an application or an infrastructure or a machine that we design out there, and keep monitoring upon that one. So monitoring is one of the common aspect of that one. Easy and recreatable of a new environment. So try to enable the ease for recreating a new environment by deploying new features as well. So when we're deploying new feature, sure, try to make that process simple as well. Automate the testing, intensive testing, and sustainable code base to reduce the composition before you're going to deploy in a critical systems out there. Achieve a faster time to ship and a fewer errors, and try to be automate as much you can. Azure offer tons of services for that one as well. You can leverage our Azure automation in Azure DevOps out there, and these things can really sustain applications out there. Continuous integration and CI/CD. I already talked about a lot. So Azure offer a great set of services and integration with other services as well. Even when you're deploying data solutions as well, like a Databricks, or you're deploying something like a data factory or something like that, you can integrate those processes as well. Why you want to do that? Because you want to create a consistency, you want to create an automation out there, you want to achieve out there. You have to understand one thing. These are small pieces out there. When in the end, they create a great Lego piece of you, great structure for you. So there's no one big button out there in Azure that we can go and just turn it on and our solution becomes so efficient and performant. We have to apply small things in small areas and pay attention to that one in detail to achieve and accomplish better. Agile processes. deploy iterations out there. Develop, deploy, and iteration out there. So we try to perform maximum automation of that one. That's your DevOps out there. So we try to do those things in a more shorter cycles, try to embrace some modern techniques like an Kanban boards or something that can help to reduce that process and automate that process so it can be happen quicker and faster and taken place out there. CI/CD. Test the change whenever it made out there. So we try, whenever the continuous integration happen, the fundamental principle of continuous integration is there. Test each change that made by your code base and automatically test them in earliest as possible and automatically perform all the tasks, show the results. You can create a quality gates out there in Azure DevOps that can evaluate your quality of a software, your security of a software, your vulnerability of a software, licensing problems, copyrights issues, and many other things on a start. Which basically lead you to initiate a next step, which is a continuous delivery. Follow the CI testing and push the changes to the staging fast, and then go to production. Try to build a similar production environment out there so you can really create the things out there. You can see this little illustration in my diagram out here. So agile process. So testing is very important. The best way to make sure that your workload is being tested is by performing iteration testing. So whenever anything happens, you test that environment and then push out there. More expensive than automated testing out there. The manual testing is more expensive than automated testing out there, but fundamentally it's correct the error before they goes worse. So always request that do perform a manual and a stress testing out there. Focus. Application monitoring, that's highly important out there. So monitor, build, and release processes out there. So monitor should be built and release process upon that one. So give developer on the push that what they want to make change upon the code. Try to avoid whenever they have new feature out there. Monitor the infrastructure and application health before you deploy, and build that one in your pipeline. That's also very important. Build a confidence that you, when deploy application, it will run out there, and make sure you have a consistent and tested environments out there. Also, configure a deep infrastructure instrumental monitoring by using application insights. In Azure, you have a great tool that called application insights. It's an API available, SDK available for many languages. You can embed that one to collect a telemetrical instrumental data from your application on very low level in a live application monitoring, key mapping, application dependency, all together. You can see that how application talking to each other, especially if you're working with a microarchitecture, this tool can be really lifesaver for you and collect a better information out of it. Also, collect and connect better applications and with Azure application monitoring, collect the event relative metrics out there, and to try to use a tailor-made audience for the specific log monitoring out there. Understand the workload health and try to meet the goals out there. Adaptive learning should be out there to reduce the health or risk upon that one. Try to adopt a different solutions that backend might be suit your need out there. Try to build a self-healing capability for Azure. Try to use modules that can address those problems, like like some of the patterns that developers can use in their application that call, for example, interface pattern, circuit breaker pattern. These are the retry pattern. These are the patterns that must have been implemented in a solution for the understanding that how self-heal can work and how we can design a self-heal solutions as well. So as I say, the log analytics can provide the great capabilities, and application monitoring or application insights can basically provide the deep dive instrumental analytics directly from your application, from different application components that running in Azure, a different application component running in Azure. So out there, and also focus on a monitoring that basically can help you to understand that how this all system need to be work out there. So monitoring of application monitoring that basically goes for the deep dive infrastructure monitoring, management of solution and observation that basically correlate the event of network or anything that out here. So we divided our monitoring into 3 different levels: application monitoring, deep infrastructure monitoring, and core monitoring. When you talk about the core fundamental monitoring, we're talking about Azure Monitor, Advisor, Service Health, log activities, logbooks out there. And we have a shared capabilities that we can use to set alerts, visualize metrics, and improve our performance out there. Continuous improvement when you talk about, so continuous improvement can be achieved by applying different type of DevOps techniques and break them into the different boundaries of barriers out there by applying DevOps out there, and we can operationalize the cloud journey and run upon that one as well. So we try to enable our services that are available in our cloud as well, and define that one with the approvals and dependent on the systems as well. Microservice architectures are very popular out there. Kubernetes, Docker, and everything's out there, and try to leverage a microservice architecture. An architecture that style is built for applications that are resilient by default, highly scalable, independent and deployable, and quickly respondable and individually scalable out there. Try to use a modern management and orchestration tools such as Kubernetes and then Docker out there. They are integrated batterly with the DevOps, so that can be a better choice for your application and much more suited to cloud needs, if you say out there. You have now modern tools for the API gateways, like Microsoft provide you many gateway technologies, including API management that basically is the front facade of an application that can collect and connect to the multiple applications behind the scenes and create a better facade for out there. So continuous improvement can be outborne out there by monitoring application. Oops, excellence. So you can refer the complete recovery and practice the failures as well. So when you run a drill over your direct disaster recovery on your environment, you will have to perform that particular task on a regular basis and use the chaos engineering practice to identify and remediate the weakness and weak points in your application or your infrastructure as well. Rehearsal the failures and validate that one as much you can out there. So rehearse the recovery, rehearse and practice the failure. Both things you have to do all together. So you can test or the only test the recovery that produce will basically work at the time of emergency. So you can validate the operational run books that how it's going to be work upon that one, how fast it can be, either they're connecting or not, they're provisioning or not. Site vault is a great example. You can use that one to automate that processes out there with Azure automation book. You can run a regular test and conduct the failover scenarios and replicate that one and try to employ the red terms to find basically issues and weakness inside the failure practices point out there. Try to test your workloads, inject the failovers in your environment out there. Chaos engineering practices are available. If you don't know how to find a chaos engineering practices, I will share the couple of links that can be helpful to understand that how you can embrace those improvement out there and chaos engineering practices. However, Azure Architecture Center, inside the design pattern section, you can find the chaos engineering practices that can have a list of practices that you can implement in your architecture in order to validate or increase the performance of reliability and increase the performance of availability of systems and recoverability of systems as well. Evolve the processes. So continuously evaluate and refine the operational processes and tasks while basically serving to the complexity of ambiguity in your applications, in your architecture as well. This approach enable an organization to evolve the processes over the time, optimize the inefficiencies, and learn from the failures and mistakes that they have committed in the past. So it is very important to evaluate what happen out there, and ad hoc basis you can basically use the external factors as well, automate the deployment that goes as an infrastructure that can define infrastructure that need to be deployed and automate as much you can. Optimize the workload configuration with the automation software. Install and avoid databases that one basically can be a static and not be replicated out there. Try to use a PaaS platform as much you can. Try to use and shift the life responsibility on a solution provider than yourself out there. Establish a root cause analysis process out there that you can evaluate the process, that how it's going to be happen and how you're going to investigate that. Should be establish a process out there. I'm just skipping that particular part and just moving forward. So we have talked about the performance and performance excellence, and we'd also talk about the operational excellence, that how we can improve the operations, what are the fundamental principles for operations, and there are few things that we have to keep in mind: application design, monitoring, application performance management, code deployment, infrastructure, and testing. These are the areas that we have to really look into it, and we have to create a different patterns and apply that one, and try to make sure that things that I have talked about it is being gone through by the proper procedures out there, proper implementations out there. There are lots of pattern they exist in operational excellence, like ambassador pattern, gateway aggregation pattern, sidecar pattern. These patterns are basically designed to implement a best practices for you guys, so that you can get step-by-step procedures that you can implement in your solution to avoid certain type of challenge that will come out here. Highly recommend look into the Azure design pattern section in the architecture center, that they have pretty cool stuff out there. Important stuff, I have talked about it throughout my session, and which lead us to our next topic. Are we on time? Hope so. We are not messing up.
We are on time. If you need more time, that's okay. If you want to stop, that's also all right with us.
I think I'll complete my presentation. Go a bit faster.
Okay.
So
up to you. You can take as much time as you want. There is no rush. But there is a question. Someone has posted the question. If you want me to read out, I can read it now, or we can take it later.
You can shoot now. No problem. Shoot me.
Yeah. So Erwin is asking, if there is a glitch on CI/CD script or YAML, is it easy to restore related Azure resources, or will it be manually?
You're cutting off. I cannot hear you. Can you please repeat again? Hello.
Is it better now?
Yes, better now.
So the question is, if there is a glitch on the CI/CD script, is it easy to restore related Azure resources, or will it be manually be restored off any error occurred?
The best part, if you're building, if you're talking about the code as infrastructure, as I understand that you said that if we ship the code as infrastructure along with the CI/CD, and if we deploy through that one, and if it breaks, what happened then? The half of the resources will be created out there, or might half of it will not there out there. How we can remove them? The best part, it works in a transactional mode. Until unless the whole script works fine, the whole transaction can be reverted back. It can be resumed from that particular point. Systems like an Azure PowerShell that have a state management, desired state management as well. For suppose I'm trying to install a virtual machine that require to restart multiple point, or might be it get failed at a certain point and does not continue at that point. So I have an option to resume out there. Your architecture should consider that one and test that one before it goes for production out there. So does Azure have this capacity and capability? Yes, it is very easy to do this thing. There are a couple of practices are available out here, patterns you can apply out there through CI/CD from DevOps as well, and you can use other tools that can do a same processing for CI/CD. CI/CD, it's a methodology that you can apply through multiple tools in Azure, which including open source tools, which include Azure offering of a PaaS solution, that is Azure DevOps pipelines, or you can use Azure automation tools as well, that can also be a part of that one. So whenever you push something into Azure, it can copy that data and push out there. So it depends how you design it. If you're using Azure DevOps platform, it has a capability to restore, resume, or stop, or revert it back to the scratch where you're losing out there. If you're using Ansible, Terraforms, or resource manager templates, you can easily revert it back, or your transaction will be not commit, the resources will be committed, it automatically deleted and come on the previous stage as well. So yes, it is possible. I hope I'm able to answer your question. If still you need a more clarification, just
I guess
stop.
so. Yeah, I guess so. Erwin, if that answered your question, great. If you still have more questions, please feel free to post it on the comments. Osama, you can continue.
Thank you. For all you being wonderful, and thank you for being here with me. So performance efficiency, that's a place where we get money, am I right? So people try to build application when they're not performant, they call us and we go and do the magic. But how we do this magic? Let's talk about it. The performance efficiency is basically the ability of a workload to scale and meet the demand that basically placed by the user, and it required in a very efficient manner. So this definition of a general definition out there, it's very interesting for me because many people don't understand. Give you one idea example out here before we move forward upon that. If I need a performance, what's a simple point? I can scale up, right? I have, for suppose, one virtual machine, and I want the best performance out of that virtual machine. I want to run my website on it, and I want my website to be open in a seconds. I can scale up as much as I want. I can have almost 4 terabytes of RAM on Azure. Super monster machines. Might you guys see the Microsoft CTO Max that he have showcased lots of monster machine on his Twitter. I can scale up one of those kind of machines, Trojan that kind of machine out there. But it's an efficient way? No. When we talk about performance efficiency, it's basically a demand versus supply concept. We provide, whenever we have a demand, we provide them a supply with the best efficiency. Efficiency means the best performance. A performance means a performance of a system, requirement based on requirement, and the cost and the security and other implications with it. So it is very interesting. So first of all, the scalability and optimization is a very important part of your solution out there. So before I go further, I'll just like to talk a few more things out there. What is a scalability and why it is important? Because I also come about scalability all the time out there. It is important to consider achieving a performance that of an application that you want to scale out there, and in a manner that whenever it need more, you can have more. So consider you have an application, and your application is running on some sort of virtual machine out there, and you want to achieve maximum efficiency out of it. How we can do that, and how we can scale up out there. So what are scalability options out there? I can add another virtual machines. I can put them to scale sets. When request more, it will add more. But do I achieve a more maximum efficiency? No. The best efficiency I can get in this particular context, I can shut down both of the machines, and I can go to the Azure Logic apps, Azure App Services, and put them out there. It removes the hassle of development. It removes the hassle of integration. It removes the hassle and cost related to infrastructure. It removes the load balancing problem for me. I don't need to manage the infrastructure, so no load balancing out there. Security will be halfly, partially managed by the service, and pay as you go. When I have more service, it will go more higher. When go less service, it will go less higher. Another important scenario, you have to understand that you have to design your solution with the scalability as well, and scalability have a different phases. Number one, first, suppose you're working for a startup, and that startup apparently in this startup you are an IT infrastructure manager, and you have an application that need to support 1,000 users a month. You plan your infrastructure accordingly, and apparently your product got clicked, and you get, rather than 1,000 users, you get 1 million users. And you also know that those users will be not longer available after a month, because might be there's an event out there like Christmas, the Christmas Easter ahead. You sell Easter eggs, plastic eggs, chocolate eggs, and people like that. They keep buying it, but you know that after Easter, this application will be no longer out there. So your application should be designed in a manner you don't need to buy expensive hardware, you don't need to buy expensive licenses for that particular time period to optimize that cost out there. Neither spending a huge amount of money in an application development to optimize the scale out there. You need to find something that can be just walk between this spike and then come on a regular basis out there, and also monitor whenever it goes back. You don't need to run machine on the same scale out there. It should address that problem. Another problem that scalability normally counter, that called continuous growth or a fast growth. You plan a growth of a hard drive or storage, or you buy a blob storage of like 1 terabyte or 4 terabytes, but it increased so fast. User create tons of content that you were not expecting to do that. Machine learning, this thing happen all the time in machine learning. If you're working in a data science world, you know that if any model works, we put a huge amount of data in it and start training that model out there. According to the plan, might we need 10 GB on, but might be able to get the more data, and we want to use that data out there. So fast growth that happen out there. Business growth might be in expansion of a business out there. Fluctuation, we have talked about it, and also spikes that happen in a day as well. Might be you have 2 teams that work in a day, and that on a 1 hour you have a requirement of 8 GB RAM, but whole time the application remain idle. So you have to address all those issues out there. Neither your application, because if you don't plan properly, what happens? Either your application will suffer or you will pay an extra cost. If you do not put extra money, your application will suffer because you don't have a capacity or memory to run find that kind of customer to run your application. Lost business, opportunity lost, problems. If you put extra money, you have a big monster machine that are running all the time, you're wasting the cost resources out there. To adaptiveness of elasticity of our cloud can help you to do that one as well. So embrace the best practices and patterns that are available. Scalability is the ability of a system either to handle an increase in a workload that can impact performance or availability of a solution and readiness of a solution out there. So what are the options that we have? We have scale up and scale down concept. We have scaling in and scaling out. What is the scale up and scale down concept? Scale up and scale down means size of our infrastructural component increase. Size of virtual machine in easier word. I have one machine of 8 GB. I can get that for 14 GB or 16 GB or bigger machine, 4 GB or 8 GB machines. I just go double up on that. So how it happens when we're trying to work with in an environment where we know that the individual workload is not able to running in an individual capacity and a process oriented solutions out there. It is important to optimize that one as well. Then you have a concept of scale out. Many people think scale out is better than scale up. No, they're two different things. You have to understand that one as well. Concept of scale out, it's slightly different out there. Scale out concept means it's basically you have a instance of an application, you're running a cluster, you're running in a service of an application where you have a multiple compute resources that can process your compute procedures in a small pieces or different pieces and distribute the traffic among multiple nodes out there. So by adding in another instance of an application or instance of a compute resource will distribute a large amount of traffic. So based on requirement, you expand or close out there. And that's auto scaling. Automatic detection by monitoring of our systems and health of systems, adding more resources, and once system become idle and resources become idle, removing them from a stack out there. So you also understand that what I'm trying to put here. Then optimization. When talking about the optimization, we talk about optimization here in a regular basis of practice to the consistently search the better way to use a computer sources, including a network storage, to provide a drive efficiencies and optimal performance out there. CDNs, great examples. You can use a CDNs, origin of storage, replications. These kind of things can increase performance and give you the better visibility. Also, Cosmos DB. I have 6 customers, 3 different lands out there, UK, Dubai, and America. Why I will make them suffer? Make them 2 of them suffer by hosting my data center in Dubai, or hosting my data in London, or hosting my data either in United States. One will happy, 2 will be not happy. What I will do, how I can improve that one? Cosmos DB provide you a multi-geographical replication at the time, so you can create provision data sets in one click. You have replica of your data sets available in a different content. They are synchronized. You have also consistently level out there to configure based on that one. Storage, you can add the caching layers out there, like an rich cache. Microsoft offer a couple of caching applications out there. Cosmos DB can be a caching application out there. CDNs that can basically do a caching as well for you to improve the performance and also read and write as well. Reading from cache, from reading data from cache, like in a rich cache, is cost you very less as compared to reading or writing a data in SQL Server. If some data need to be regular basis be read and write and modify upon that, when I can put them into read-only cache out there and save my money in SQL Server. Better performance, faster access, save money, and more secure as well. Reliability as well. So these are the decisions that we have to make upon that. Test continuously. Test continuously for your capacity planning, and testing planning is very important out there. So test continuously your implement out there. Establish the baselines that you want to support your application and infrastructure as well. Whenever you have a code or an infrastructure that change are made, that always test them with the performance and also expect this cost and or implication that comes with it out there. Knowing the typical and the peak system workloads will help you to understand, build a better architecture. Try to give a little buffer of the edge out there that might you can get the higher spikes. Design that it can handle more than what you plan, but in an efficient way. Test for the expected workload. Do the planned event like sales, promotions, or holidays that I have talked about it earlier. Plan for unexpected events as well. It is important one. Plan your solution for unexpected events as well. pandemic, you never expect that. It happens, and we have to support it. So you know that what kind of chaos happened in last 6 months, where when people were not ready to basically use computation on a cloud on that scale. The shift I have seen is really remarkable. So almost we have Bloomberg have recently reached a survey that where they say that 60% of cloud adoption increase in last 6 months. 60%. Can you imagine the number? Choose the peer region. Microsoft have a concept of geography where you have a multiple data centers available in a multiple geopolitical boundaries that they call geographies, and they bound into the regions, and the region contain at least one data center or multiple. So they have a concept of peer regions. Peer regions help you to scale out the maximum availability of application as well. So any change, a periodic change that need to be happen from Microsoft or your application, it basically going to copy your data into another region and give you the priority upon that one. And this region have some special capabilities out here. Explore that, utilize that one. Carefully evaluate your service and cost. Understand service level agreement, that how it works. People ask me that it's 99.9%, how can they give us a downtime? I say it's not like that. It's not availability time. SLAs are not availability time. Understand, evaluate what they're going to be offering you out there. Try to find a best fitted SLA for your application. It is important for design. Give you the simple example. You have a mission critical application that need to be dependent on a SQL server. You use a web application like a web API, web application, Azure application services. In application services, you want to deploy applications, work perfectly fine out there. But what about SQL Server? It offer only 99.995% SLA. And how you can get that SLA? Only in a business critical edition out there. You have to go for Azure managed instance with business critical, so you can achieve 99.95% SLA. Otherwise, you cannot get this. And the cost of that one with the normal one, it's almost like it's like not exact double, but less than double, but near about that. 1/3 of that one, you can select it. So estimate those things. Build and manage scalable efficient workloads. So tool to provide scalability like SQL Server scaling with the Microsoft SQL Server have pooling capability out there. Use auto scaling capabilities. Use Azure application services for automatic scaling out there. Optimize your network by using Cosmos DB and traffic managers that can route the networks between them. Use Redis caches, I have talked about earlier. Performance issue by analyzing and monitoring tools out there. Design for efficiency as well, and effectiveness of architecture and a trade-off. So design part is another part of the processes. They specifically discrete the decomposable part of them and minimize the use of basic computation power and utilize the maximum compute resource and consider that one that's available for you. Microservice architecture can be a great example for that. Distributed systems, some of the trade-offs that might you want to discuss out here. So the distributed systems are more effective and they require better solution out there, and the latency between application layer can be ensured by different techniques, and scalability can be achieved out there, but performance might be a bit challenge out there, so you can optimize those things out there. Understand define the service level objectives out there, the objectives out here to target for latency, target the number of requests that you want to use, or the expected rate of the workload that you want to do. Use a proven practices such as properly instrumentation code out there of the monitoring and multiple workloads of percentage out there, and semantic troubleshooting should be out there. Avoid anti-patterns out there. There are lots of anti-patterns application built in. Until unless you are sure about it, do not implement that one in a cloud, please. So tools I have talked about it, so I go a bit faster on this one because I have one more topic to cover. So another thing is this Azure architecture review that you can see. It can give you some sort of report like that. Reliability is another pair, and one of the most important, one of the great pair that we have, or one of the important pillar of technology that we have. And hold a second, my screen is not moving. I'm audible. Okay, now it's moving. Okay, sorry for delay. Now to talk about reliability. I'll go quick on reliability. Okay, here we go. Reliability is another pillar of reliability is another pillar of well-designed architecture, and you can call it the fourth pillar. So it's basically a set of practice and patterns that we can follow to build agile-based solution and smart solutions out there. Why reliability is important? Because avoiding a failover is impossible in a cloud or an application but you can create a resilience and respond to that failure and recover it as quick as you can out there. Reliability is what? Basic reliability is basically a goal for the production system to be ensure the availability of that service out there. How you can ensure that one out there, and what are the options you can use upon that one out there. A goal is to maintain a reliable system with the appropriate level of availability and uptime. There's nothing called 100% uptime on planet Earth, but there will be some places out there, but technically it's 99.999 or 99s that call 100% SLA for us. And resilience, we try to also create a resilience, and what resilience is, and the resilience is how, and resilience means that if anything goes wrong, it have a system and ability to basically recover itself and respond to that one as well. Objective is not to avoid all failures out there, so failures will happen out there. It is basically a capability to avoid the downtime when it happens. Will Azure will never go down? No, it will go down. When machine owners will always work? No, they can go down. They will go down for maintenance, internet outrage, so data center outrage, natural disaster, many things. How you respond to that in your strategy, that is important. So building a reliable application in cloud is different from a traditional application development, or while historically you may have a purchase a large redundant higher end applications or hardware to basically minimize the chance of application or systems to be go on a failure point. In a cloud, we acknowledge no upfront cost for the failovers, and we try to minimize them as much we can by adopting multiple techniques out there. So first of all, building a reliable solution is a shared responsibility between you and your cloud solution provider out there. So your application, your workload built on top of Azure platform. So you are responsible for your application side to design in a manner that it compatibility with Azure, and you use Azure feature in a manner so it can understand the shift when it happens between failures. For suppose stateless application must understand the state management when they are switched between a failover happens. Whenever failover happens out there, how it going to react upon that. For suppose I have blob storage. Blob storage provide you a 99.99 SLAs when you basically have GRSA. That means your redundant storage with a read-only access upon the data. That means we have 2 different copies of a data available in 6 different regions out there, and I can have access to my secondary copy via different URL. And my application must know, it must implement retry pattern to basically check application multiple times. Might be the error is transient. That means it's temporary self-healing, so it will try to call back again. Or if it's a consistent, I can might be have something that calls circuit breaker pattern implementation in my application, which makes sure the service is not available from first point, so it can go back to switch to the next point or the alternative point out there and start reading data from that particular URL. And once the service will come back, it can switch it back. So your application must be aware of it. Resilience feature, optional capability that you can enable your application with a high availability, disaster recovery, and backup management. Many services by default provide so many features for that one as well, including databases, applications, and PaaS platforms out there. Reliable foundation that you have to build on top of Azure out there. How to build and design a reliable foundation? There's a pattern and practices available for that one as well, and we're going to talk about later on. Plan for disaster recovery. Plan for design your application with a resilient and failover upon that one, and we're going to talk about later on this one as well. So reliability review, the focus. So manage and build your solution with a scalable, efficient solution out there. So try to use a tool that can provide you reliability, like SQL Server auto scaling out there, Cosmos DB that can provide you reliability and availability because it has automatic failover, and you can automatically switch between multiple replicas as well. You have already replicas out there, and it provides you great consistency out there. Effective architect trade-off, so you can basically design so you can focus more on particular systems of microservice. Same thing that I have talked about earlier as well. Area that you have to focus: failure point, and more than less than dependency on architecture side. Application infrastructure platform point of view, understand SQ and configuration, application state and configuration, and compute capabilities out there. Data platform, you must have to understand configuration and SQs, what available service and difference between them, consistency and redundancy that they provide for application purposes like Cosmos DB, Synapse, if you're using Synapse, you know that how much ROI that what you can produce it. If you talk about Synapse, if you're basically if you want to retrieve back your data, you need a 24 hours for that. So you have to understand that how it's going to work with it. So RPO and RTO, you have to understand these two major matrices, that how you define those constraints out there, evaluate them, define a constraint upon that one. So I will make the slide available, you guys can go through over it. And you basically collect gather the relevant data, analyze the data, check the advice, and implement again. So the continuous improvement should go all the time out there. Few things that before we go for the last pillar, just like to add here, test the fault tolerance. Must be tested the fault tolerance. Application workload should be tested and validated, the reliability of an application out there. And there are a couple of patterns that everyone must have to understand, them some checklists that you can do out there. I will put some of the practices in my Twitter feed as well after this session. So build a availability target and recover target into your design as well. Ensure that your application data platform meet the reliability requirement by configuring a right SKUs, configuring a right configuration as well, and from platform perspective as well. Use zone aware services, that services are aware of zone, so zone they will fail over, they can understand and they can switch it back out there. Design resilience to respond outrage, as well. Platform failovers made analysis, so FMAs must be out there in your applications out there. Impact upon that one, design scalability in your architecture. These are the things that can basically help you to implement certain practice out there. There are a couple of tools out there I can talk about more, but that's a fundamental things that you have to look into it to protect your systems against failovers, and design for that one that will be available out there. So a couple of things that you can do assessment upon that one, so that how you will design an application that ensure the reliability, and what decisions that you have to take and ensure to reliability will be out there and meet your requirement, and how you basically have to identify the all possible failure endpoints and dependencies of application upon that one. Applications such like a traffic manager, load balancer, Kubernetes, Azure Site Recovery, Azure Front Doors are a great choice for these kind of workloads out there, that you can utilize them, those app compute resources, in order to implement that. I'm not talking about intentionally about the practical implementation of those solutions, try to be generic and awareness upon that, to explain the Azure architecture fundamentals. Implementation, you can find much more better idea on Azure Architecture Center, or you can directly pin me. I'll try to give you some more idea upon that one. Here the goal of mine is basically to explain you what are the fundamentals and concepts behind that for Azure well architected solution framework that you can understand, and the implementation can be different in different architectures and different constraints out there. So I don't want to give any specifics here, that's why I'm trying to be very high level upon that. Last but not the least, I know that I'm ahead of my time, but I'll just take 10 minutes more and conclude that. So well architected solutions, so Azure basically offer tons of services, and they provide lots of intelligence services as well, and security pillar is one of the things that we have to consider very seriously. And Azure offer tons of security services that you can use and implement in order to protect your system. So security pillar is very important, and look from top to bottom. It talk about defense in depth, it talk about infrastructural security, talk about data security in every aspect, and we're going to look into it, what are things that we have to take care in this particular manner out there. So security pillar basically offer you a guidelines to protect, detect, response threat across your Azure environment, built on a secure foundation. So you have to build a multi-layer protection control. That means you have to assume the failure will be happen, breaches will be happen out here, and you try to adopt that one out here. We're going to talk about multi-controls and protection layers. What are the defense in depth concepts out there? Build workloads with zero trust principles out there, both in PaaS and SaaS platform. That means you don't trust anything, you block everything by default. Microsoft have a pretty cool site for zero trust policies out there, and Azure also have a separate section for security that we can find zero trust policies and implementation out there. So you try to basically block everything, you don't trust any model out there, and you basically try to implement at least privilege as possible. You try to keep the access on a explicit manner, not implicit. Explicitly you block everything, and implicit access will be not available out there. Embrace Azure security investments and resources that are available, and a compliance certificate that offered by Azure. Azure is a part of more than 1200 security regularities, and like ISO and ISO 27001 certificates will be out there, and compliance out there, and there's a practices that how you can implement and work on it. Try to embrace a better monitoring solution that Azure offer, like Azure Central. So detection and response is also very important, that quicker you detect, better your response, according to me. leverage the large-scale intelligence from that available from microsecurity experience, and Microsoft offer this one from Microsoft Security Intelligent Graph. That is basically a CIS-based interactive solution that is basically collecting us signals from global threats, and Microsoft evaluating millions of threats per second and evaluating that one. You can see that Microsoft collect 8 trillion thread to analyze daily and collect our best values upon that ones and send you the alerts based on your architecture that might be encountered like a ransomware and protect you before it happens out there. And you don't have that kind of infrastructure on premises. That's why you go on a cloud and you can take advantage of it. You can embrace automation by using Azure and also with Azure Defender to get the threat protection against your workloads and automate the action whenever it happens and remediate them immediately. Establish a procedure to identify and mitigate immediately the threat whenever it happens. You can use Azure Sentinel, and many other components are available out there. Continuously manage your workload security from a single panel and of a glass with Azure Security Center. Azure Security Center is a central point that can analyze and evaluate across Azure security and give you the recommendation. Also, it has some additional tools like a PIM, Privileged Access Identity Access Management, and many other tools that can help you to evaluate your security controls. And also it has a built-in controls out there. It can collect reports, alerts, navigation, and many others out there. Protect your application against web-based threats out there by using application level firewall. Azure offer tons of firewall options out there, which including Azure gateways, which comes with a load balancer with the firewalls, and also you can use Azure firewalls, and third-party offerings are also out there. Try to use managed identity and access management control by using Active Directory. Active Directory is one of the comprehensive Azure Active Directory basically is one of the comprehensive solution that available for identity management that gives you the better access control. Managed identity is basically a concept where resources can talk to each other without storing a declared or descriptive authentication information in them. You can try to embrace the modern feature by Azure offering of securing of information in a vaults, like an automation of certificates and response out and credentials out there by using Azure key vaults. So built on top of secure foundation. So what are the secure foundations? Protect your customer data, secure hardware, and continuously testing. These are 3 fundamental principles that you have to follow. So DOS and other kind of attacks can be protected by the systems that is already available inside Azure. So Azure will provide you the ad services that can protect your scenarios out there. Azure DDoS protection will be available in the premium edition out there. You can use that one that can help with the customer data to be prevented and damage out there. And you can also use other applications that can scan the Azure ad services like Azure Sentinel. Azure can also detect the advanced level threats as well. Data protection. If you talk about data protection, perform discovery, classification, labeling, and synthesis of data. So when you talk about protections, not only from a stealing point of view as well, we talk about it from any kind of design failures or anything that can cause a breach out there. So we want to make sure that there's nothing happen out there. And some of the design principle is built on a comprehensive strategy designed for attackers. Focus on information protection. I'll repeat again that particular piece out here. Design for resilience and zero trust should be out there. So classification of SQL Server will be available. Might you guys aware of that? Classification label sensitive data out here might be stored some personal information in your SQL Server or other databases that you want to protect. So you have a classification labels out there. You can apply upon that one. Discovery can help you to basically discover the data that what are the available sets are available out there. Monitor your data, protect your sensitive data by encryption. You have a different levels of encryption available in different platform. Azure protect all of their databases by defaultly and rest. You have to take care of transposition out there. You can use your own key certificates as well to encrypt that one, that called bring your own certificate concept. Encrypt your service, rest and transient both. Encrypt your certificates and manage those certificates by yourself or by organizational by using key vault techniques. Build prevention of a service from enabled from zero trust principle. That means that DDoS protection turn on your application and traffic patterns out there. Application firewalls that Azure extensions will be out there to remove anything out there. So it will work between layer 3 to layer 7 out there. Configuring network security groups, network security out there integration. So there's a one basic example out there that how you can build out there from one top to bottom out there. You have to look from every aspect. Also some fundamental principles that you have to follow the protection of service out there, which including design for attacker, agile security priorities for the mission as well. Leverage the native controls that will be available in Azure, so you don't have to do integration of third party out there to also avoid the vulnerabilities that comes with that one. use identity and control access management, create a proper accounting and accountability of a systems out there and auditability of them out there, and design for resilience that the DOS attacks or kind of things can be also handled on certain level out there. Focus on information protection. I have talked about it. Another important thing, use a built-in controls in Azure to basically protect a solution and understand your defense in depth. You have to basically define a different layers. You have to lay down the complete layer mechanism out there. Why it is important? Because if you breach one layer, other layer we're going to protect your data. The core thing that you have to protect, what is every hacker behind, what every hacker wants is your data. Data is one of the most important digital footprints of your organization. It can have lots of implication if you lose the data, financial, legal, and many others. So you have to protect your data on the highest level out there. After that, you have to protect your application, delay and application level security, including vulnerability testing and penetration testing, better practices of DevOps implementation, and other out there. Then identity and access management. You try to implement a better identity solution out there, suited to the application, and manage identity, auth mechanisms, Active Directory integration can be a great choice upon that in your application. Network level security. NSG and other kind of solutions that can basically help you to protect the traffic, relevant traffic to come in out there. Try to use systems such as express route to create a much more secure connection between your applications out there, so it can become between a specific channel not available for the internet public out there. Configure them in a manner, design in a manner that it will be isolated from external traffic as much you can. Try to leverage Azure backbone service out there. Try to book the plug points out there. Try to use some of the services that are available in Azure for the private endpoints as well. Use a threat protection as well. Use a security management tools as well. So you can use a defense in depth concept to basically use a native control to make more secure inside Azure as well. Azure offer up tons of services that you can utilize out here. I've talked about earlier as well: Security Center, Web Application, and Active Directory. Some of the quality inhibitors that you can work upon that one out there from operational excellence and related to security out there. When talk about operational excellence, that unclear, unseen apprehend resources out there. For suppose you talk about unavailability of a root cause is not out there, and no scalability design, no resilience of testing out there. These all things going to reflect end of the day out there. So these are some indicators that inhibitors that you might be coming out there, and you have to identify and resolve them before it's going to take place in your systems and cause a problem out there. No security threat detection mechanism might be out there. So you have to identify all those small points and evaluate them. And Azure Architecture Center and Azure well-defined architecture give you the guidelines and step-by-step procedures that you can deduct this checklist. You have those checklists to basically monitor systems, and that can basically help you end of the day. You can start engagement upon with your customers as well. So how it should be out there. So provide a summary of a current engagement, indicate the customer and a motivation of the engagement of the security review, and identify the target workload here. Second step, you propose the objective that what you want to prepare for the engagement out here, and in the end expected outcomes. You define that what will be the end result of that security implementation or review of that one, and how this procedure flow will going to work out there, and what are the key outcomes should be come out of it. For example, the agile business outcomes out there for the key activities, you can say to identify the customer, the well architecture design, the identity and potential workload will be out there, and a capability for business. So I will upload this flight that might be helpful for you guys, that you can look into it. It flows out there. So I would love to go more detail upon that one, but I am running out of time, so trying to conclude upon that one. So these are the flows. So you must have to understand the outcomes that we're talking about: the team agile and customer workflow management and identified, customer competent and engagement planning as well, access workloads and customer commitments and acting planning as well, action plans as well, and recommendation, implementation, enhancement of Azure environment, and major in progress and continuous improvement and process out there. So this should be localized something like that whenever you're planning for engagement out there. Azure architecture plans, including for security, including for other 4 pillars of Azure well architected solution out there. I hope so you enjoyed my session. I tried to cover most of the part as much I can. And if you guys have any questions, feel free to join me on the Twitter and thank you for whole team of Cloud Marathon and allowing me to be here. And I really enjoy my session, and I hope so. I'll see you sometime someplace. Stay tuned. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Osama. It was a great session, very informative. Thank you so much once again, and have a good day. I know it's early morning for you, and thanks again. I know you were not 100% well, but you still took a time to present on such a great topic. Thank you so
I
much
just want to
once
know,
again.
this session will be available on YouTube, so I can share
It
with other
would
people
be.
as well?
The recording would be available on the YouTube channel for the marathon.
Will this session will be available on YouTube?
It will be.
Okay. And thank you once again. Hope to see you
Yeah.
sometime soon. Best of
All
luck.
right.
Rest of the sessions. Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you. Hey, everyone. A very good morning, afternoon, evening, or night, depending upon the time zone you are joining us from. I welcome you all to my session. If you're watching the recording, I welcome you as well. I hope you and everyone in your family is staying safe and staying healthy. I would like to thank Cloud Lunch and Learn team for giving me this wonderful opportunity. Kudos and cheers to everyone. I would also like to thank the sponsors of the marathon, Microsoft and Redgate. Without their support, it would not have been possible for the team to organize the conference at the global scale. In this session, we'll talk about durable functions, which is an extension on top of Azure Functions, which lets you write stateful code in serverless environment in Azure. This session is a level 100 to 200 with essential concepts and few demos. If you have worked on durable functions in the past, my presentation will come as a refresher to you. If you are just beginning with durable functions, I can assure you that you will get enough information to get started with durable functions. Before we get started with the presentation, I have posted a link on the comment section, which I would recommend you to go ahead and register and mark your attendance as well. There are certain giveaway prizes which you can win based on number of sessions you will be attending. With that, let me quickly introduce myself. My name is Weber Gujral. I work as a cloud architect at Kivit. I'm based out of Omaha, Nebraska, which is in Midwest US. I'm a Microsoft Azure MVP and a Microsoft certified trainer. I'm a Microsoft certified solutions architect expert, and I hold numerous other Azure role-based certifications. I run Omaha Azure User Group, which is a user group community here in Omaha. If you are interested in learning more about the user group, you can visit the website omahaazure.org. I regularly speak at user groups, events, and conferences. I regularly blog on webergujral.com, and I also run my own YouTube channel. If you would like to get in touch with me offline, you can do so on my Twitter handle, or you can also connect me with on LinkedIn. With that, let's get started. Let's see what we are going to talk about today. As I said, this session is on Azure Durable Functions. It's going to be a level 100 to 200 session. It's not a very advanced session. We will be starting with very basic on what is serverless. We'll talk about Azure Functions and some concepts. We'll talk about some of the challenges that comes with Azure Functions and how Durable Functions solve some of those. We'll talk through different concepts in durable functions and also talk about different patterns that you can implement using durable functions, like function chaining, fan out, and fan in. As I said, I have planned few demos as well, and time permitting, I would like to cover as many as possible. Lastly, even though I would like this to be an interactive session, please feel free to post any questions you might have in the comments window, and I will get back to you as soon as I get a chance. I have over 45 slides and a few demos that I would like to cover in next 60 minutes or so. So let's keep the ball rolling. I hope everyone who is watching this session live or recorded, you might understand the different cloud deployment models. If not, here is a refresher for you. In traditional on-premises world, you manage everything in your data center, meaning you own and manage the physical infrastructure, including racks, switches, servers, and so on. In addition to the physical infrastructure, you also manage the virtualization and operating system. You manage all the middlewares and runtimes and libraries. And last but not the least, you also manage the application and the data that resides in your data center. And when you make a move to public cloud, be it Azure or AWS or GCP or any other cloud, It becomes a shared responsibility model. Unlike traditional or on-prem that you are seeing on the screen, where you own and manage everything, unlike that, in public cloud, some of the things are managed by cloud provider and rest are managed by you as a customer. The first model in public cloud, which is closest to an on-premises environment, is called Infrastructure as a Service, or IaaS. Under IaaS, the cloud provider manages the physical infrastructure, and you as a consumer manage the operating system and virtualization layers, the runtimes, and your applications and data. Azure offers IaaS, AWS has it, in Azure it is called as virtual machines. The second deployment model is called as platform as a service, where you as a consumer only manage your application and data. All the underlying layers, including physical infrastructure, virtualization, operating system, and runtimes, are managed by cloud provider. Azure App Service is a good example of platform as a service. Azure SQL Database is another one example. The last model is called a software as a service, where you consume the application and data over internet, and you are not responsible for managing anything in the stack. One good example of software as a service could be Office 365. Now, with the advent of cloud computing and the different deployment models, there are different service models you can opt from to run your applications. To start with, you can run your applications in bare metal machines in your data center. Since it is on premises, everything is owned and managed by you. The next evolution comes in the form of virtual machines, which are infrastructure as a service offering, where you don't have to worry about the physical infrastructure, but you still need to care about many other things apart from your application code. Then comes the app services in Azure, which are platform as a service, where cloud provider manages most of the nitty-gritties of the environment, and you only worry about your application code and the hosting platform. What applies to app services typically applies mostly to the containers as well. The most recent advancements came with the new serverless architectures, where you just manage and worry about your code, and everything else is managed by cloud provider for you. In Azure, it is called as functions. In AWS, it's called Lambda, but essentially the concept remains the same. So what is serverless? Let's talk about it little. Serverless has been a hype word in last few years, and serverless could be a misleading term too. Literally, serverless translates into something which has no servers, which is incorrect. Serverless workloads still need servers to run on, but they are abstracted away from the consumers. So it is misleading to say that there are no servers. Instead, think of it as a less server. Serverless architectures essentially removes the need for server management. Servers, infrastructure, and operating systems are provisioned on demand for execution time and decommissioned when execution is done. One specific use case for serverless is coined as function as a service. Under function as a service, independent code pieces are executed as functions. Some examples include Azure Functions, AWS Lambda, and Google Cloud Functions. Azure Functions is a serverless compute service offered by Azure that can run code on demand. You can call these small pieces of code as functions. Just think that if you can write the code you need for the problem at hand without worrying about the whole application or the infrastructure to run it, won't it be great? Moreover, you can deploy that piece of code independently and execute it on demand. Azure Functions provide out-of-the-box templates for some of the most common scenarios that we come across daily as a developer, ranging from connecting to storage, image or video processing, exposing HTTP APIs, IoT, running a script or code in response to an event, and so on. Azure Functions come in pretty handy in these scenarios. Further, you can share these functions across your applications and developers' productivity gets a boost. Lastly, I assume if you would have worked on Azure Web Apps, you would have heard of web jobs, which allowed to write background tasks in same context as a web app. Think of Azure Functions as a serverless evaluation of Azure Web Jobs. In fact, Azure Functions SDK utilizes Azure Web Jobs SDK. Here are some key features that Azure Functions offers. Microsoft offers a choice of languages in which you can write your code for Azure Function. It supports C Sharp, F Sharp, JavaScript, PowerShell, Python, Java, TypeScript. Since it's serverless and Azure compute resources are provisioned only for the time when the code is executed, we pay only for the time the code is executed, as the resources are deprovisioned after that. Functions do support NuGet and NPM packages, so you can bring in your own dependencies and use them in your code pretty much as you will do in any of your other projects. Functions that can be triggered by HTTP requests and supports OAuth providers such as Azure Active Directory, Facebook, Google for authentication. Since functions are part of Azure ecosystem, they offer seamless integration with other Azure services. There are different ways to develop and deploy Azure functions, but it makes development quite flexible. As a developer, I can work on one function using C Sharp, and my peer developer who loves JavaScript can work on another function using JavaScript. And we can utilize both these functions in a single architecture. Lastly, Azure Function Runtime is open source and it's available on GitHub. If you are interested, you might go and check it out. The most important call out here is that Azure Function is a pay-per-use service. You only pay for the execution time. We'll talk about how pricing works for Azure Functions shortly. Here, what you are seeing is the language support for all the different versions of Functions Runtime. In all the versions, C Sharp, F Sharp, and JavaScript are supported because but whereas you will see version 2.x and 3.x supports richer set of languages like Java, PowerShell, Python, and TypeScript. The primary reason is version 2.0 onwards. It's built on top of .NET Core, which is cross-platform, whereas version 1.x, all the versions were built on .NET Framework, which was not cross-platform. Please head out to the link that I have listed down below there to check out the latest list of supported languages by Azure Functions. Now, since Functions is a part of Azure ecosystem, they can be integrated easily and seamlessly with other Azure services and many third-party services. Any of these services can either trigger a function execution or they can serve as input or output for your code. Azure Functions can be integrated with Azure Cosmos DB, Azure Event Hub, Azure Event Grid, Azure Notifications Hub, Azure Service Bus, Azure Storage. It can be integrated with on-premises systems. It can be integrated with Twilio for SMS messages, with SendGrid for email messages. It can be integrated with Kafka, Dapper, and webhooks as well. It is important to understand lifecycle of an Azure function before we move forward. What happens is it all starts with an event. Somewhere there is an event that takes place. It could be a webhook that gets triggered or a message that is written to a queue. It could be a recursive timer event or an event where a file is uploaded to a blob storage. Whatever the event is, it triggers an Azure function, which is nothing but a piece of code which executes every time the function is triggered. The function takes input from the event that triggered it and processes that input and returns back an output to different data stores. Pretty straightforward and simple to understand how an Azure function works. Now let's talk more about the triggers. One of the Merriam-Webster's definitions says a trigger is something that acts like a mechanical trigger in initiating a process or reaction. This defines pretty much what an Azure function trigger does as well. It essentially defines how a function is invoked. Triggers are out-of-the-box templates to trigger execution of an Azure function. A function can have exactly one trigger, and a trigger can have an associated data, which is usually the payload that triggered the function. Here is a list of the different supported triggers that are supported by Azure Functions. It could be HTTP trigger that triggers the execution of your function by using an HTTP request. A timer trigger executes your function based on a predefined schedule. Cosmos DB trigger is used when you process Azure Cosmos DB documents whenever they are added or updated in the collections. Blob trigger is used when you you want to integrate your Azure functions with your storage blobs whenever they are added to the containers. Queue triggers let you trigger your functions based on the messages as they arrive in your storage queue, and so on, like Event Grid, Event Hub. There are different events that you can use these triggers with to trigger your Azure functions. Similar to triggers, the another concept that you should be aware of in Azure functions is known as bindings. As I was showing in the life cycle of an Azure function, that an Azure function takes input from an event, processes that input, and returns back an output. To enable that magic, to have that magic work, what Azure function uses is known as input and output bindings, which provide a declarative way to connect to data from within your code. Now, bindings are optional. You don't necessarily need to get an input or return an output. But if you have, it could be either you can have two different types of binding to reflect whether it's an input binding or output binding. In some scenarios, you can also have bindings which are bidirectional, meaning in out. Now, a function can have multiple input and output bindings, and from runtime version 2.x, binding extensions are provided in NuGet packages. So to register an extension, the package needs to be installed in your solution. Here's a sample functions.json code that I wanted to show to the audience here. So when you develop Azure functions by using the Azure portal, triggers and bindings are configured in what is known as function.json file. The portal provides a UI for this configuration, but you can edit the file directly by changing in the advanced editor. When you develop Azure functions by using Visual Studio to create a class library, you configure trigger and bindings by decorating methods and parameters with attributes. I will show you an example of that as well. What essentially you are seeing here is an binding, input binding, and what you are seeing is an output binding. In a class library, as I was saying earlier, the same trigger and binding information is utilized is declared using an attribute. For example, here we are using a output binding for queue. Now, moving on to pricing, there are 3 pricing tiers that are supported by Azure Functions. To start with is the consumption plan, which, as the name suggests, you pay only for the time your code is executed. When you create an Azure function, this is your default hosting plan where your function is created under. There were certain challenges with consumption plan. One of the major problem with consumption plan is the cold start. When you create your Azure functions under consumption plan, if the function goes idle after certain time, and then when you have to when you return back to your functions, it takes sometimes a little bit of extra time to warm the instance and start responding back to your requests. And that problem is known as cold start. So if that's a problem that you are seeing in your use case, the recommendation is to start using premium plan, which is similar to consumption plan, but what it essentially does is it always maintains a warm instance up and running to avoid any cold start, meaning it never scales down your number of instances for your functions to 0. It always maintains in a single instance up and running so that all your requests can be handled, and that instance is always kept perpetually warm so that the cold start problem can be avoided. Now, premium plan is an expensive plan compared to consumption plan. It also comes with some additional features, like it does supports connecting your Azure functions to virtual networks. Third, last but not the least, the another option that you have to host your Azure functions is called as dedicated plan, which is essentially similar to an app service plan that you might have used for a web app. Always remember that when you are deploying your Azure function in a dedicated plan, you can avoid cold start problem by enabling the always on feature in the application configuration settings. Now, here is how it works behind the scene, the consumption plan. Under the hood, Azure Function uses a component called a scale controller to monitor the rate of events and determine whether to scale out or scale in your function instances. The scale controller uses heuristics for each trigger type, meaning when you are using, for example, an Azure Queue Storage trigger, meaning whenever a message is written to Azure Queue Storage, you want your function to trigger, the scale controller scales based on the queue length and the age of the oldest method or oldest message. So the unit of scale in an Azure function app is in the unit of scale in an Azure function is known as a function app or a function host instance. So when the function app is scaled out, additional resources are allocated to run multiple instances of the Azure function host. Likewise, as compute demand is reduced, the scale controller automatically removes the additional function host instances, which are nothing but function apps. Now, you have to be aware that a function app can have multiple functions. So whenever a function app or a function host instance is scaled up or down, all those function instances are scaled up and down. Now, another thing to note here is we won't spend lots of time because this session is on durable functions and we'll shortly jump onto that. But do be aware that a single function app can only scale up to a maximum of 100 instances. A single instance may process more than one message or a request at a time, though. So there isn't a set limit on number of concurrent executions. And also, when we are talking about scaling, that scale controller scales up or scales down these number of instances. Do note that these new instances are only allocated at most once every 10 seconds. Here is how the Azure Functions pricing looks like for a consumption plan. It's measured based on two metrics, execution time and total executions. Execution time is essentially measured in a unit called as GB seconds, gigabyte seconds, whereas total executions is measured in millions, how many millions executions are executed. So what I'm showing on the screen is an example from the pricing calculator. If you will head out to Azure pricing calculator, you can provide all the details and calculate how much your Azure function is going to cost you. What you are seeing on the screen is I'm going to consume 512 MB of memory, and my execution time is 1000. So my execution time measured in gigabyte second will be 512 by 1000. And then total number of executions that I'm anticipating is 2 million. Now you have to be aware that the first 400,000 gigabit seconds of execution time and 1 million executions are already included for free. So rest of the execution time and total execution for my Azure function is going to be chargeable, which when I calculated came out to around little less than $10, which is super cheap. Now you should also be aware of premium plan. Since I said earlier, premium plan comes with a perpetually warm instance, which is always up and running. Hence, it's a little different how it works than consumption plan. As Azure Function Premium Plan essentially has a couple of metrics that it measures. One is called as vCPU and one is called as memory. So vCPU is a combination of the different metrics that are consumed by the Azure Function compute, whereas memory is the memory that is consumed. In a nutshell, if I have to compare consumption or premium plan pricing with a dedicated plan, this is how it looks like. If I'm on a dedicated plan, I keep paying fixed cost 24/7. Whereas if I'm on a consumption plan, I only pay for the number of I only pay based on the execution. So if overnight there are no executions of my function code, then I pay literally $0. Whereas during daytime, if there are number of executions go up, I pay accordingly. So if you're just getting started with Azure Functions and you are a .NET developer like me, you are starting with Visual Studio 2019, ensure that when you're installing Azure Visual Studio 2019, you have Azure Development Box checked during the installation. Once you have your Visual Studio 2019 installed with Azure Development Tools, what you will see is once you will go and try to create a new project, you will see a template for Azure Functions down there, which you can utilize to create your Azure Functions. If you are a Visual Studio Code user, you can go ahead and install Azure Functions extension so that you can start developing your Azure Functions in VS Code. And do remember that you also need to install Azure Function Code tools if you want to debug your Azure Functions in Visual Studio Code. Let me quickly jump onto a virtual machine to show you how how easily you can get started developing your Azure Functions. So what you are seeing here is I'm in my Visual Studio 2019. I'll go ahead and click on create a new project. I already have installed Azure Development Tools. I'll go ahead and search for functions here, and here it is. I'll go and click here. I'll give it a name, my demo function, and I'll leave the rest of the options as is. I'll click on create. It will ask me for a storage account. I'll touch upon this shortly in my slide deck, but I'll keep using storage emulator. Otherwise, I can go ahead and choose a storage account in Azure as well. I leave the authorization level as the function, but I can also make it anonymous. I can choose any of the available triggers that I was mentioning in my slide deck. For the purpose of this demo, I will keep it as HTTP trigger. I'll go ahead and click on create. It will go and create a boilerplate code for me for a plain Azure function. Here you go. Here what it is doing is it has created an HTTP triggered function, and here is how it has decorated my function with a HTTP trigger attribute to show that it's an HTTP triggered function. What it is doing is essentially it's looking for a query string parameter called as name. If it finds it, it responds back with a message saying hello name. Otherwise, it says you should pass a name in the query string. Pretty straightforward. If I have to test it out, I just go ahead and click on run. It will start the Azure Function runtime, which is exactly the same runtime which runs your Azure Functions in Azure. So my function is up and running now. Here is the URL that I can use to call it. I'll copy that URL and go to my browser and call it once. I'll go here and click on this. And as you see, I have not passed the name query string. It says that I should pass a name in the query string. I'll go ahead and put a name, CLL Marathon. And as you see, it did executed. Hello, CLL Marathon. This HTTP triggered function executed successfully. You can essentially do the same thing in your Visual Studio Code. I already have installed an extension for Azure Functions, which you can see here. And I also have installed Azure Function Code Tools, which you can download it from here if you have not installed it before. But since I have that installed, I can essentially go ahead and create a new function using the command palette. I'll go and choose the command Azure Functions create function. It will say I don't have a project, so should I create a new project? Yes, I want you to create a new project. I'll go ahead and choose a folder. I'll create a new folder called as demo. And I'll choose that folder where I wanted to go ahead and create a function. I can choose any of the supported languages. Since I'm a C# developer, I go ahead and choose C#. I want to go with .NET Core 3 so that I can run it on Linux or Windows. I will go ahead and choose HTTP trigger for now. I'll leave it a name as is, the default name that it has provided. I'll leave the default namespace that it is offering me. I'll click enter. I'll keep the authorization as function at function level, and I like to open it in the current window. Essentially, what you will see is it will create the similar boilerplate code that I had created in Visual Studio 2019. And if I will execute it, it will give me the same results. So pretty much if you are a Visual Studio 2019 user or a Visual Studio Code user, it's pretty easy to get started with Azure Functions. Now, if you have been working with Azure Functions in the past, I'm not sure of that, but if you as you will start consuming Azure Functions, if you want to execute single piece of code in a single Azure Functions, it's a great service. But as your use case becomes more complex, when you start implementing certain workflows using your Azure Functions, that is where you start seeing some of those challenges. For example, what you are seeing in this screen is I am trying to implement a workflow where function 1 calls function 2, function 2 calls function 3. Pretty simple and straightforward function chaining pattern. But the challenge that you see here is when function 1 triggers function 2, function 1 really don't know what's happening in function 2. And when function 2 triggers function 3, function 2 is not aware of what's happening in function 3. And what you can do is you can add queues in between your functions. You can write a message in a queue from function 1, and then function 2 can read that message. Then function 2 can write a message in another queue, and function 3 can read that message and execute based on that message. But as more and more you keep making this more complex, you will start seeing more issues, because Azure Functions typically is a stateless service. So function 1 doesn't maintain any state, function 2 doesn't maintain any states, function 3 doesn't maintain any states on its own. So it's very difficult for those three functions to coordinate among themselves and provide the current state of the execution. What really makes it more complicated is, let's say function 3 fails. Neither function 1 will know about it, nor function 2 will know about it, that what's happening in function 3, unless they go ahead and do something else. And I'm not saying you cannot do it using Azure function. You can add another Azure function which can keep checking function 3's status, but it becomes more complicated. It's not very intuitive to implement such a workflow. Take another example known as fan in, fan out pattern. If you want to implement such a pattern, it will just add complexity to your overall solution if you go with your plain Azure functions. So here are some of the common challenges that as and when you will start using Azure functions, you will come across. The first is it's very difficult to create complex workflows using Azure functions. And as I was saying, Azure functions are stateless. There is no state management, so you cannot really say what state is your Azure function in. Then error handling in your workflows is almost you will not be able to implement that, because as I was saying, if function 3 fails, your function 2 doesn't know what to do and if your function 3 has errored out. Lastly, till the time you have small pieces of code that have short execution durations, Azure functions are a great fit. But if its execution durations are longer than a few minutes, I think Azure functions really struggle. So how can you solve the problem? You can solve these problems using an extension on top of Azure functions known as durable functions. Durable functions, as I said, is an extension of Azure function that lets you write stateful functions in serverless environment. The extension manages state, checkpoints, and restarts for you. It lets you define stateful workflows in a new type of function known as orchestration function. We'll see it shortly. And some of the benefits you get out of orchestrator functions is that durable functions is they define workflow in your code. No JSON schema or designer is required. It's plain vanilla Azure functions that you can decorate with appropriate attributes to highlight that they are durable functions, and that's it, and you can utilize them. They can call other functions synchronously and asynchronously. And let me show you this diagram. So essentially, if I have to convey what durable function is, it's a combination of three different category of functions. To start with, the very first function is the client function in your durable function workflow. What client function does is it starts an orchestrator. An orchestrator is where all the magic happens on your workflow. An orchestrator is what enables your durable functions to be stateful. An orchestrator manages all the activities and executes your activities A, B, and C. You can further take it one more level. You can have nested orchestrators, meaning your orchestrator can call sub-orchestrators, which can call different activities. Another type of function that supported by durable framework is called as entity function. It is used to declare stateful entities within Azure Functions. You can either call entity functions through client, or you can also call it through orchestrator. We'll touch upon entity functions shortly in one of the later slides. Moving on, I was showing you the code earlier of how to define an Azure function using attributes in C#. I'm sorry, I come from a C# background, so I have taken examples from C#. So what you are seeing here is a normal Azure function with a function name attribute declaring it's an Azure function. It's a queue triggered function. But what you will notice here is it has a durable client attribute, which comes from orchestration client binding, which indicates this is a client function. This is the client function in a durable function workflow. The next function that you should be aware of is an orchestrator function, which you can declare using an orchestration trigger attribute. And the third type is known as activity function, which you can declare using an activity trigger attribute. So let me quickly jump onto Azure into my virtual machine and see how easy it is to get started with a durable function. So I'll go back to my Visual Studio 2019. I'll close the function that I have created earlier. I'll close this solution. I'll go ahead and click on create a new solution. I'll use the Azure function template that I have used earlier. I will give a name to my durable function. This time, instead of choosing HTTP trigger, I'm going to choose a different trigger known as durable functions orchestration. What it essentially does is sets up the boilerplate code for me for a durable function. I'll keep using storage emulator, and I'll touch upon storage account shortly in my presentation. I'll click on create, and it does creates a boilerplate. What it does is it creates 3 different Azure functions for me within the same class file. To start with, this is my client function. This is my entry point. When I run my Azure function, this is the first function that gets executed. This is the entry point for my Azure durable function. And here is how it knows I've provided a durable client attribute on my Azure function. Then it goes to the orchestration function. From this line, I'm calling a method known as start new async. I'm passing the name of my orchestrator function here, and which is defined here. And I have declared an orchestration trigger attribute here, indicating that this is an orchestration function. What this orchestration function is doing is it is calling 3 activities in sequence. Although it's calling the same activity, but it's calling the same activity in a sequence 3 times. What it's doing is it's just passing different value every time. And here is my activity function that is being called 3 times. What it is doing is I pass an activity trigger attribute to indicate it's an activity function, and it is expecting a string value called name. And whatever value is passed to it, it just appends hello to it and returns that. Let me quickly go ahead and run this durable function. Since it's an HTTP trigger function, it's easier for me to test and demonstrate. I'll go ahead and pick up the URL for my durable function. And I'll go to the browser and I'll go ahead and execute it. As you will see, it does returns me certain URLs. We'll talk about what these URLs are. But for now, what I'll go and do is I'll go and pick up this status query get URI to get the status of my Azure durable function. I'll copy that. I'll go here. And as you can see, my runtime status for my Azure durable function is set to completed. It could have been pending, running, or completed. So since the execution is completed, it says the state is completed. I didn't pass any input to my durable function, but it did return an output. And since I have executed my activity 3 times with 3 different values, that's why it's returning 3 different outputs. Hello Tokyo, hello Seattle, hello London. Pretty straightforward. Likewise, you can also do the same thing in Visual Studio Code. If I go ahead and do the same thing, instead of using HTTP trigger, I can use durable function orchestration, and I can keep the default options. And I'll use local emulator for now. And it does creates the same boilerplate code for me, as you can see, Tokyo, Seattle, and London. And if I will run it, it will behave the same, exactly the same. So here are the languages that durable functions support. Pretty much what Azure Function supports today: C#, JavaScript, Python, F#, PowerShell is in public preview. Check out the link that I have provided down below for the latest updates. Now, under the hood, durable functions do utilize event sourcing pattern. If you're not aware of what event sourcing pattern is, it essentially says that instead of storing just the current state of data in a domain, you can use an append-only store to record the full series of actions that have taken place on your data. The store acts as the system of record in that case, resulting in improved performance, scalability, and responsiveness. It can also provide consistency for your transactional data and maintain full audit trail and history that can enable compensating actions. Now, Azure Function uses storage as the backend and uses what is known as Task Hub, which is nothing but a logical container for all the Azure storage resources that are used by your orchestrations within your durable functions. Now, orchestrators and activity functions can only interact with each other when they belong to the same task hub. If multiple function apps share a storage account, each function app must be configured with a separate task hub name. A storage account can contain multiple task hubs. The following diagram illustrates one task hub per function app in shared and dedicated storage accounts. Now let's see how durable function workflow works. How is a durable function executed? So the first thing that happens is your orchestrator gets started. It goes ahead and starts activity 1, and then it goes to sleep. Then once activity 1 is completed, orchestrator wakes up and looks that activity 1 is completed. It goes and starts activity 2 and then goes to sleep. Once activity 2 is completed, orchestrator wakes up, and if there is no more activity, it gets completed. Let me show you an example in C# code as well, how it behaves. So here is the same example that I was showing you for the function chaining, where we had 3 activities being called in sequence, Tokyo, Seattle, and London. We have 3 activities, activity 1, 2, 3, and passing those 3 different string values to it. So what happens is when we run our function, when we run this orchestration function, what happens is it starts with here, it goes here, it starts activity 1 and goes to sleep. When activity 1 gets completed, orchestrator wakes up and again starts from the beginning. It comes to activity 1, finds that activity 1 was executed last time. It moves on to the activity 2, starts activity 2, and goes to sleep. When activity 2 gets completed, orchestrator wakes up from its sleep and again starts from the starting. Then it goes and checks that activity 1 was executed earlier in history. Then it also finds that activity 2 was executed in the past. Then it goes to activity 3 and finds activity 3 was not executed. It starts the activity 3, goes to sleep, and once, similar to what happened with activity 1 and 2, once activity 3 gets completed, the orchestrator wakes up again and starts from the beginning and finds that all 3 activities were completed and then it returns and finishes its execution. Simple concept, but very important to remember. Another important aspect is how do you handle errors in your durable functions. It is very important to handle your errors in orchestrator and activity functions, and there is no difference in your orchestration functions than any of the other code that you write using programming languages that are supported by functions. So you can essentially use the programming language native error handling features like try catch in C#. Do remember that when an exception is thrown by an activity function and you want to catch that exception in an orchestrator, the function is not a general exception, it's a special exception that it throws. It is known as function failed exception. So another thing to note here is that an automatic retry policy can be used to call activities or sub-orchestrators to come out of transient failures, because transient failures can happen sometime. If a failure is transient, you might like to retry, and that is what I'm showing on the screen here, where I'm trying to retry 3 times after 5 seconds if it fails. You can also use a durable timer to abandon a function call within an orchestrator if it is taking too long to complete. There is a link if you would like to go and check out the documentation from Microsoft on how you should handle your error handling in your how you should handle errors in your durable functions. Please check out that link. Now, durable function extension automatically adds a set of HTTP APIs. I was showing you during the demo, when I executed my durable function, it did return a list of certain API calls. So some of those API calls are part of durable functions REST APIs. So with these APIs, you can interact with and manage orchestrations and entity functions without writing any code. Essentially, you can use these REST API calls to perform management tasks on your orchestration functions and entities and task hubs. Some of the operations that you can perform is you can start new orchestration, you can query your orchestration instances, you can terminate your orchestration instances, you can send an external event to an orchestration, you can purge orchestration history, you can also send an operation event to an entity, which we'll talk about in entity functions in one of the later slides. You can get the state of an entity, and you can also query the list of entities. Now, these different APIs might expect different list of parameters, but all these 9 APIs that I have listed there take at least these 3 different parameters for sure. The first one is task hub, which reflects the name of the task hub. Connection is the name of the connection string for your storage account, and system key is the authorization key that is required to invoke the API. All these 9 different APIs does return one of these 2 different response codes. It might return HTTP 202 if your request was accepted, or it might return HTTP 400 if there was a bad request or an error. You can check out the link that I have posted down below for more details. I will skip this demo for now, and I will directly jump onto patterns first that I want to cover, and then I will show you a few more demos. The first pattern that I want to cover for that you can implement using durable function is known as function chaining. Function chaining refers to a pattern of executing a sequence of functions in a particular order. You have seen the code already. The example I was showing you earlier, Tokyo, London, and Seattle, that was a function chaining pattern where I was calling 3 activities in sequence. Often the output of one function is passed on as an input to the second function, is what is generally how you implement function chaining pattern. If I have to take up the same example, this was the example that I was using, and as you can see, I was calling 3 activities back to back in sequence. Another pattern that is supported by durable functions is called as fan out, fan in. It refers to a pattern of executing multiple functions in parallel and then waiting for all to finish. So what you are seeing is F1 triggers the functions in F2 layer, and then all those functions are executed. And once all of them are executed, it triggers function 3. Here's an example of how you can implement a fan out, fan in pattern. What you are seeing here is you are creating or adding all the different activities in an array of tasks, and then you are executing and waiting on those tasks before exiting the execution of the orchestration. Now, there is another pattern that durable functions support. It's known as async HTTP APIs pattern. So under async HTTP APIs, we have long-running action triggered by an HTTP call, and then the client is redirected to a status endpoint or a get status endpoint that the client can keep polling to find the updates on where the operation is or the current state of the operation. Now moving on, there is another pattern that you can implement is known as monitor pattern that refers to a flexible recurring process in your workflow. For example, you might keep polling until certain condition is met. Whenever the condition is met, you trigger the next function. This is an example of how you can implement a monitor pattern using durable functions. So what essentially happens here is you are monitoring or you are getting the status of an activity known as get job status. And when the job status is completed, it calls another activity to send alert. If it is not completed, then it goes ahead and extends the time when it should come back and check the status of that when it should come back and check the status of the activity. Another pattern that durable functions support is known as human interaction. Many processes does involve some kind of human intervention. The tricky thing about involving humans in an automated process is that people are not always available and responsive as computer systems. So automated processes must allow for this, and that is where you can utilize human interaction pattern. This is how essentially you can implement. There is a method that is supported by durable functions. It's known as wait for external event, and you can wait for any external event which needs an human intervention. You can use the raise event async method to send an external event to an orchestration method, orchestration function, and whenever that external event executes and returns a status to your orchestration function, it executes based on that. For example, in this example, we are waiting for an external event called as approval. Whenever someone approves, it accordingly gets the status of approval and executes the appropriate code. Let me quickly go and show you a couple of demos using a couple of patterns that I already have. One of the patterns that I've shown you earlier was function chaining, where I had 3 different activities lined up in sequence. I won't show this again, but instead I will go ahead and like to show you fan out, fan in pattern. What essentially I'm trying to do here is this is my client function, and I'm trying to call my orchestration function known as E2 backup site content. What my orchestration function essentially does is it goes to this directory d:temp, and it loops through all the files, creates an task array, and then wait for all those tasks to complete. What essentially in that task is happening is it's calling a E2 copy file to blob activity. In that activity, what it is doing is essentially it's taking all the files from that folder and it is dumping it into the storage account. Since I'm using a local storage emulator here, so it will essentially, if I will run this function locally, it will copy those files into my local emulator storage. So if I go here is my temp directory d:temp, and it has certain text files for a demo purpose that I would like to see transfer to my local emulator blob storage. So if I go here, I was mentioning about Task Hub earlier. Not necessarily you have to know about it in depth, but if you will go and look into your storage account or local emulator, you will find certain queues and tables and blob containers with the names starting with test hub or appropriate hub names. Each of these are being used by Azure Durable Functions runtime to maintain the state of your orchestration instances. For example, if I go and fetch test hub name history, it is maintaining the history of my orchestration executions. If I go and fetch test hub name instances, it's maintaining the state of my list of my orchestration instances. And then durable functions runtime utilizes Task Hub queues to send data from one function to another function. It's not something that you should really go and look into deep, but it's always good to know that something like that exists. Anyways, I'll go back to my fan out, fan in durable function. I'll go ahead and run it since it's also an HTTP triggered function. Oops, I have to close the other one that I'm running previously. I'll go ahead and I think it stopped. I'll go ahead and run my fan out, fan in pattern now. It should run successfully. As you can see, it's dependent on Azure Storage Emulator because I am using local emulator. I'll go ahead and trigger my durable function through the URI. I'll go ahead and get the status using the status query get URI. I'll copy this URL and I'll go in a new tab and see what's the status of my. So you can see it says completed. I'll go back to my Storage Explorer to see if it copied everything or not. I'll go ahead and refresh all. I'll go here, local one, and let's see if it did created a blob container for me or not. Please bear with me. It's taking a minute or so. It came back. And you can see here is the folder, the container that it has created called backups. I'll open it. Okay, it's open. So here's the temp directory that it created, and here are all the files that it has copied from my temp directory using the durable function. With that, moving on, let's talk about entity functions as well. Entity functions define operations for reading and updating small pieces of state called as durable entities. Like orchestrator functions, entity functions are functions with a special trigger type called as the entity trigger. Unlike orchestrator functions, entity functions manage the state of an entity explicitly rather than implicitly representing state via control flow or storing it in Task Hub. Entities provide a means for scaling out applications by distributing the work across many entities, each with a modestly sized state. Entity functions and related functionality is only available in durable function 2.0 and later versions, and they are supported in .NET and JavaScript, and I believe Python. So here's an example how you create an entity function. Similar to an orchestration trigger, you utilize something known as entity trigger. Before I show that, this is how you call an durable entity in your orchestrator. You use something known as new entity ID, and you pass the entity name, durable entity name, to fetch it. Once you get it, then you can perform certain operations on it. You can call something known as signal entity to perform an operation on that entity, and this is what does the magic. what you are seeing here is I have a durable entity. How do you know? Because it has an entity trigger attribute declared there. And I have defined 3 different methods here: add, reset, and get. And if you will notice my previous code, I was sending a signal to my durable entity with a method name that it should call add on my entity. So when it goes there, it goes and calls add method, and it sets the state of my entity. Likewise, also I could have also called get to get the state of my current state of my entity. Let me quickly go and show you in a quick demo. I'll go ahead and stop my fan out fan in function. I'll go into durable entity. Here is my durable entity. As I was showing you in my code, I have 3 methods on that: add, reset, and get. Add sets the value, get reads the value, and reset sets the value to 0. Here's my client function, pretty simple. It calls my orchestrator function, and here's my orchestrator function, which is getting the value of my durable entity, and it's checking if it is less than 10, it's increasing it by 1. So let me quickly go ahead and run it. I'll go ahead and copy this and see how it runs. As you can see, it was successful. It was completed, but you see I'm not returning anything input and output. So what I'm going to do is to demo is I'll go ahead and put a check breakpoint here. So since I have already executed my entity function once, I am expecting my current value will be 1. So I will go ahead and refresh or run my Azure function once again, hoping that it will go and stop. And here it did stop on my breakpoint. And as you can see, my current value is 1. And what it does is, since it is less than 10, it goes ahead and increases my current value by 1. So if I go ahead and come back again, you will see my value has been increased to 2. Do you see that? I can keep on incrementing my value till the time it reaches 10. That is when it will stop. So if to show you once again, you will see the value has increased to 3. So pretty straightforward concept to have durable entities functions. Moving on, one thing you should be aware of with orchestrator functions is that they cannot do I/O operations directly in their code. They typically call activity functions that do I/O operations. But starting with durable functions 2.0, orchestrations can natively consume HTTP APIs by using normal orchestration trigger binding. So what you are seeing here in example is how you can call a REST-based API through your orchestration code. I would like to cover a couple of other patterns that you can use with your orchestrations within durable functions. The first scenario is when you want to retain the same orchestrator instance and use the same instance every time, especially for background jobs. In this example, we are checking the runtime status of the instance, and if it is either completed, failed, or terminated, it is creating a new instance with the same instance ID, or else it is not creating one. It's a simple example, but the code ensures that only one instance exists for a specific instance ID. The second scenario is when you want to run orchestrator functions that must never end, orchestrations that loop infinitely. For such scenarios, we can implement eternal orchestrations. The first thing you do is to call continue as new method in your orchestration function. When continue as new is called, the instance enqueues a message to itself before it exits, and the message restarts the instance with the new input value. The same instance ID is kept because we are passing it, but the orchestrator function's history is effectively truncated. You can also use start as new async method to start an eternal orchestration, just like how you will do for any normal orchestration. You can also have singleton orchestration by using the instance ID. Now, there are certain limitations that you should be aware of. I did mention about in the durable HTTP, how you can consume HTTP APIs in your durable function slide. I did said that orchestrations cannot do IO operations. You must defer it to activity functions. Starting with durable functions 2.0, though, you can call HTTP APIs at least. A couple of other limitations for durable functions. The first and foremost, orchestrator functions can call any API in their target languages, but those APIs should be deterministic in nature. If you don't know what a deterministic API is, then for your awareness, an API is a deterministic API if it always returns the same value given the same input, no matter when or how often it is called. You should always avoid APIs which return, for example, current date or time, or new GUIDs, or random numbers, and so on, because in all these cases, the values can change on every response. For a list of non-deterministic APIs that you must not use in your durable function, I have provided a link down below, which I would highly encourage you to go and check it out. We did talk about replay behavior earlier, and also about eternal orchestrations. If not eternal orchestrations, there could be long-running orchestrations, and if you push code changes before your orchestrations are finished or terminated, code updates can actually break your replay behavior for your orchestrator. Here are some of the resources I think will be helpful for your further reading. I have listed first 3 links from Microsoft, documentation on Azure functions in general, and then there is a YouTube channel that is run by Azure Functions team to which you can subscribe to. And lastly, the link to the durable function framework on top of which durable functions has been implemented. With that, I will quickly go through the comments where I could see a couple of questions that people have asked. First question is, what is the execution time limit for normal Azure function? I believe it is 10 minutes for consumption plan. For a premium plan, it is 60 minutes, but I would encourage you to check Azure Functions documentation to ensure the correct limit. But my understanding is it's 10 minutes for consumption plan and 60 minutes for premium plan. Another question is, if there is a failure in durable functions in certain state of a whole scenario, can we resume in the point of failure, or how to debug or check on production? Very good question. You can resume from the point of failure. That's where error handling comes in. I had posted a link on the error handling slide where Microsoft has published specific guidance on how you can handle those errors gracefully and how you can continue your durable function workflow if there is a error that you receive in middle of your workflow. So I'll suggest you to go and check it out, and it will help you in handling errors in your workflow. With that, I don't see any other questions. If you have any further questions, feel free to reach out to me offline on Twitter or LinkedIn. I will be more than happy to answer any questions you might have. And with that, I conclude my presentation. If you have any further questions, feel free to reach out to me on Twitter or LinkedIn. I'm also active on Cloud Lunch and Learn Slack workspace. If you want to reach out to me for there, it's okay with me there as well. And thank you all once again for joining. Stay healthy, stay safe. Bye.